So this happened last night, toward the end of my shift after my post from yesterday. I'm going to try to remember everything, but it went on for so long and was so weird, and I was so panicked and scared. So I'll probably leave a few things out on accident. So, about 45 minutes before I was supposed to close up the store, I had a couple in looking at movies to rent. Nice people. And then, I see this guy with a pizza box from next door walk into my vestibule, and kind of pause before he walks in, turns around, lays his jacket on the floor of the vestibule, and put his pizza on top of it. I thought it was a little strange, but also polite, since maybe he just assumed we had a no food or drink policy. For some context, he looked a little haggard. He was tall and lanky, dirty clothes, greasy hair, dirty hands, but he did have a mask. We get a lot of country/farm workers, and also a lot of homeless in the store since we're right next to a mission and the biggest medium town in a rural area. I couldn't pinpoint which he was, but either way, I never turn down people who I recognize as homeless anyways. Especially when it gets cold like this, since I know the mission doesn't actually allow people in for the night until 10 p.m. So, he walks in, sans pizza, and I call over. Hey, you can bring that in here, just don't get the crumbs on my floor, you know? He seemed surprised and was like, hey, wait, seriously? That's so cool, thank you. And went back out to grab it. But when he came back inside, I knew almost immediately that I had messed up. He made a beeline for me, and things were immediately terrible. He just stood up at the counter, and I kind of put two and two together that he definitely wasn't a farm boy and not here to buy anything. So this is where the story is probably going to get a little scrambled, because this man was freaking scrambled. He starts in going, oh my god, you're so cool. I'm so happy I met you. You're beautiful, wow. And making these weird smacking sounds with his mouth. I don't know how else to describe it other than that one boy noise. And I was like, oh, thanks. I turned around and tried to look busy, hoping he might just warm up and leave. No such luck. He kept going. This man just rambled non-stop, with my trying my best to give short and disinterested answers to questions, which he would then forget he asked and then repeat. Rapid fire round. Oh man, what color are your eyes? Are they brown? No. Man, I'm so happy I met you. This is unbelievable. I can't believe fate brought us together. Man, you live around here? That's insane. He takes his mask off, but as only the employees are required to wear them at my store, there wasn't a lot I could do. Huh? Are your eyes brown? That's so beautiful. My eyes are brown. I have hazel eyes. They look gray most of the time, definitely not brown. Some things he said were unintelligible. He wasn't really slurring, but certain phrases he kept repeating really low, so I couldn't really understand him. But sounded something like, so like, are you, soon? What? Are you gonna go back down soon? I don't know what you mean. You're so funny. This entire time, he had a really manic energy and was smiling. He would seem lucid 1 second and then in a totally different reality the next. But not like really out of it per se, just like he was having a totally separate conversation that made sense to only him. So, I'm waiting for my friends, Jeremy and Christian. You remember them, right? I don't know anyone called that. What? He put on a face like he thought I was joking. You're funny, man. So what are you doing down here? What do you mean? Like, what brings you down here? I'm working. Man, that's crazy. At this point, he scoots closer down the counter towards me so that he bows directly across from me. So, you have, job applications? Yes. I feel like some people will say that I should have said we're not hiring, and I would have, only we have signs up all over the store that says we are always hiring, even when we're not. And I'd hope he would just take one and go, come off of whatever disassociative drug he was on, and then not come back once he was sober. Can I get one? Sure. I handed him one and a pen that I told him he could keep. So, what's your name? You can feel free to call me stupid here because I feel really stupid. But at this point, my mind was just frozen in fear by how erratic he was acting and the horrible vibe he gave me. Fake, but similar enough name in the story though for obvious reasons. Alice. Oh, like Alice in Wonderland? Sure. Oh my god, oh man. And he starts laughing pretty hard. That is so good. Wow, I'm just so happy I met you. He writes down my name on the application I just gave him. At this point, I am kicking myself for being so damn stupid, which just makes my panic worse. You got any brothers or sisters? An older brother. He lives just down the road. I said this, hoping it might scare him, even though my brother did not live down the road, and even if he did, my brother is awesome, but most certainly not the type to be in any position to fight anybody, period. One brother. That's crazy. So you know Jeremy and Christian? They're my friends. We're waiting to go down. I don't know them. You're funny, man. Your eyes, they're so pretty and brown. That's amazing. My girlfriend is up in... town name. A 1.5 hour drive from where we are. Cool. You got a boyfriend? I'm engaged. What? What's his name? I panicked again. Feel free to call me stupid, but in the moment, I felt like if I didn't give a name, he wouldn't believe he existed and wouldn't back off. Fake name here, of course. Derek. At this point, he wrote that down on the application again. I was feeling really scared, but still okay since that couple from earlier was still in the store. I pulled out my phone and discreetly tried to text my boyfriend to get a ride and come to my work immediately because I did not feel safe. My boyfriend is pretty scary when someone's bothering me, so I knew if I could get him up here before that couple left, I would be okay. And if they went to check out, I was going to offer them a huge discount if they grabbed some new releases. So that was my game plan slowly forming, since at this point I certainly needed one. So when are you going back up? What? You know, back up. I don't know what you're talking about. Man, you're so funny. I'm so happy I got to see you. I haven't seen you in so long. I don't know you. This is the first time we've met. Man, you're so hilarious. Man, what's it been? I haven't seen you in 200 years. Something about his tone made it clear that 200 was not an expression here. He literally meant 2 centuries. I'm sorry, you have me mistaken. Man, I'm just so happy. I told them I had to come down here because you were working. I said, I got to, man. That's my wife. That's my wife in there. That's like my wife, you know. We have like 5 kids together. You're so cute, man. What the hell do you even say to that? Man, what color are your eyes? Brown eyes. Wow, you're beautiful. Man, I've missed you. Why do you think fate brought us here tonight? We have never met before. You're so funny. Hey, do you know anywhere I could stay? There's a mission 2 blocks from here that way. It should be open about now. The mission? No way, you know about the mission? Yeah, I'm on a mission. They sent me on a mission. Yep, it's the church program. That way. They'll let you stay. A lie, they don't accept people who are clearly on drugs, but I wanted him gone. At this point, he kept talking, but as I panicked while I waited for my boyfriend to get there, I kind of disassociated a bit and just stopped responding. He asked if he could use the phone, and thinking he might call a friend to come collect his ass or something, I gave him one. He starts pulling cards and papers out of his pocket and piles them onto the counter, muttering something about Jeremy and Kyle and trying to find his girlfriend's phone number. I caught a glance, and it looked like there were lots of scribbles and some more random names on all these papers. He leaves the phone and his papers on the counter and walks over to the couple in the store. It's a small store, but I can't hear so well. But from the context, it was something about if they knew somewhere he could stay. The guy basically said no, shook his hand when offered, and then as the weirdo came back over to me, they sped off to the other side of the store, though still in clear sight of us. This is important. By this point, I knew my boyfriend couldn't be more than a couple minutes away, but I was still so scared. The guy had half his body leaned over the counter, saying that same stuff over and over, then literally pouting when I refused to shake his hand, offering up the "it's a pandemic" response. At this point, it all kind of blurs together. More aggressive manic body language, more insisting that I'm his wife and this is fate. He can't wait to go back with me, my brown eyes are so beautiful, etc. For the sake of not being redundant, I'll leave it at that. Then, I see my boyfriend pull up with our friend. Instantly, the wave of relief I felt was so intense that all of the tension left my body. My boyfriend walked in with such a "I'm looking for a fight" posture that even before I yelled, "Hey, Derek," the weirdo looked uncomfortable. After I said his name, though, he started gathering up all the stuff he left on my counter and cleared out. Once he was out of the store, I ran out from behind the counter and just hugged my boyfriend. The couple from before came over, and before they could say anything, I was like, "I am so sorry you had to deal with all that. You can get anything you want and it's on me." And the guy was like, "Yeah, I definitely wasn't going to leave you alone with that. That was freaking insane." And the girl was like, "Brian, that was the guy we heard outside literally barking before we came in. What the hell?" I wish I could say it ended here, but it didn't. We had about 20 minutes left before we closed. The couple left with a bunch of credit on their account. Mine and my boyfriend's friend that drove him left, and my boyfriend stayed. Thank God he did, because 2 minutes before we closed, my boyfriend was browsing the video games somewhat out of view from the front counter, and that bastard walks back in. He made a beeline for me, again. But then my boyfriend stepped out from behind the shelves and started walking towards me too, and the guy quickly backed off again, mumbled something about looking for his cigarettes before leaving. He literally tried to wait my boyfriend out so we could come back and do God knows what. Anyways, I'm working the same shift tonight. I told my manager about it, and this time if he comes in, I'm authorized to call the cops on site or text her to do so if I feel unsafe doing it myself. Hopefully, tonight goes better, but my car battery died in the bank drive-thru when I went to pick up the deposit slips for the store this morning, so I think I may have been hexed or something. Just be smarter than me. First of all, English is not my first language, and I'm on mobiles, so pardon me for all the weird vocabulary usage and potential grammar mistakes. This happened around 3 years ago, when I was doing my exchange study in Europe. My school is located in a nice, safe country with beautiful nature, so I often took one-day trip by train to different cities. Then came home late at night. Those times were memorable. I enjoyed life to the fullest, and I learned a lot, but just one incident made it quite creepy and scary whenever I look back. It was a beautiful March day. I just finished my trip and was sitting in the train station's waiting room. Due to an unexpected storm, the train was delayed for almost an hour, and It was already 9 p.m., so I was feeling pretty annoyed. I took out my favorite book to kill the time, as my phone was low on battery and all the chargers were occupied by the people stuck there just like me. I had finished around 4 to 5 pages until a man came by and sat opposite of me. Then he asked, "What are you reading?" I glanced at him. He looked nice and tidy enough, and he seemed tired. I thought he was just trying to pass the time as well by making small talk, so I showed him the book. He proceeded to say that it was also his favorite book, and made some compliments to me. I know this sounds stupid, but I was naive and young, and I felt kind of proud getting compliments. They were okay, it wasn't really harassment, so I talked with him a little more. I made a mistake of telling him the city that I lived in. Otherwise, just some random exchanges about the weather. Then, he suddenly asks, "Do you live alone? Do you have someone waiting for you?" At that time, I did live alone. My roommate had left for a trip, and most of my friends had finished the exchange and gone home. I had no relatives or family there. I was about to tell him the truth, but something inside stopped me right there. That was a stormy night, and by the time I arrived home, it would be after 1 in the morning. Since it's a small city, most stores would have been closed. If something happened to me, nobody would have known until it was too late. The man looked at me and grinned. I suddenly felt so scared and wanted to run away, but all I could do was sit there frozen. By sheer luck, I remembered that I had a picture I took with my roommate's boyfriend, who was a guard at a bar, and by that time he was wearing a security uniform. He also was the same race as me. I reached for my phone and showed the man that picture. Yeah, my brother's there, and I just feel so bad he has to wait. I saw something like irritation and anger in the man's eyes. It gave me a quick, "Is that so?" and excused himself to go out and get Starbucks. Every Starbucks store near that station was already closed. I knew that for sure. I sat there feeling scared and vulnerable until I got on the train. I kept looking back every time, and I did not dare to sleep, even though I was very tired. When I got to my station, I got into McDonald's and waited 30 minutes for the night bus home, even though my house was just 10 minutes walk from the train station. Until now, I'm not sure what that man's intentions were. Some people I've told the story to called me being overdramatic. Some said I was right to be cautious. Anyway, it still feels creepy remembering that man when he grinned at me, and I'm glad that I trusted my instincts. I moved from Idaho to Alaska about 2 months ago, and already I've experienced something I never thought I would ever experience. After taking a week to recover from a 5-day trek across Canada on the Alaska Highway, I decided I was going to get out and explore the wilderness of my new home state, and try to catch a glimpse of the wildlife, such as moose or bears. The house I'm renting is on the outskirts of the nearest town, so I basically live right in the middle of the forest and have access to miles of dense woods. I still don't know what I'd been thinking when I decided to go into the woods without anything but my phone, which, at the time, didn't get service in Alaska, and some earbuds. I began by running at a medium pace into the woods, hopping over bushes and branches while jamming out to some shaky graves. I'd probably gone through about 5 songs when my shoelace got hooked on a fallen tree, and I was thrown into the ground face first. I immediately got back up, swore out of irritation, and began to put my earbuds back in when I realized I had no idea where I was. At some point, I'd lost my sense of direction, and had only but a faint idea as to which direction I had come from. I started to run the way I thought I had come from, when I began to panic and second-guess myself, when I realized I should have come out into my backyard ages ago. I didn't want to panic, because I knew that it would make everything worse if I did, and I started to try and pinpoint the right direction. Of course, I eventually realized that I was hopelessly and utterly lost without the slightest indication of which way would bring me to some sort of civilization. After a few brief moments of cursing and groaning, I decided to follow my gut and go the direction in which I thought would possibly lead me home. I started running at full speed, hoping to break the tree line in a matter of minutes, when something on the ground caught my eye. It was a backpack. I stopped instantly and looked around for a person or campsite, but there was nothing I could see from the spot I was at, which was situated at the bottom of a small hill. The bag looked as if it had been abandoned for a few days at least, but was slightly damp from the rain earlier that morning. I knelt down and picked up the bag, resting it against my knees. It had a heavy weight to it when I moved it, so I know there was something inside. Looking back now, I remember the dark feeling I had in my chest right before I unzipped the main part of the backpack. Inside, there were bags of what I immediately knew was an assortment of illegal drugs and items used to administer them. I quickly stood up and took a step back. I had such a powerful feeling of dread that I felt like I was in imminent danger. I just wanted to get out of there and find my way home, so I started to run again up to the top of the hill. I was hit with a wave of excitement when I saw a house at the bottom that was buried in the trees. I'd begun to make a start for it, when something in my head told me to stop. The thought entered my mind that what I had just discovered was awfully close to this house. I wanted so badly to be out of the woods and find some sort of civilization, but something told me that it wasn't safe. I ran away from the house along the tree line, hoping that I would possibly stumble upon another house. After about 10 to 15 minutes, I stumbled into a neighborhood of sorts and asked a man working in his yard for directions. He was kind enough to drive me home and assure me that everybody gets lost in Alaska at some point. As soon as I got home, I showered, chugged some water, and then immediately called the police to report what I had seen. However, due to the fact that I had no idea where I was, I couldn't tell them where to find the drugs or where the house was, so my report was basically useless. I just would have felt guilty if I hadn't at least said something. I've driven all over the area down different roads trying to find the house, but I never have. It's probably for the best though, because I don't want to get caught up in something I shouldn't be. I'm glad I listened to my gut and kept running from that house, because people in possession of such a large amount of illegal drugs can be extremely dangerous. One time, my parents had left for work, my sister had gone to school, and I, 20 female, was alone at home. My neighborhood is in a fairly secluded area, situated at the top of a huge hill, so it's fairly rare to have anyone visit. I was lounging around and watching TV when I heard the doorbell ring. I never answer the door as, again, we never have anyone visiting, and my family obviously knows how to get in the house themselves. So I ignored it, even when it rang a second time. By the third time, I was a little annoyed and I tiptoed over to the front door. The front entrance of our house is essentially a big wooden door surrounded by a wall, so there isn't any way for us to check who's on the outside, unless we go to our piano room and check out the window. This means there's no way for anyone on the outside to know if we're there unless we're stomping around in the house. So I stood behind the front door waiting for the person to leave. I mean, no one answered your third doorbell ring, right? Surely you would just leave. Suddenly, there was a heavy banging on the door, which made me jump. I heard a deep man's voice speak from the other side of the door. I know you're in there. My heart jumped and got caught in my throat, and for a second I'm looking around, trying to figure out how the man knew. After a long silence, I heard muffled chatter and then the sound of footsteps leaving. I didn't dare to open the door in case they hadn't actually left. After I called my parents to check if anyone was meant to be visiting, no, not that we know of, I was a little surprised by the odd encounter, but eventually I went back to watching TV and soon forgot about it. 2 hours later, I hear the doorbell ring again. Feeling a sense of nervousness, I turned down the TV volume. This time I got up slowly and snuck over to the piano room where I could possibly sneak a peek and see who was there. I knelt down and slowly raised my head over the sill to see, at the door, was a woman dressed in all black. Black high heels, a plain black dress which came down to mid-calf, and an unusually large brimmed black hat, which was bizarre considering it was summer and very hot. She had long dark brown hair, though her face was covered by the brim of her hat. The only thing I could see were her bright red lips pulled up in an eerily wide smile. Beside her was a tall, buff guy wearing a dark suit. I don't remember much of his features except that he was a Caucasian man and had a very serious expression. What disturbed me most wasn't so much the intimidating guy, but the sight of the woman who stood there literally unmoving, smiling at the front door, which was yet to be opened. It felt like a solid minute before she finally took a step back and, without a word, began to walk down the driveway. The man followed her step. To this day, I'm not sure who she was, why they were at the door, and whether they were the ones which knocked at the door earlier. But needless to say, the deep voice calling, "I know you're in there," and the image of the woman in black was not one I forgot easily. In high school, one of my best friends was a girl that I'll call Susan. She lived with her mom and stepdad out in the middle of nowhere. Even though we were the same age, her parents treated her a lot differently than my parents treated me. For one thing, I was expected to go to driver's training and get a license and a job. I saved enough money working at a fast food job that my parents let me buy a used car. Nothing fancy. I was expected to pay for all of the expenses for it. Susan's parents felt I was a bad influence on her because of my job and my car. Susan wasn't allowed to take driver's training or get a job. After we graduated from high school, I joined the military and lost touch with Susan. In the early 90s, living on my own, my parents called me at work one day and passed along a message that Susan had called and wanted to see me. I was really excited to see her. I loved her like a sister. She said she was staying with her mom and stepdad and asked if I remembered where they lived. Of course, I told her. We made arrangements for me to pick her up one night. She still didn't have a driver's license. We were going to go to dinner and catch up. The night of our get-together, I drove to her childhood home. I went to the back door of a screened-in porch, and I couldn't help but be a little disturbed or puzzled at what I saw. Stuck to the ceiling were covers of dozens of paperback books. The books hung down from their covers on the ceiling all over the room. On the wall facing the door of the porch, there was a large picture of a half-man, half-goat. It was holding something in its hand, but I don't remember what. There were about 10 bowls with candles in them on the floor and on tables. I was taking in all of this when I heard Susan say, "Janie, come around here. We don't use that room anymore except for special purposes." I went around to the front door and she let me inside. There were 3 chairs set up facing the door, and 3 people were sitting in the chairs. I recognized her mother as one of the people. Her stepfather, wearing nothing but an open bathrobe, was leaning on one side and drooling. There was another woman seated that I didn't recognize. No one introduced me to the other woman. I smiled and said hi to all of them. Susan stood off to the side of the half-circle of seated people. None of the people responded to my greeting. They just stared, unsmiling. No one said anything. They seemed to be evaluating me. I started to get frightened, and I thought to myself, these people could murder me out here, and no one would hear a sound. So I said to Susan, "Are you ready to go?" She was ready, and we left without incident. We had a nice dinner and a nice visit. I asked her about the room and what it all meant, and she said she didn't want to talk about that. After dinner, I drove her home, but I didn't get out of the car. I couldn't get away fast enough. At work the next day, I was told I had a call from Susan, but it was Susan's mother looking for her. I told her I didn't know where she was. Soon after, and unrelated to this, I moved to a different apartment in a nearby town and got a different job. I never saw Susan again. She reached out to me again on some reunion website, but I never responded. I don't know if they were into devil worship or something else, but I was really frightened. For a couple of weeks after that, strange things would happen. I'd get phone calls where no one would say anything. I was driving along one day and a tire flew off a car on the incoming lane and crashed into the windshield of the car behind me. They weren't injured, but I really think it was all connected to the strange happenings in that house. As unbelievable as my story may sound, I promise I'm not trolling, and every word that I'm about to write is the honest truth. I cannot specifically remember exactly what grade I was in, but I do remember that I was in middle school. I remember this detail because when this event took place, I was with someone that was only my friend during middle school years. After that, my friend moved away and we lost touch. This story takes place on the outskirts of St. Louis, Missouri during the 1980s. For reference, we will call the friend I was with Amy. It had been a fun day with Amy. My mom had dropped us off at the mall where we had been wandering around, window shopping, and trying on clothes. This was a very tiny mall in a small town on the outskirts of St. Louis. Because this mall was so tiny, it didn't have a lot of restaurants or a food court. However, there was a McDonald's across the way. To get there faster, you could cut through a field that was in between the mall parking lot and a street. Once you cut across that field and crossed the road, McDonald's was right there. So Amy and I went to McDonald's, ordered our food, and sat down. We were eating our ice cream and chatting away when a man walked in and sat down at the table in front of ours. The way we were sitting put Amy's back to him, but left me facing his direction. Almost immediately, I began getting an uneasy feeling because not only did this man not order anything to eat, he just sat there the entire time, staring at me with the angriest look on his face. He wasn't even trying to hide the fact that he was staring. I also remember he had these piercing eyes that were bright blue. Now, keep in mind that this was before cell phones were abundant, so calling my mom wasn't an option. And being as young as I was, it never occurred to me in my childlike mind that I should maybe get the attention of an adult working there or ask to use the phone. All I could remember thinking was that this scary man was making me feel very uncomfortable. So Amy and I finished our food and ice cream. I had used her head to obstruct the man's view of my face and whispered to her what he had been doing. I told her that if he followed us out, we needed to run. Sure enough, as soon as we got up to leave, so did he. We rushed out the door as fast as we could, and then we began to sprint. I looked behind me and he was getting into one of those boat-sized cars they made in the 70s and early 80s. Luckily for us, there wasn't much traffic, and we were able to cross the street before he had a chance to get to us. When we got to the field, I turned around to look to see where he was again. Now, before I go further, let me note that next to the field was the street that ran horizontally, the one that we crossed, and then to the left of the field there was another street that ran vertically. That street intersected with the one that we had to cross, so the field was basically in the corner of these two streets. The street to the left didn't run in a perfectly straight line, though. It ran in a diagonal direction that would eventually take you to the mall parking lot. And this was good because when I had turned around again, I could see that he was watching to see where we were going. Next, he turned onto the street to the left of us and was driving very fast. He was definitely coming for us. Like I said, the street that ran diagonally took him in the direction away from us, but would eventually have us end up in the same parking lot. It was very obvious that he was trying to get to the mall parking lot before we could get there. Because the road he was on went away from us, and we were shortcutting it through the field plus running as fast as we could, we were able to get inside of the mall before he could catch us. We got very, very lucky. Once we got inside the mall, we frantically ran up to a security guard and told him what happened. Shockingly enough, he blew our story off as an exaggerated tale from two dramatic middle school children. Things were much different back then. Today, if a young kid approached an adult with a story like that, the police would be called right away and a description of the man and his vehicle would be taken. Even worse than that, when Amy and I told my mother the story, she blew it off as well. My mother was emotionally neglectful and definitely was not the best parent growing up. I had serious trust issues towards adults growing up because of many situations like this. I never felt protected by the people that should have listened and kept me safe. I felt alone and unheard. This event being an important reason that I felt that way, but that's another story. So fast forward to a few days ago, my husband was watching a YouTube video about serial killers. I stopped dead in my tracks because as he was watching it, a familiar picture popped up on the video. One of the people/pictures the men mentioned in this video was the man from the McDonald's. I am 95% certain that it was him. His name was Tommy Lynn Sells. Let me add that I have an excellent memory and am definitely a visual learner. I suck at names but never forget faces. I can even remember a few people and events from when I was only 3 years old. This was such a scary event that I never forgot that man's face or the angry look that radiated off of him. It definitely stayed engraved in my young mind. No doubt that man was evil. My husband already knew my story. When I told him I thought that was the man who attempted to kidnap me, he was a bit skeptical. So together, we decided to do a little further research on this guy. What came next only solidified what I suspected. Tommy Lynn Sells was killing people, sometimes young girls my age, and he was indeed killing people in the St. Louis area during that time. He was also working at carnivals and was traveling, killing other people in other states. Unlike most serial killers, he didn't have a type. Anyone he could get his hands on was fair game. He just liked the rush of killing. What made this creepier was the mall that Amy and I were at had a carnival going on every summer in the parking lot on the other side of where we were. I can't remember what month it was when this happened, but I do remember the weather was hot. I'm relatively positive it was the summertime. I wonder if he was working for that carnival. The picture on Wikipedia is exactly what the man at McDonald's looked like, even down to that same evil, angry look, and I will never forget that expression. I've been mulling over and over this ever since. I don't know if I should contact the FBI with my story, though he was executed in 2014. Law enforcement knows of 22 murders he committed, but they suspect there are many, many more. My story might place him in an area that someone disappeared from, but I don't know how helpful it would be considering I can't remember what month or year exactly. I don't even know if I would be believed, so what would you guys do? But if and when I do go to the FBI, I will update everyone on what happens. Thank you everyone for your kind and supportive words, it really does mean a lot. A few weeks ago, I was coming back home around 11:30 p.m. I have to cross a bridge in order to do so. Naturally, around this time, there's close to no one crossing it. I'm always very cautious of my surroundings. Small girl here, but we all have to keep an eye out just in case. And whenever I'm walking at night, I check if there's people walking behind me, how many, women, man, and make a mental note on how close they are to me. As I started to cross the bridge, I checked. There was only one guy walking at a pretty decent distance. I kept walking normally. About a minute later, I get that feeling of someone looking at you and getting close. So, I turned to check one more time. Now, there's another guy behind, and closer to me than I'd like him to be at that time of the night, being by myself. I start to pick up my pace just to be cautious. As I'm about to finish the bridge, I still feel him walking very close, so I decide to go inside the convenience store that's right across the end of the bridge and spend a few minutes in there until he's gone. I walk around for a while. After 3 to 5 minutes, I check the door, and he's just outside the store. Not doing anything, just standing there. I get kinda creeped out. I decide to keep strolling around and buy some things. 10 minutes later, I decide it's time to go home since it's getting pretty late. But I still see him outside, so as soon as I get out, I stand there and do as if I was attending a call. He's looking at me, and I really don't want to walk home by this time because it's a lonely road, and, well, it just doesn't feel like the smart thing to do. I hang up and just check my phone. He comes by, and the conversation goes like this. "Hi, how are you? Do you study here? Work?" "I study in this country, clearly a foreigner." "Hi, good. Yes, I do." "Good. Why'd you, choose to come here to study? Do you live close by?" "I like it here, and yes, I do." "Good. Where do you study? Can I practice my English with you? Give me your ID number so we can meet up and chat." And this is to add me on the instant message app used here. Now, I'm terrible when it comes to saying no to people, even when I'm feeling uncomfortable. It's a bad trait, I know, but I'm working on it. I completely ignore the "where do I study" question. "Yeah, sure." I give him my ID. "Well, I have to go. It's very late. Goodbye." Then he adds me. Great. "I look forward to seeing you again." "Sure. Bye." As I turn around and slowly start walking to my house, I look back to see in which direction he is walking, and see that he is crossing the bridge. So, he went out of his way to come and talk to me, the tiny girl, in the middle of the night. Now, I'm not saying his intentions were not genuine, or he meant bad, but it was just very odd. I don't think it's the best idea to follow anyone around so late at night and wait for them to be outside the nice lit convenience store to ask for English practice or whatever it is they want. It would have been 10 times less creepy if he just came inside the store and did so. Any thoughts? I live in a safe country, but one must always be careful, huh? Anyway, take care, guys. This happened 15 years ago, when I had just come home from college on winter break. Home, this time, was not the house that I grew up in. My parents had just moved closer to our small city, so it just didn't feel the same to be in a different space. Maybe that's what triggered my worry. In my family, I'm always the one thinking of worst-case scenarios, generally distrustful and mostly seeming like the annoying worrywart. Call it what you will, but it's also the gift of fear. Am I right? One cold night, my parents had gone to bed upstairs and the dog had followed suit. I thought I'd watch TV in the living room for a bit before going to sleep and settled in on the couch. The living room was in the front of the house, and with the recent move, The shutters in the window weren't there at the time, only see-through curtains that weren't really drawn. I noted this, but was used to our rural settings when the only ones who could see were the neighbors that we knew so well. I was watching the TV for about half an hour. When the screen cuts out, it just goes snowy. This was back in the days when you watched whatever your local channels brought you. I looked up from whatever it was I was doing, texting, maybe with the flip phone, at first thinking, well, that sucks. But something felt off. I tried the remote, but no other channels worked, and so I was sitting there, thinking about what I should do instead. When my cat jumps onto the windowsill and starts wailing. What the hell? This may seem innocuous, but anyone who knew my cat knew that this was not par for the course. He was pacing and wailing at the window. A feeling of dread washed through me, and I was frozen. That feeling of dread is so fiercely visceral. What the hell was going on? And what was out there? I tried to settle myself down in this unfamiliar dark house, and felt a bit better, because what are the chances? But then, there it was. I swear on all I have that this cold waft of air blew through, and that I heard the side door. I didn't realize that door was there at the time. I heard a door on the side of the house and felt cold air. I became unfrozen and I bolted. I run upstairs to wake my parents and slumbering dog, and I frantically tell them that someone is trying to get in the house. They, I think, were annoyed. I'm a worrier, remember? Still, they get up and they think to try to placate me by looking around the house. They go check all the rooms, including the basement, while I'm scared and exasperated. They're sleepily roaming about in dark rooms, unarmed, when God knows who has probably made it inside already. Well, they didn't find anything. They verbally patted me on the head and said goodnight, and I felt foolish. That is, until the next morning. I don't know what prompted my parents to call the police, but they showed up, and they asked me how I knew someone was out there. Well, hold up, what? I start answering. Well, the cat was meowing a lot on the windowsill, and my voice trailed off, waiting for the reaction I usually get, which I got. The cop smirks. A cat, huh? Okay, get on with it. He goes on to say that someone cut the cable wires in the side of the house. That either the someone thought they were disabling some alarm, or they saw me sitting watching TV and wanted to mess with me. Muddy grounds give us the ability to see the fresh tracks right up to it. It didn't look like it had been fooled with, but I know what I heard. Whatever it was. I knew it, I said to my parents. The triumphant feeling was short-lived when I started to mull. What I was so sure about had been true. True, I did know someone was out there. I also knew I would always check that side door and take some cues from the cat just to be safe. This isn't so much one encounter, but it was a terrifying experience. I've never told this story to anyone besides the police, but I've been thinking a lot about it lately, and only recently realized how much the whole thing really messed me up. So, here goes. I met this guy at a bar one night. We had a great time, partied all night, and eventually ended up back at my apartment. After that night, he basically lived with me instead of the hostel he was staying at. We clicked right away, and I enjoyed having him there. We dated for about 3 months before the first night he attacked me. It was the night of my 30th birthday. We celebrated, had a blast, and passed out around 3 a.m. He had told me he suffered from PTSD and night terrors. He had woken up many nights freaking out. I was deeply passed out when I awoke to 5 quick blows to the head and face. I tried to cover myself, not knowing at all what the hell was happening, when I realized my arms were pinned at my sides. He was sitting on my chest with his legs on my arms and strangling me before I had any idea where I even was. I only remember the light fading and going black as he squeezed harder on my neck. When he let go, the blood eventually rushed back to my brain, and I remember seeing him walk to the bathroom. At that point, I grabbed my dogs and ran to my car and took off. He must have passed back out. He called me hours later, completely confused as to where I went. I told him everything he had done, and he promised me that he didn't mean to do any of it. He would never do that on purpose, and he promised to seek help. I agreed to come back on the terms, if he even scared me again, that he'd be gone. Exactly 1 week later, again in my sleep, I woke up to him on top of me, but not doing anything. I slowly pushed him off and pretended to be getting ready for work. Out of nowhere, he jumped up and sucker punched me in the mouth. I fell onto the bed and he again tried to strangle me. This time I didn't fight and I pretended to just pass out. He let me go once he thought I was passed out and went to the kitchen. As soon as he left, I grabbed my dogs again and booked it to the car. I jumped in the car and locked it. This time he chased me, and that was when I realized this wasn't some PTSD nightmare sleepwalking freakout. He was a psychopath. He was awake and very coherent. He was screaming that he'd burn my house down if I didn't come out, trying to break the windows to get into my car. As soon as I got the doors locked, I called the cops. He went back inside, and when the cops arrived, I told him he's crazy and that he might try to attack them. When they went in, he was quietly waiting for them and went without any resistance. He knew what he did. It wasn't until during the trial that I found out there was a knife in my bed. When he let go of me and went to the kitchen, thinking I had passed out, he went to get a butcher's knife and had left it on the bed when he chased me out. No one can prove what he was planning, but I'm convinced he was about to stab me to death. He wasn't charged with anything in the end, because the DA pulled some fancy lawyering maneuver and tricked him into walking right into the arms of ICE as soon as he left the courthouse. I have to say that was satisfying to watch. He was deported and banned from the country. He still tries to contact me on social media by making new accounts to try to get me to help with his appeal to be allowed back, but nope. He still claims he wasn't awake for any of this. I don't know what I believe, but I know I feel a hell of a lot safer with him on the other side of the globe. I've been having a hard time sleeping since then. I kinda brushed everything off and carried on with my life as if none of this ever happened. Thinking about it recently, I realized being attacked in your sleep and coming that close to possibly being a murder victim might cause some lasting psychological damage. I am considering seeking help. I think maybe sharing the story for once might be a healthy first step. So I've posted before about the sketchy places I used to live at, and I thought that although it may not be as scary or personal as my other stories, I would share this one anyway. So as I've said in my previous posts, my family isn't particularly rich, so we always end up living in dodgy areas simply because the housing is cheaper. To give a bit more of an explanation, it's quite common to see up to 4 cop cars in the streets. It's kind of a guessing game of which dealer they came for this time. In fact, my previous landlord turned out to be one and was arrested, causing us to have no choice but to move out. It wasn't a massive move, as we literally got an identical house on the opposite side of the street, so I wasn't going to miss out on all the drama. By this I mean I watched a car being stolen from my window. I'd like to add that I was 13 at this point, and I couldn't really give more of a statement to the police than what the camera on one of the other houses had caught, so I just watched. Another time, a new friend was coming around mine, and there was a fight in the streets. I told her to just walk past it, but she spent the entire evening being paranoid that they will come after us for whatever reason. The instance that I think sums the place up perfectly is when I was talking to a different friend, and I said I didn't know what weed smelled like, and without skipping a beat, she responded with, "It smells like your street." Anyway, fast forward to when I was 16 or 17, which is when the story I would like to share takes place. So at this point in my life, I was experimenting with a number of hard drugs. Nothing serious, just at parties and such, and I'm not into that stuff anymore. Just rebellious teen stuff at the time. I would also like to add that these drugs didn't come from any of the people on my street. So it was about 7 or 8 in the evening, and I was cycling to the center of town for one of these parties. I had barely left my house, and I was about a corner away, when I saw a man lying on the pavement with 2 paramedics from a nearby ambulance car crouched next to him. I just kind of cycled past, thinking, wow, what a legend, as I myself have been in situations where I drank so much and passed out. So I arrive at the party, get pretty high on whatever Class A drug I was doing that day. We have a great time, and I'm back on my bike in the early hours of the morning to go home. But as I'm about to reach the street from before, I see the blue and white police tape and officers standing around a white tent on the pavement. I quickly turned, as not only was I underage, but I was completely off my face and didn't want to get into any trouble. I tried to get around the place, taking the next street, and then the next, and then the next, but I soon had to realize there was no way I could get back into my house without crossing the police tape. I went up to one of the officers and told them that I lived there and needed to get through. I tried my best to hide my dinner plate-sized pupils. He was super nice and escorted me to the corner of my street. As I was reading the news the next day, I found the article on the man that I had cycled past. It turns out that he was stabbed to death on the street after having some kind of drug-related conflict. The scary part is, and the thing that I feel extremely guilty about, is the fact that I just cycled past chuckling and thinking he drank too much, when in reality, the man was dead. I'd never seen a dead body before that, and it didn't fully sink in until days later. He didn't look dead, and I assumed the paramedics were just blocking my view of the pool of blood around him. But still, knowing that you could be laying lifeless in the street, and people will go straight past you assuming everything is fine is scary to think about. I know there wasn't anything I could have done, as the paramedics were already on the scene, but this is the kind of thing you read about in the news, not see in real life. To this day, I can't forget how he was just lying there motionless. Me and a bunch more people in the area left flowers and cards on the lamppost next to where he died, and although I never knew the man, thinking of it still hits me hard in the feels. It just makes me think, what if I had left 10 minutes before I did? Would I have had to have called the ambulance? Would I have even stopped? I don't know the answers to these questions. All I know is that if I ever see someone in need of help in the future, I will not think twice about stopping. And I will not just laugh it off like I did with that man. So to conclude, I hope that guy can rest in peace and his family have found justice. Thank you for listening. I'm not sure if I'm in the right place, but I've held this story in for the last 6 years, and because it sounds crazy, and I get told not to talk about it. I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend of mine. The campsite we picked was beautiful. We were able to drive in through some rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot spring and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere. Absolutely no one was around. We set up camp next to the car, went hiking, soaked in the hot spring, came back and had dinner. It was all very normal, until we woke up the next day. I need to give some context as to how we slept that night so you can understand my confusion. Before we went to sleep, I put our food cooler and a stereo that we brought in the car, and I locked it. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack, and put the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far side of the tent, away from the door of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest the door of the tent with a gun next to him. We woke up the next morning and I felt fine. I had slept hard, and from inside the tent, everything seemed normal. When we got out, our campsite was absolute chaos. The fire pit we had made was ruined. The cooler had been thrown and the food was scattered all over the place. The stereo was smashed to pieces laying next to the tree. All the car doors were open, including the trunk. We stood there for a moment in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt off now. It was quiet and not the beautiful campsite that I had seen yesterday. Everything about those woods felt wrong now. My ex accused me of not locking the door the night before and said that an animal had gotten into our stuff. I promised him that I locked it and went into the tent to grab the keys from my backpack, but they weren't there. I found them later on the ground, right next to the car. We quickly threw everything in the trunk and left. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what had just happened. He finally spoke up when we were almost home and told me that he had a dream the night before about something kneeling over him in the tent and holding his gun and just staring at him. When I tried to ask him more questions, he got quiet again and said he didn't want to talk about it, and that I shouldn't talk about it anymore either. I've tried to forget about it, but I just can't. Something really wrong happened to us in the woods that night. So this happened to me back in 2009. I was 22 at the time, but I'm very short and often mistaken for a young teen. I just had a driving lesson, and while normally my instructor would drop me off in front of my house at the end of our lessons, that day he had somewhere to be straight after, and dropped me off at a nearby bus stop. My apartment block was about 500 meters away at the end of a long stretch of quiet road. It was an area that was being built up at the time, so there were a couple of abandoned old houses to the left and right, and my apartment block at the very end, and that's it. It was rare to see cars that weren't just going straight into the apartment block because there was just nothing there, except for a clinic a couple of streets away, so you could occasionally get someone who was lost looking for directions. So, it's around 8 p.m., and it had just gotten dark outside. The street is barely lit, but it only takes a few minutes to get from the bus stop to my house, so I don't think anything of it. Until a car drives past me, but then starts backing up until it's driving slowly beside me. A woman is driving and a man is in the passenger seat. I sort of slow down, thinking they're going to ask me for directions to the clinic. The woman asks, "Do you live here?" So now I'm thinking they definitely want directions, and I stop and say yes. But then she says, "We're the police, and we're going to take you home." Mind you, this is a totally normal-looking vehicle. These people aren't in uniform or look in any way official. I'm incredulous, literally so stunned that all I can say is something like, "You're taking the piss." Not an English-speaking country. Immediately, I'm thinking these people think that I'm like 10 and they're trying to kidnap me. The woman is starting to get agitated and keeps repeating, "You have to respect the police, get in the car, and we will take you home." I'm so shocked at this point. I'm like, "How dare you?" Partly offended that someone would think people are stupid enough to fall for this. At this point, the car has stopped and I see the woman moving to open the door, so I burst into the fastest sprint of my life while fumbling with my phone to call my mom, screaming, before I even got to the block, "Buzz me in, I'm in danger." My dad went out to look for them immediately after, but the car was nowhere in the area. He informed the police, but nothing ever came from it. I've always been super creeped out by this story, and I often find myself wondering what their intentions were, but I'm glad the story has found its new home. I live in Northern California, and where I live, there are quite a few ranches and grazing areas in the hills around town. And though I'm no more than 5 minutes walk away from downtown, I'm technically out of the city limits. We have plenty of back roads that are full of blackberry bushes, even an abandoned house, but that isn't the creepy part. One day, I had just finished my schoolwork and decided to take my dog for a walk on the back roads. It's a usually scenic place with rolling yellow hills, a few trees, and cattle, though this day was a relatively thick fog, so I really couldn't see more than 40 feet ahead. I walked up to the steep road and then down again, cars passing me by like normal, people even waving, until I came to where a small pond was usually full during the summer, right on the side of the road, though it was nearly dry, and I couldn't see across the water to the other side. There is a gate next to it that leads to the property, and parked in front was a truck. Now, when I walk, I usually talk to myself, or my dog, or even look at my phone a bit, but I expect myself to be alone, and that I won't sound crazy for talking to myself. As I'm passing the pond, I hear an almost human voice indistinctly, it possibly female, and I stop for a second. I don't really hear anything else, so I assumed I just imagined it and kept walking. But a minute after that, I decided that I should probably turn around, as I would have to get to work soon, and start again in the opposite direction. When I hear another noise across the pond, it's almost a grunt, as if someone was lifting something heavy, just finishing exercising, or was extremely cold. This time, I cry out, "Hello?" kind of inquisitively, and the noise goes silent. I could hear this noise clear as day, and I spoke purposefully loud, so I know that they heard me. We keep walking, and I hear it again. Now, though, it sounds like a man's voice, and I call out, "Hello? Anyone there?" And in response, I get sort of an acknowledgement. Ugh. And then I go, "Are you all right?" And then the same sort of grunting again. My dog and I continue to walk, and as we approach and round the truck, I see him. Walking around, near stumbling, and almost over-dramatically rubbing his hands on his arms like he's shivering, there's a man. Most likely late 20s, staggering into view with a sweatshirt, jeans, and a short beard. Glad to see him and that he was okay, I just say, "Hi there," and sort of waves his arm and continues to grunt and shiver. Chokingly, I say, "What did you do, fall in?" with a small chuckle. And he responded with the only words that I had heard him say. "It's really cold." But not clearly, just kind of garbled. Now, this community is not totally small, but we are a fairly welcoming and prone to small talk. People walk by my house on these roads all the time, and they're wonderful people. And I figured that maybe he was a rancher checking on a calf, or fixing something across the pond, but even so, he still would have said something when I had called out. It wasn't terribly freezing either. I was wearing a sweater and pants, and I was fine. After that, I kind of half respond, "Yeah," and I turned my back to keep walking. Continuing his shiver, he walks towards the gate. He either vaults the gate or locks it. He opens his truck door and drives the other way. I understand that people sometimes are just having a bad day and don't want to talk, or have other things on their mind, but this guy was weird. And any other day, I know another rancher would have at least said hi. I still wonder what he was doing across the pond and what I couldn't see. Okay, so last year I was coming home late, 11:30 or so, to my roommate's home. Just me and my roommate lived there. I'm the only one home at the time. I go to the kitchen to make dinner and get halfway up the stairs, and then I hear pounding on the door. I never answer the door because I never invite people over, so I ignored it. I turn the hallway light off, and the pounding gets worse. I know you're in there. Don't effing ignore me. I quickly close my bedroom door, the only safe place for me in this small house. I somehow move my heavy furniture in front of my bedroom door, big chest of drawers, and I just crammed it against the door. And I grab a hammer, like this would help me. The pounding gets louder and louder, as if this person is throwing their whole body against a very, very solid door. I call my mom, who then tells me to call the cops. The noise has stopped right when I call the cops. I tell them someone is trying to break in as the noise starts up again. The screaming and yelling, throwing body against the door. Slightly nervous that this stranger may try the sliding glass door, which I know my roommate never locks. Thank God it was locked this time. I stay on the phone with the dispatcher as the guy keeps yelling his head off. I can see his car still from my window. I saw you turn out the lights. I know you're in there. Let me in there. I'm sorry. Let me the F in, you meh. Well, by the time the cops come, the man has already left. I somehow get downstairs to talk to the cops. They find the guy parked down the street from my house. They ask if I know him. I don't, but my roommate does. It's her daughter's boyfriend. He came to apologize for smashing and breaking her hand in a car door. Well, they don't arrest him because he didn't technically do anything. I ended up filing a restraining order against the guy, told my roommate when they got home. They thanked me, but called me sensitive when I told them I freaked out. Her daughter said, "He's harmless." Yeah, right. I moved out the next day. Long story short, my roommate's daughter's boyfriend wanted to apologize by breaking in. When I was about 10 or so, and spending the summer with my grandparents in Poland, I used to go to our neighbor's house, who always had 2 or 3 litters of kittens in their backyard. Me, being a little kid, I used to spend hours there playing with them, and would go every day, or even twice a day. There was a house directly across my neighbor's house, in which a really old lady lived. It was obvious that she had some kind of mental illness, as she would talk to herself and sit alone all day on her porch, chain-smoking cigarettes. One day, when I was making my way to our neighbor's house, I saw she was standing up to her gate. When she saw me, she started making a conversation. Me, not trying to be rude, I walked over to the gate and joined in the conversation she was trying to have with me. A few minutes passed of her asking questions of where I'm from, I'm an American, and how life is in America. I answer politely and try to get on with my mission to pet those kittens. Just as I excuse myself, she invites me inside. My 10-year-old self, knowing to respect elders and not trying to be rude, agrees to go in and continue our innocent chat. When I walked up the stairs to her front door, I started to get this putrid stench of rotting meat. I kind of hesitated to walk in, but I did agree anyways. When I walked into her home, all I could see was piles and piles of clothes, dishes, and blankets. I could barely see from room to room as these piles were almost as high as the ceiling. We somehow make it to her kitchen, and we sit down. The view outside her window looking into her backyard was so green but overgrown and neglected. We start up our conversation again, and she begins with talking about her life story. What she was explaining to me about her life didn't really make sense, as she would forget what she would say every few seconds and have to repeat it. After about half an hour of her trying to explain everything, she finally brings up that her husband died during World War II and that she was a single mother for most of her life, until her son committed suicide by setting himself on fire. As a 10-year-old, this saddened me, but also scared me, and the thought of being burned alive still gives me the shivers to this day. What she did next gave me many sleepless nights as a child, and I cannot seem to forget about it. She stands up and quickly shuffles into the next room. She brings 2 medium-sized vases. She then tells me that this is her husband and her son. I was shocked and saddened, but also happy that she had their ashes to remember them by. The happiness quickly turned into pure terror as she lifted the lid off her son's ashes and dipped her fingers in the ash, and then stuck her ash-dipped finger into her mouth and swallowed. I was terrified and quickly made up an excuse that I had to go and my grandparents were expecting me. As I literally left crying, all I could think of was, why would she do such a thing? Eating her son's remains? As soon as I got home, I collapsed into my grandmother's arms and sobbed. I told her what had happened, and she warned me to never go over there again. From that day on, my grandpa always walked me to our neighbor's house to play with the kittens. The lady who ate her son's ashes recently passed. She lived to be over 100, and according to our neighbor, who took care of her for the last days of her life, she'd been suffering from mental disorders for her entire life. In the end, I feel sorry for that old lady and hope her soul is resting peacefully. But as a kid, that was definitely one of the scariest moments I have ever experienced. Hey guys, the first time I shared on Reddit, I was really encouraged by the upvotes and comments that you left. The post was about some experiences I had abroad, but to really live up to my username, I have stories about both my farm and my boyfriend's farm that might be interesting to you. Farms have a lot of history. My family has been farming in the exact same spot since the 1870s when my family arrived from Germany, and his family has been farming in the same area since the 1930s. Therefore, they have a lot of tales. My boyfriend's dad, I'll call him my father-in-law, or Phil, because he basically is, I swear has seen everything at least once and has the most interesting stories. I'll share a couple of his to start. For context, my boyfriend's family farm is on both sides of Iowa and Missouri border, since they live fairly close to the state line. They have corn, soybeans, and beef cattle on pasture. I particularly love the cattle because I love getting to jump in the Ranger and ride around the pasture with my boyfriend to check on the cows. We do this almost every night in the spring, summer, and fall to make sure they're healthy, not injured, account for the calves, make sure they have enough grass, and look to see if there are any holes or breaks in the fences. In the wintertime, they get moved to a lot with a covered shed to protect them from the elements, so they're not on the pasture and we feed them hay. Anyways, in the mid-2000s, my father-in-law was out in the wooded area of the cattle pasture. The trees are quite dense here, and it often serves as a great deer hunting spot in the late fall/winter once the cows have been moved to the winter lot. He was setting up trail cameras in the woods to watch deer in preparation for hunting season that fall. After some time, he came back out to get the card out of the camera to see if there were any big bucks roaming around. When he took a look at some of the pictures, he saw that there had been an unusual man back there. Trespassers aren't all that uncommon, and often it's just an annoyance rather than cause for concern. There was no way to tell who it was, so he just forgot about it. A few days later, he went back to hang the camera back up in the tree. When my father-in-law went back a second time about a week later to get the camera to see the pictures, someone had dug 3 makeshift graves in the back corner of the pasture. At the head of each grave was a wooden cross with a first name on it. He unfortunately didn't catch the man on the trail camera, but he alerted the police about the situation. I think based on the names on the crosses, the police had an idea of who it could have been. The rural Midwest is smaller than you think for being so vast. My father-in-law wasn't really sure what came of that, and never asked too much into it, but if he hadn't discovered those graves in the pasture and alerted the police, they might have been filled. For the second story, my father-in-law had some farms in Missouri that were bordered by the Missouri River. The Missouri River flows down through the Dakotas, along the Iowa-Nebraska border, and then into Kansas City it takes a turn and divides the state of Missouri in two until it reaches the Mississippi. One spring in the late 1990s, he was out in a field next to the Missouri River planting corn. This was before all the current high-tech tools that farmers have at their disposal now, which can tell you if you have an issue with your machine right from the cab. He thought that his planter was having some issues, so he jumped out to check if something was broken. When he got out of his tractor, he noticed a really strange smell. A bad smell. If you know anything about farming, planting season is fast-paced time to try to beat the weather, and he was more concerned about getting his crop planted than investigating. He just assumed it was a dead deer washed up in the river, and continued on until he thought the planter was having problems again a few hours later. This time, he was on the end of the field closer to the river. The smell was stronger, and unlike anything he had experienced before. They continued on that day working until one of the hired men asked if anyone noticed that bizarre smell coming from the river. My father-in-law said he had, and he wondered to them if it was a dead deer, but usually deer didn't stink quite like this. One of the hired men wandered across the field to the edge of the river. It's not like a nice sandy beach that touches the ground to make a shoreline. Often, it's a rocky or steep overlook many feet down to the river below to get a closer look. At the bottom, he saw what he thought was an animal tangled in the branches washed up by the river. Looking closer, he realized it was a person. They immediately called the police. Turns out, it was a missing woman who was a known prostitute from Kansas City who had made it this far downstream. I cannot find the exact article or name, and I don't know if the police ever told my father-in-law her name even though they briefly questioned him, but I do know there are a few articles of women being found in the river east of KC in the late 1990s. These are the two I'll share for now. Let me know if you're interested in any more strange tales from many years of farming. I don't know if this is that interesting, but it really creeps me out to this day. I was in 6th grade, and every day after school, I usually walked home up this hill. The bus stop isn't that far from my house, so I never really questioned my safety while walking home. I end school at 3:10, but usually get home around 4:30. And my mom goes to work from 2 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. I never really knew my dad's schedule, and every day one of my 4 brothers would be home waiting for me. That day I was walking home, and a man on a bike was riding on the sidewalk across from me. He kept staring at me, but I didn't think it was such a big deal at first. I started walking further and I noticed he was going the same way as me. My mom warned me that whenever this happened, I should call her or take the other route home because there were 2. I didn't want to bother her, so I took the other route home, but I noticed that the man on the bike took the usual route that I take home on a daily basis. I assumed he was just a neighbor that I've never seen before, and then finally, I got home and I saw my dad in the garage talking to the guy on the bike. I felt this really weird feeling in my stomach. I said hi to my dad, and he introduced the guy on the bike as one of his close friends for years. Keep in mind that we were a close family, so I pretty much know all my parents' friends. I quickly let go of all the bad thoughts going through my head, and went on with my normal after-school routine. The next morning, I told my mom about it, and we saw the same guy that morning in our garage. Turns out, my mom has never seen that man before. If my dad and this guy were so close, how come my mom has never heard of him? For a few months, I kept seeing this guy around my house, and I steered clear of him. By now, He was familiar with everyone's schedule, so he knew when no one was home and when I came home from school. One day, I decided to get off at my friend's bus stop so we could walk to 7-Eleven and get candy and snacks. Since I got off at her bus stop, I got home earlier than usual. When I got there, one of my older brothers were sitting on the steps because he forgot his keys and he wanted to change before he went to skate with his friends. So me and him entered the house at the same time. The guy who was riding the bike was in the house, alone and stealing my dad's money and other valuables. When he saw us, he pulled out a sharp object. My older brother is much larger than him, so he quickly got the weapon out of his hand and held him down. I quickly called my dad and then he called the police. Everything got handled really quick, thanks to my brother. They questioned the guy and he said he was planning to rob us and then silence anyone who tried to stop him. Even though everything got handled, I still dwell on it. What if my brother had decided to go skate with his friends without getting changed? What if my brother couldn't get the weapon out of his hands? What if I got home at my regular time and the guy ended up taking all my dad's money? My biggest concern is also, what if I had entered the house alone? He knew that I had already been cautious around him, and what if he purposely did this robbery right before I would get home from school? I don't know, but I still have all these thoughts. After that, we put cameras around the outside of the house to ensure that no one would get in unless they'd been invited in. Always watch out for strangers and follow your gut, even if your parents say the person's safe. And the OP added an update. First off, thank you to everyone who read my story, and thanks for all the questions and support. It's really brought me closure with this whole situation, knowing the entire truth. To start, no, my dad is not and was not a drug user or dealer, and he's never been incarcerated. I've asked him how did they meet, and he said they met when my dad was younger at his first job, when they were around 16, before him and my mother started dating. They were close friends for about a year until the guy started hanging out with other people, and they fell apart. When my dad was 18, him and mom started dating, so that would explain why she never knew about him. A few months prior to the incident, the guy and my dad reconnected through the guy's sister. She explained that he was having a hard time and fell in with the wrong crowd. His sister knew of my dad because the guy never really made many friends, and he always mentioned how my dad was one of his good friends. My dad, being a nice guy, offered to help him out, and they decided to meet that first day that I had walked home from school. The guy didn't own a car, and he lived in a motel for a while, which explained why he was riding a bike on our first encounter. The guy kept coming to our house for a few weeks because him and my dad were catching up. And like I mentioned before, my dad owns his own shipping business. He offered the guy a job because he knew he didn't have much money. The guy worked there for about 4 weeks, and my dad was paying him weekly to help him get back on his feet. Spending all that time at my dad's workplace and at our house, the guy adapted to our schedules. Even my mom got used to him being around. I also asked my dad if he saw the guy acting weird anytime before the incident, and he said he noticed the guy asking a bunch of questions, and a few things went missing at his workplace where he had offered the guy a job. It's a shipping business, plus my dad's regular job is a lot to keep up with, so my dad just assumed that it was his fault that some things turned up missing. Turns out, the guy was stealing little by little until the day he got caught. I also found out the day prior to the incident that he asked all my brothers where they would be that next day, which is probably how he knew that my older brother would be out skating with friends, like I mentioned before. I'm still not sure on if it was a setup so that I would be home alone with him. Keep in mind that I only arrived 10 minutes earlier than I usually do. Also, when me and my brother caught him, most of the money he wanted was already packed in a duffel bag. In 10 minutes, he could have done whatever he was trying to accomplish. As for whatever happened to the guy, I'm not sure, because I don't want to ask. It felt uncomfortable, and I didn't want to put my dad in that kind of situation. Keep in mind, at the time of the actual incident, I was only in the 6th grade, so around 11 or 12. They didn't give me much info because they felt I was too young. and that's the reason why lots of things were left out. I hope this clears everything up, and if you have any more questions, please feel free to ask. My greyhound loves walkies. He's an absolute fiend for them, and will actually bark at me to demand we go out to explore the neighborhood in the evenings. This works well for me, since I'm more of a night person by nature, and often it's too hot to walk him during the day. I'm female, I'm on the shorter side, 5'3", or 160 centimeters, and I often get comments about how large my dog is compared to me. Greyhounds aren't known for being good attack dogs. They're really just friendly goofs. But I have found that many people just see a large black dog and assume that he's vicious. His black coat is actually a bit of a problem, since he becomes practically invisible in the dark, what I like to refer to as his stealth mode. So usually when I'm out walking him, I'm more concerned with cars not being able to see us, rather than being attacked by a stranger. I even got a flashing collar, aka a disco collar, for him to wear at night, after he was nearly hit by a car while we were crossing the street. One night, back during the height of the pandemic, in our area, we were walking home from a local, dog-friendly sports field where he had been practicing some zoomies. It was only about 8:30 in the evening, but completely dark, and the whole area was empty due to restrictions and it being late autumn. The disco collar was in need of a recharge and was barely visible by the time we were heading home. We were walking down a quiet residential street that we had been down at least a dozen times before, when I hear a car fast approaching behind us, going way too fast, only to slam on its brakes a short distance past us. Okay, creepy, but maybe they're just some idiot teenagers. They were driving erratically, like someone who's really bad at driving a clutch, and I'm pretty sure they accidentally killed the engine when they stopped. I felt a little bit more relaxed when I saw them jerkily pull into a driveway, only to go on high alert again when I saw them turn around. I decided to start walking towards a nearby house, hoping that if the person in the car wanted to harm me, they would think I was walking up to my own home. The house also had a short fence in front of the yard, and I wanted to put some barrier between me and the road, even if it was only 1.5 foot high. I only intended to go into the yard a bit, since to this day, I have no clue who lives in that house, but then I realized that this car was slowing down as it was approaching me. At this point, I start backing further into the front yard, keeping my eyes on the car as it cuts across the road so it can put me and my dog in its headlights. My heart stops when the car does this. It was diagonal, blocking the street with the front of the car angled towards us. I'm standing in the middle of some stranger's yard, fully convinced that someone is about to jump out of the car and try to grab me. And all I have to defend myself is a bag of dog poo. Then, the car just drives off down the road. They had to restart it because the idiots killed it again when they gave me the fright of my life, but they just went away without saying or doing anything. It was only when they were almost out of view that it occurred to me to try to get the license plate, and I was so panicked, I couldn't tell you the color of the car for sure. I stood around for a few minutes to see if they would come back, but they didn't. I thought about calling the cops, but decided that I didn't want to wait around, and it didn't occur to me until much later that I could have just given them a statement when I was somewhere safer. I then walked home, completely confused as to what just happened. As I was replaying things in my head, a thought occurred to me. Between the bad street lighting and his disco collar running out of charge. Whoever was in that car, they wouldn't have been able to see my dog the first time they drove past. It wouldn't have been until I was in front of that yard, in the headlights of this vehicle, that the driver would have been able to see the 65-pound dog standing next to me. I can never know for sure, but I really believe that whatever that person wanted to do, seeing my good boy, made them decide against it. Mind you, this is not about my ex, but my cousin's, which makes it even more creepy. My cousin was with this guy for a really long time, so everyone in the family thought they will surely, eventually get married. But after I would say around 10 years of dating, they broke up. Like you may think, everyone was shocked, but at the same time, somehow for me, they've never looked good together. He was always mean, angry, and frustrated with everything, and for some reason, he always made me feel uneasy. The actual story happened when I was 14 to 15, so it's been quite some time now. It was summer, and all of my cousins left on a road trip, and my aunt and uncle went to visit some family members, so they asked me to keep an eye on the house and take care of their dog while they were absent. During the day, my grandma stayed with me, but for the night, she went to her house, which was only around the corner. That night, I was laying in bed watching some movies. It was already getting late, so around midnight I turned off the TV and went to sleep. It wasn't even 15 minutes when I heard a noise outside. My aunt used to put the pots with the food on the patio since it was cooler there during the night, so the sound reminded me of putting the cover on a pot. Normally I would ignore that, but I thought the dog is probably wandering around outside and trying to eat up the food. So I rushed out of the bed and straight to the kitchen back door. I turned on the light outside and looked out the window, expecting to see a dog. For my surprise, there was no dog, but immediately I noticed the shape of a person. Quickly turned off the light and noticed the dog sitting behind the kitchen table. I felt my heart racing. There was no one there with me to ask for help. So without moving, I waited. Suddenly the person appeared right in front of the door, and I recognized him as my cousin's ex-boyfriend. What the heck, I thought? I knew he used to come here even without notice, but during the night that was kinda strange. "What are you doing here?" I asked, but he just said to unlock the door for him. "No one's home. Everybody left. Olga's not here either," I answered, but he didn't look like he was going to walk away. "Can you at least let me pet Roxy, the dog?" he asked. The dog belonged to him and my cousin, so I thought maybe he missed her. I opened the door then, just a tiny bit for him to be able to reach his hand inside to touch the dog, who was now standing between me and him. Suddenly he grabbed the door and pulled, saying angrily, "You can at least open the door so I can come inside." So now we were standing there, me in my pajamas, watching him playing with the dog who was apparently happy to see him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he said with the same voice, and I noticed he was drunk. I was nervously, constantly checking the time. "It's getting late. I think you should go now," I said, before I even realized that he was in front of me. Just to let you guys know, I'm a pretty small person, barely 5'2", and this guy, at least 6'2", was hanging on me and pushing me against the wall. "You're drunk," I said, pushing him away. He looked at me with eyes full of tears. "Why did she break up with me when I loved her so much?" he said. "I don't know. That was her decision and I had nothing to do with it." "Can you at least hug me?" he asked. So just to get this over with, I let him put his arms around me. My heart was pounding, but I tried to keep it together. "I think that's enough. It's really late and you should go now." He looked at me surprised and tried to hug me again, but this time I was constantly pushing him away. Finally, we reached the door. I opened it and gently pushed him out. "Why are you pushing me?" he said. "Are you afraid of me? I won't do anything. Come on, just let me stay." "You can come back tomorrow, or when Olga comes back. And if you leave now, I won't tell her that you've been here tonight." I answered in the same moment as I pushed him out as fast as I could, and locked the door behind him. Because he was drunk, his movements were a little slow, so that gave me a little bit of time. "Go home," I screamed and turned off the lights. Even from the other room, I could hear his inappropriate screams. And then my heart dropped. Did I even close the front door? I rushed, and at the same time, he grabbed the handle. But fortunately, the door was locked. "Open the door! Open it, you bitch!" he screamed. "Go home! Just leave!" I said. Went back to the room and covered my head with the pillow. But even then, I could still hear him screaming through the door. He walked around the house a couple more times, checking both doors. And finally, after what felt like an eternity, he left. I knew I was done sleeping for the night. After that happened, I didn't tell anyone about it for actually quite a long time. And after that, I saw him at the house a few more times, but it was always awkwardly strange. And since then, I tried to not even look in his direction. I will definitely remember that as one of the scariest nights of my life. So lately, I've been remembering a lot of things that happened when I was younger, and I want to get it out somehow. But due to these two stories being on the shorter side, this will be a sort of 2-in-1 post. However, if any of you are interested, I plan on making a longer post about a separate story sometime after this. Maybe some others too, if I can remember. Anyways, on to the stories. The first one took place when I was about 10 or 11, and my mother had gotten done with a long day of shopping at a few grocery stores, but we were tired as we didn't have a car at this time, so our trips revolved a lot around walking and taking the city bus route, but we managed. We just wanted to get home. We were in a better mood once we got to the bus station that would take us the way home, but there were a few people there. One of the guys stepped up to us and said, "Hi," and smiled in this really strange, creepy way. It was like he scrunched his nose up while he did it and tilted his head toward his shoulders like a dog does when they hear a strange noise, and he did this really weird body movement. We said hello back, and he started talking to us. Well, my mom. He said, "You don't deserve to be out in this cold. You should be somewhere safe and warm." And just sort of creepily moved in on us. He was kind of hitting on my mom with things like, "Let me protect you," and "I'm a lover, baby, not a fighter." Keep in mind, my mom was married, and in no way indicated she wanted anything to do with that man in that way. The creepy behavior kept on going until the bus pulled up and we got on. And noticed he did too. The whole ride, he was dead-eyes staring at us. The bus stopped at our stop. The man wasn't ready for the halt, so he got jerked along with the bus, and something of his fell and rolled underneath his seat. He got off the seat to look for it, and me and my mom took the opportunity to grab our stuff and rushed out of the bus. As we looked back while the bus was driving away, he was staring at us through the window, furiously, with both his hands up against it, and the stare made my 10-year-old self nearly piss myself. But the bus pulled away, and we shook it off and just went home. We never saw this dude again. Now, as for the second story, it's not exactly mine, and it was more of a recurring chain of events. My mom would go to this Subway, which was in a bit of a small lot across from this Walmart. It was like a straight line of establishments. It went in the order of Little Caesars, Subway, some salon thing, Radio Shack, GameStop, what used to be a Payless shoe store. But anyway, my father loved Subway and always asked for her to go get it so she would. And when she'd come back home, she would tell us some story about how one of the male workers there had said some weird things to her or flirted with her. We were all always kinda grossed out by this, but we passed it off, as it didn't really matter anyway. But it got progressively worse. He'd start saying things like, "Hi, babe," when she walked in. Even the other coworkers were taking notice and giving their creepy coworker weird looks, according to my mom. So one day, she wanted me and my little brother to come with, as an attempt to get him to stop and back off. By this time, I'm pretty sure I was 12. And when the creepy worker sees us, he starts getting upset and uncomfortable and says, "You never told me you had kids." "Why wouldn't you tell me that?" he said in a sad, somber voice. And he just kind of asked my mother what she would like, and continued making the sandwiches, while keeping an angry yet sad look on his face the whole time. He practically tossed the sandwiches at us, and for whatever reason, my mother never saw him again. But I guess in the end, her idea of bringing me and my brother worked. Still, for the life of me, I'll never understand people like that. Like many, I've been quarantining in my house in California, mostly spending the time hopping on work calls and gaining weight. A friend told me to post this story here, so here it goes. One night last month, around 10:30, I was eating dinner. I live in a rural area where houses are spaced farther apart, and the main town square has got to be at least 2 miles from where I live. In essence, the police department. So I get a knock on the door. That's pretty odd at this hour, but I open it anyways, expecting it's a package. And there are 3 dudes in these dirty yellow hazmat suit type things with face shields as well. I was taken aback and mumbled something like, hello? One guy was holding a clipboard and he introduced themselves as a disinfection team sent by the county, and that groups of them had been going around the towns in that county to inspect houses to make sure they're sanitized, etc., etc. I wasn't buying it, so I asked them to give me a minute to call my neighbor. I asked him about the disinfection team, and he told me it could be a scam, and to ask for a warrant or call the cops. I went back to the door and asked for a warrant, and the men were gone. I walked out into my driveway baffled and glanced down the street. No cars in sight, just the warm night air. I contemplated calling the police, but didn't think it was worth it. I went back inside, locking all the windows, and headed upstairs to watch some TV. An hour later, I was still watching TV and I hear something fall over in my backyard on the patio. I heard it clear as day because the patio was below the bedroom window to my left, which was wide open. I was too lazy to check it out, so I stuck my head out the window to look around, and nearly died on the spot when I see those guys in hazmat suits messing with my back door. I reacted quickly, yelling, "Hey assholes, the cops are on their way." That sure got his attention. He yelled something unintelligible and hopped the backyard fence. I saw the other 2 guys running from around the side of my house. They all hopped the fence and ran off into the woods beyond my house. I picked up my phone from the nightstand and dialed the local police, explaining the situation, as I could still see their yellow figures disappearing into the woods. The cops came and we made a creepy discovery. The 2 guys who had been around the side of my house had been trying to pry open my dining room window with a crowbar. I asked them if they could check it for fingerprints, and I shit you not, one of the officers responded with, "What do you think this is, the CIA?" Honestly, that pissed me off. It seems small-town police officers don't really give a damn, at least the ones where I live. The men had been wearing gloves anyway, so it really didn't matter. But let this be a lesson. I hope no one else will fall victim to this kind of scam. So, I'm a 13 male, and I live somewhere in Alabama with my family. My dog, Boomer, has some good genes in his blood, so he's a good dog. He's a Doberman mixed with some sort of hound, so he has a good guard dog genes in him, and also hunting dog. So, Boomer had different sounds for different things. He has a whiny bark for whenever he needs something, and he has his kind of deepish bark that's equivalent to, "Hey, what's that?" Then he also has an aggressive bark when the thing he's barking at gets too close, and then there's the ghost howl, a chilling howl when he finds something. So, I'm inside reading some stories on Reddit when I hear Boomer switching between his whiny bark and his deep bark. I go outside to check on him because, well, he might be stuck or he may see another dog. So I go outside, and Boomer is looking at the area behind him while pacing back and forth while looking at me and the field area. I get closer to Boomer and his ears go back, and the fur on his lower back stands up, and he starts barking aggressively. When I stupidly get too close to find out what he's barking at, and when I get out of Boomer's chain length, we keep him on a chain because he's too big for the inside, and he breaks other bindings. A man then lunges at me, and out of reflex, I jerk backwards back to Boomer. Boomer barks some more, but the guy doesn't get the hint and keeps coming at me. Boomer barks a final time before jumping up and biting his arm. The man screams in pain, alerting my grandma, who looks out the kitchen window and sees everything that's happening. She calls the police while my grandpa comes outside with his gun ready. The man kicks at my dog and then runs off into the night. The police never found the man, but he knows if he comes back, he's getting bit and then possibly shot. Who knows what would have happened if my dog wasn't a good guard dog. This happened back when I was single, obviously, and working a night shift at a certain large chain restaurant that we're going to go ahead and call the Ringing Burrito. Anyways, the night that this all started was incredibly slow. I had done all the closing tasks, and we were pretty much just sitting around and waiting for someone to come in. I was standing in the register area for the drive-thru and swiping through Tinder when I came across the profile of a girl that I actually thought was pretty cute. I was looking over her bio and reading about her. She was a year older than me, started her bio with a stupid joke, and it said that her favorite animals were koala bears. I remember thinking that was kind of strange, so when we matched and started talking, I literally started off with, "Why koalas?" She responded with a laughing emoji and said that they were cute and also kind of dumb, like her. The fact that she jumped in with self-deprecating humor was perfect for me, and I thought it was hilarious. We chatted for a while on the app and just kind of made small talk. She asked what I did for a living, and I told her that I was attending classes during the day and working at the Ringing Burrito during the evenings. Honestly, there were so many around town that I wasn't overly concerned with just saying that as a general place. After a while, she said that she needed to do some stuff, but asked if we could get together after my shift. I was pretty excited at first, but then realized I'd been working in the back of a Ringing Burrito for the last few hours, and I had classes in the morning. I told her that we could meet up on Friday night if she was available, as I actually had it off. And she seemed to agree, which was great. A couple hours later, near the end of my shift, we get a car in the drive-thru and I do my normal line. "Welcome to the Ringing Burrito. How may I help you?" "Yeah, hi. I'm looking for a Michael," which was my name. I was incredibly confused. I had no idea why someone would be coming through the drive-thru and looking for me. I just said, "Okay, I'm actually Michael. Can I help you?" I hear the person on the other end say something like, "Oh, finally," and then saw the car pull up. To my surprise, the woman in the car was the girl that I had matched with a couple hours prior. I just kind of smiled at her, incredibly confused and unsure of how to handle this situation. "Oh, hi. How are you?" was all that I was able to muster as I stared at her with an awkward smile. "I'm good now. This is the 5th Ringing Burrito I've been to looking for you. She stared at me when she said this with what I can only say was the most terrifying smile I have ever seen. It was legitimately the smile of a crazy person that had just found exactly what they were looking for. So, do you want to go get drinks now? I was beyond confused. I was still at work. I was still working, and obviously so. This woman had been hunting different ringing burritos looking for me. I just kind of stared at her and then stared down at my uniform, kind of saying, "You do see where I am and how this situation looks with my eyes." She just kept her terrifying stare and smile pointed directly at me. After a few moments of this horrifying awkwardness, my manager tapped me on the shoulder and basically motioned for me to move. So I did. He stepped forward and asked how he could help her. She said that she was looking for me and all that she had been through to find me on that evening. He basically told her to order something or leave. And after a few minutes of her screaming at him, she left. After that happened, he told me that he could see how scared I was from across the restaurant and felt like he may have needed to step in. I thanked him and told him that she was crazy. He agreed. After work, I checked Tinder to see if she had messaged me at all, and nope. She had blocked me though, so I guess that she got the hint. This is probably the only really weird thing that I ever got out of Tinder, thankfully. And after this night, I never heard from her again. I was told this story would be a good fit here. When I was about 8 years old, my sister, who was 18 at the time, brought home her new boyfriend. He was around 30 years old, which concerned my mother, but it wasn't abnormal for my sister to do this. At this point in her life, she was falling rapidly into a deep depression. Drugs and one-night stands were very common at this time of her life, so an actual boyfriend seemed better than my mom not knowing where she was every night. The boyfriend was very nice to us, and especially to me. He and my sister took me to different places. He bought quite expensive gifts for me, and my 8-year-old self liked him very much for this. Of course. This will be relevant later. I even went to his house for a sleepover, but of course my sister was there with me. I should tell you that I never got any creepy vibes from him ever. He never said anything weird or creepy as far as I can remember. Fast forward to the day they broke up. It's quite a blur, so I don't remember all of it, but I do remember him showing up at our house and my sister refusing to let him in. My mom wasn't home, but it was still light out, and luckily we're very close with our neighbors. My other sister, who was around 13 or 14, kind of locked herself in her room, but every now and then she'd walk up to our older sister and ask, "Has he left yet?" Now, I was a very curious kid, and I had no clue to what was going on. I saw my older sister was very distraught and very snappy toward me. Understandable, considering I was constantly following her and asking her questions. I remember looking out my mom's window while my sister tried to push my head out of sight. This is also relevant. Boyfriend yelled at her that he had to come all this way. He lived about an hour away, and something about the police, though I can't remember what. He left shortly thereafter. Years later, I thought of this evening and finally asked my mom about it. What she told me left me shocked. Apparently, my sister had found adult content on his phone. It still gives me shivers thinking about how nice he was to me, and why my sister tried to keep me out of view that night. This isn't as scary as most stories here, but I thought I would share it and let you guys decide. But sister's ex-boyfriend, I really hope me and my family never see you again. I recently moved to a new part of town and have been enjoying the many walking trails nearby. I prefer walking in the evening when it cools off, and have been walking for close to 2 hours every night after sunset, but before midnight. Even though I'm a smaller woman, I've never been very afraid of doing things alone or being out past dark alone. I have a strong rebellious and stubborn streak, so I guess I've always enjoyed proving wrong all the voices that gasp in horror and go, "Oh, but it's not safe." Interestingly enough, the only time I've truly felt a bit creeped out in all the miles and hours I've walked over the last few weeks was the night that this happened. I'm normally pretty impulsive with routes and go where the spirits lead me, so I end up just wandering and playing with taking pictures of whatever catches my interest. I was walking along, and a man passed me on the path, going the opposite way. This was in the first half of my walk, and a spot that sort of acts as the hub depending which route I feel like taking for that night. So this guy passes me, and I feel sleazed out. You know the feeling, where they sort of eye rape you and openly leer. But he kept going one way and I kept going the other, and did my thing. But a good while later, I mean at least 30 minutes, if not an hour, when I looped back through that main hub area, there he was, sitting on a bench with his backpack and phone in hand. But it looked like he was maybe legitimately waiting, resting, or trying to rent a scooter, so I kept walking a bit, and then stopped to take some pics of the natural scenery, so I could naturally kind of see if he was still there. And he was sitting there, and didn't seem to be fixating on me, or following, so I kept going and somewhat shrugged it off. But something didn't feel right. I could sense I was being watched, but kept telling myself I had probably just had a bit too much weed before leaving the house. Still, I had been high the other nights too, and never felt like this. So I kept going, but kept reaching up and pausing my earbuds and listening for any extra sets of footsteps, watching for any extra shadows, and I'm always aware of my surroundings. With CPTSD, how can you not be, am I right? And something was off tonight, even if I couldn't immediately define it. I had walked about a quarter mile from where I last saw the guy when it happened. I sensed someone rapidly moving up behind me. I paused my music and glanced back and immediately recognized him. All I could think was just thinking, what the actual hell? So here's what transpired. C is the creep, and M is me. C, running up, "Oh my god, are you okay?" M, yes? What are you talking about?" Mentally thinking over my last moves, and yeah, I had been acting relatively normal for a human. C, well, I saw you walking around earlier, you know, and just, I have food. Do you need food? I want to make sure you're okay. Me, giving him the full-on, "Are you kidding me" stare. Dude, I don't know what your issue is, but I'm just out trying to enjoy the evening and get some exercise. C, oh, okay, so, do you have a phone number? M, deliberately looking down at my phone in hand and back at him with a curt, dry, "No." C, okay, I just thought I could walk with you. Hey, am I bothering you? I'm just trying to keep you safe. Me, literally rolling my eyes. Well, it kinda looks like you decided to wait for me and then follow me, and I'm just not real keen on how that looks, you know. C, realizing I'm not playing his games and starts squirming. Well, but I just happened to notice you and wanted to look out for you. Hey, do you smoke weed? Me, dripping with attitude now. I mean, yeah, of course, but then gave him a look that said, "But not with you, so don't even think about it." C, okay, well, then can I walk with you? Let me walk with you. Me, I had been slowly continuing my walk, and now stopped and turned fully towards him. What the F? No, I sure as hell prefer you don't. Him, wait, what did you say? Me, I said I sure as F prefer that you don't join me, because if you try to, we're gonna have a problem. I'm out here trying to enjoy my walk, you know, alone, how I set out. I was enjoying it, so tell me which way you're going, please, because we are not walking together. C, dramatically feigning shock to my response. Okay, fine, I'm not actually going this way. I just did to check on you. Did he seriously admit to just stalking me? What an idiot. Me, with an exasperated sigh. Look, man, I've been trying to be nice, but I'm about to tell you to F off. Do you understand? And I have a tone almost nobody ever hears, but boy is it actually scary when I do use it. And because it's rarely used, it's all the more scathing and forceful when I do it. C, feigning further shock at my response. But you can't tell me to F off when I'm trying to be a gentleman. Me, face now full of an "are you kidding me?" Seriously? What the actual is wrong with you? C, crossing the street and turning around. Fine, but I was just trying to help you and keep you safe. Me, completely done and calling after him. I didn't need your help. I do just fine keeping myself safe, and furthermore, it is not being a quote-unquote gentleman when the lady not only doesn't need any help, but also did not want or ask for it. So just go F off now. I turned and walked away, glancing back a couple times to be sure he wasn't still following and was still walking away, but otherwise pushed my shoulders back and literally tossed my hair back too, after a block or so of angry muttering and curses thrown his way. I turned my music back on and went on like nothing happened. But that, you can't tell me to F off, I'm trying to be a gentleman. Oh, my sweet baby Jesus, bless this creepy little nice guy's stalker heart. This took place 20 years ago when I was 12 years old. Almost all of the details were kept from me at the time due to my age, so I didn't find out until much later what actually took place. My mother, understandably, still doesn't like really talking about any of this, as it was a really traumatic experience. It's only with hindsight that I've realized how genuinely creepy and horrific this whole situation really was. In early 2000, I had just started high school. We lived a little way from the school, so my mother used to drop me off in the mornings and pick me up in the afternoons. On the 15th of February that year, I headed to meet my mom at the usual pickup point across the road from my school, but I was surprised to find my grandmother waiting for me there instead. My grandmother told me that my mom wasn't able to pick me up, so I went with her and we picked my brother up from his primary school. My sisters were both away on school trips. We went back to my grandparents' house, and my Nana and my grandfather sat us down to tell us something terrible had happened. Our mom's close friend, Vivian, had died the previous day. They didn't go into any details other than that Mom was obviously extremely upset. We were upset too. Vivian was a lovely lady, and we had spent a lot of time at her house over the years. Not only because Vivian and my mom were close, but also because Vivian's husband, Andrew, was my brother's Cub Scout leader, and one of their sons was my brother's friend. At that age, nobody I had known had ever died, so it was quite difficult to process what had happened. We'd only just seen her the previous weekend. From my perspective, as a naive 12-year-old, the following days passed mostly without incident apart from my mother's obvious sadness. In hindsight, there was also an air of disquiet around her, but I didn't really clock it at the time. Around 2 weeks after Vivian's death, I was at home with my mother and brother while my stepfather, a barrister, was out for dinner with a client. It was early evening, perhaps 7 p.m., and I believe my older sister was at her boyfriend's house while my younger sister was at basketball practice. Our house had a large open-plan L-shaped living room, which encompassed the kitchen, living room, and dining room areas. My brother was playing in his bedroom, while I was sitting on the couch watching TV in the living room area with my mom. From that vantage point, I had a clear view of the front door. The security light on our front porch flickered on, and there was a knock at the door. My mother got up to answer it, and as she opened the door, she took a step back and visibly stiffened. Vivian's husband, Andrew, was standing on our front porch, asking to see my stepfather. I remember my mom explaining that my stepdad wasn't available to talk at the moment, and that if Andrew needed to speak to him, then it would be better to leave a message. Andrew clearly realized my stepdad wasn't home, and insisted on waiting for him. My mom repeated that it would be better to call another time, but he easily sidestepped her into the house and strode into the living room area. I can still picture my mom's forceful cheerfulness and frozen smile as he sat down on the couch opposite mine and asked for a cup of tea while he waited. Mom, still with that strange smile plastered to her face, asked me to make tea while she told V's husband that she'd call to find out what time my stepdad would be home. I made tea for all three of us and sat back down on the couch, making awkward small talk with him, while my mom repeatedly dialed my stepdad's mobile number. He wasn't answering. Andrew was talking to me, but I remember thinking it was rude that he didn't seem to be paying much attention to what I was saying. His eyes were constantly flicking over to my mom, who was standing at the phone in the kitchen area around 5 meters away from us. The whole thing felt really weird to me. She eventually got through to my stepdad, and, still smiling, said something along the lines of, darling, Andrew is here. Yes, here, in the living room. Yes, he said he's waiting for you. You won't be long, will you? My stepdad was home within 20 minutes and convinced Andrew to leave with promises that they could speak on the phone the following day. I found out years later that my mother, stepfather, and the rest of their friends, along with Vivian's parents and brothers, all strongly suspected that Andrew had murdered Vivian. My siblings and I didn't attend the funeral. My mom felt we were too young, I think. But I later discovered that a police presence was needed at Vivian's funeral, which Andrew attended, because Vivian's brothers were so angry that there were concerns that they may assault Andrew, as they were convinced he had murdered her. That is how intensely people suspected him. My mom was utterly terrified when he showed up at our door that night, but had been desperately trying both not to antagonize him and not to frighten me. It transpired that he had been interviewed by the police earlier that day, and it was pretty clear they were building a case against him. He wanted legal advice and potential representation from my stepfather, who refused. According to my mom, Vivian and Andrew had been having marital problems for a long time, and Vivian had confided in my mom and others that she had felt increasingly uncomfortable around him, and that his temper could be frightening for both her and their children. They were already sleeping in separate bedrooms, but he didn't seem to be accepting that the marriage was all but over. The previous weekend, she had told my mom and others that she was planning to officially leave him, and that she was going to be making it clear to him that it was over. She was bludgeoned to death with a steel rod in her bedroom on Valentine's Day, when she returned home from dropping her boys off from school. Having supposedly interrupted a burglary, though police immediately realized that this was obviously staged. The contents of the drawers from the bedside table and chest of drawers had been emptied out into piles on the floor, but there was no indication that these piles had been sifted through. There was no signs of forced entry and nothing was stolen. My mom and others believed that she had potentially rejected some form of romantic gesture, and he'd snapped. However, there was blood on the piles of drawer content, yet no blood on the floor underneath, which suggested the burglary may have been staged before she even returned home that morning. Andrew tried to cover up his crime by deliberately driving to a series of shops and obtaining receipts for small purchases and making inquiries with cashiers to build an alibi. He also originally claimed that he had visited a large shopping mall on the day of the murder and walked around there for quite some time. But 2 weeks later, presumably when he realized the police could check CCTV and find he wasn't there, he changed his story and said he'd actually been at a very popular local nature reserve walking and reading a book. Conveniently, there is no CCTV in any part of that particular nature reserve, including the car park. He was not seen by any other walkers in that area. He had come to our house that evening after admitting earlier that day that he had initially lied about his whereabouts to the police. He was arrested soon after. Andrew has never admitted to the murder and was found guilty on circumstantial evidence. From there, he was sentenced to 21 years with a minimum term of 16 years, meaning he may already be out on parole. I can't find any information about him online. However, I don't want to ask my mom about it as I don't want to drag up awful memories for her. Oh, And a few years later, Andrew also went through a phase of writing letters to my younger brother, who would have been around 11 or 12, from prison, protesting his innocence, which was creepy as hell. This is a story that happened to me when I was 10 or 11 years old. I've lived in the countryside for 10 years. That is to say that all around my village are fields, forests, and dirt roads. That's the background. Now, let's get down to the story. It was a day that I went to my best friend's house to watch TV and play. We used to do this quite often because she lived only 50 meters from my house. Usually my mother would ask me to come home at 6 p.m., but that day, I managed to stay out until 7 p.m. I was very happy. It was time to leave. I say goodbye to my best friend's family and go home with them. Indeed, we used to accompany each other. That evening, we're walking in the street, and we're in the dark. There's only one streetlight that still works. I remember we were laughing on the way because of my friend laughing about being all alone in the dark. I was laughing nervously. I was always uncomfortable in the dark. For a little explanation, my friend's street, at one point, splits onto my street at a right angle. So, we come to that blind spot, and we look up, and there is a horror movie vision. We see in front of us, 30 meters away, a man with a bicycle. We couldn't see who this man was. We looked at each other with my friend, and we sprinted around. I turned around after a few seconds of sprinting, and, horrified, saw that the man started to walk down the street and was stopped looking in our direction. I told my friend, and she turned around, but when she did, there was nothing there. He had disappeared. After that, we agreed to take detours. As we walked, I regularly looked behind us to verify that the danger was gone. The detour was quite long. We passed by the fields, and this time it was pitch black. We finally arrived on my street, and there was no one there, luckily. I came home telling my friend to be careful when she gets home. As soon as I got home, I told my parents about it, but they didn't really pay much attention, thinking that I was just making up a story. So now, I'm always uncomfortable when I come home at night, and I'm always personally on alert. This is a bit long, sorry. It also doesn't really directly involve a person, at least not one that I can identify, so if it doesn't belong here, I'm open to suggestions on where to post it. So, I live in a different country from my family, and because of COVID, they were all in their respective homes over Christmas. As a result, opening gifts took all day because everyone is in a different house, in a different time zone. It's fine, but opening gifts does go on all day some years. So, this day, I finally get to open my last gift at about 9 p.m. my time. I was online with my sister, who was 7 hours behind me, and then I realized I had one gift left that had no name on the tag. It had come from Amazon weeks earlier and was in one of their gift bags. My sister assured me it wasn't from her, so I opened it with her on the line. It was a set of knives. I had this set on my wish list, so it was a nice surprise. But I still had no idea who it came from. As I was hanging up with my sister, my other sister started FaceTiming her, so I asked her to check whether she had sent the gift, but we'd missed it in the chaos. My other sister has 4 kids, so it's bedlam when we all open gifts together at their house. Sister B confirms to Sister A that no, she didn't send them. So that's both sisters confirming that they did not send the gift. I believe both of them. No questions asked. I know that my brother is at my parents' house, so I message him to double check that neither he nor my parents sent them, and it was missed in our earlier conversations. He confirms that it definitely wasn't either of them. This basically leaves my significant other, a friend here in the UK, and a friend in Canada. Because of COVID, we all agreed to have a gift-free Christmas this year. There's really only these 3 left, as no one else knows about my Amazon wish list. As in, you would have to search for it if you weren't one of those who subscribed to it, if you follow. Significant other says no, he didn't order them, but confesses that he did buy me a small gift and that we'll swap once he finishes isolating from visiting his family. Friend in the UK says that it wasn't her, even though that's exactly the kind of prank she'd pull, seeing as we're true crime junkies, but she's pissed that she didn't think of it herself. She would, without question, tell me if it was her, if she knew I was concerned, though, and categorically promised that she did not do it. My friend in Canada says it was not her because she didn't know about my wish list, and then asked me for the link. She actually went in, and then did buy some bits from it for me after Christmas. So, I turn back to the gift. I check when it was sent, first week of December. I ask Amazon if they can tell me who sent it so I can thank them, and as protected under data protection laws, they can't tell me who sent them. I recheck the tag and realize that it's been overwritten. This is the bit that is a little creepy/sinister. The default Amazon gift card greeting is the quite jovial, "enjoy your gift." The tag had been overwritten to an all caps, not so jolly, "enjoy your gift," which is slightly more menacing, considering this is a knife block and a set of 5 kitchen knives. So, basically, I got a set of knives with a slightly, but definitely menacing message from someone who must know me. It can't be an accident. It would take going into my wish list, selecting the gift, ticking for gift wrap, changing the text, reviewing the order, placing the order, and then paying. There's no way this was accidental. So, the only person I can think of is a person with whom I was friends with for over a decade. She's become quite anti-vax and is very abrasive, and I called her on it. And she didn't take it too well. We effectively ended our friendship about a week before the knives were sent. She knew I had the wish list. Money isn't a huge issue to her, so spending $40 for a knife block wouldn't be problematic. I don't want to ask her, as the last 2 times we spoke, she tried to get me to argue with her for 2 days, and I have no interest in rekindling that fire. So, I just wanted to get a little feedback, really. I know it's not family or the earlier 3 friends. They aren't the kind to hold on to a joke if they know it's disturbing me a bit. This other ex-friend, well, it would seem odd to pay good money for something that I clearly wanted but then not take the credit. But then, I guess, she has the out that if I ask whether she sent them, she can always say, "Oh, I mustn't have filled out the gift card," even though it's clearly been overwritten. It's entirely possible that she moseyed onto my wish list, as she's bought from it before and has access. That she picked the knives as a sort of, "you'll need more knives, all your old ones are in my back" type of idea. If it is her, it's not got a nice meaning behind it, is what I'm saying. It's not like this is a fluffy cushion or some slippers. It's an anonymously sent knife block with a slightly menacing gift tag, and I'm finding it kind of creepy. Any thoughts? This all started when my mom met her new boyfriend, who I'll call Ray. This was when I was 14. The first time he met me and my siblings, he looked at my mother and said, "Oh wow, I didn't know you had a gang." So, great first impression, right? He seemed like a normal guy at first, but after he moved in, we soon realized he was a hothead. He would yell a lot and throw tantrums, but he would always sweet-talk his way around my mom, and make everything seem okay again. And this is probably why she didn't dump him sooner. My mom has always been a bit immature, so I think it made it easier for him. But Ray found it really difficult to get along with me and my siblings. He would complain about every little thing we did wrong, and he started to accuse us of trying to ruin their relationship because of this. I have 3 sisters, and me and my younger sister were the wild ones of the family, and we were the ones that he had a problem with. He soon stopped us from seeing friends that he didn't like, and was more strict with us than with my other sisters. I realized he was crazy when he picked me up from school one day, which he never did, and while driving home, he accused me and my sister of talking about him behind his back. I said, "What?" And he started going on about me not bothering to deny it because he's got proof. When I got home, he showed me a recorder and played back me and my sister complaining about him in our bedroom. So I knew that it was in our bedroom. What the hell? Immediately, I asked him, "Why are you recording us in our bedroom?" We had a big argument, and I immediately rang my mom and told her, but I think she didn't want to get on his bad side because she didn't say anything about it to him, which still annoys me. I made him remove all of the recorders from mine and my sister's room. When I was 16, I got a job at a chicken treat, and he had a big problem with that as well. The reason for this was because my boyfriend at the time worked there, and he thought I was just going there to mess around. So his way of making sure I didn't was to come and record me, and he did this for a month. I was pretty much done at this point. I moved in with my dad, who had just moved back from NZ. My dad was pissed when I told him all this, and he wanted to call the police on him, but my mom begged him not to do it. They broke up soon after over something completely unrelated, and thankfully, I never saw him again. I had to deliver boxes of food for my job. I was calling clients to ask if they wanted a box. I called a client's brother because he was the main contact. He told me yes, the client would like the food and that the client has been staying at his house for a while now, so I should deliver it there. He gave me the address, and I was on my way. The house was brown, modern looking, had long windows. The windows were long enough that I saw the full bodies of naked mannequin statues in the window from head to toe. The sight of these mannequins gave me the absolute creeps. I became super on edge and put my keys between my knuckles. I walked onto the porch, to the door, and rang the doorbell. I stepped back, a much further distance than what I normally would, because I had a bad feeling that something was about to happen. A man with a sunken-in face like a C shape opened the door. Heavy-set and unkempt, he wore baggy clothes and had an unshaven face, neckbeard and all. His appearance was unsettling. As soon as I saw his face, I knew my gut feeling was right. Trying to remain friendly, I said, "Hi, I have a box of food from insert company name here for insert client name here." He said, "That's me." I repeated what I said, all the while trying to hand him the box. His arms did not leave his sides. They didn't even move an inch. He said, "Oh, you're from company name? Well, come inside, I have something to show you," in an extremely creepy way. He stepped outside across the porch to where I was standing. I said, "Well, here you go," and he stood there saying, "No, come inside." He wouldn't stop saying it, so I screamed, "No!" and put the box on the ground, ran to my car, and drove away as fast as I could. As I was driving away, I saw him standing on the porch closer to my car than he was before, like he was trying to follow me, but slowly. I reported him, and my boss called me to say, "I even wonder if that was the brother who lured you in from the phone call." I was in California visiting my brother, who went to Pepperdine. So me and my fam are out shopping on this real big street full of amazing stores. The first night, we were on the same street for dinner, and, in fact, we spent a lot of time on that little strip. So, there was a homeless man sitting on the side outside the restaurant, and as we were walking out, my dad gave me a $5 bill to go give to the homeless man. He had white hair and a long beard. He kind of reminded me of Gandalf. I handed him the $5, and he said thanks and nodded, and I smiled and skipped off back to my parents. Well, I started noticing this dude everywhere. Seriously, everywhere. Walking around the hotel parking lot, chilling out on the sidewalk like multiple times throughout the week-long trip. On our last day in Cali, we're back in the same area where I originally encountered the man. We're on the way to our car, but we decide to go into a souvenir store really quick. My parents walked out without me. Being the third child, this is very normal, and I'm not sure if my parents are even aware I exist sometimes. My life is literally the dark sequel of Home Alone. Once I realize my fam is not in the store, I'm walking out of the door trying to catch up, when the Gandalf homeless man grabs me by my shoulder and literally turns my whole body to face him. He looks me straight in the eyes and tells me how beautiful I am. He passes me a piece of paper all folded up and hugs me so tight. That was weird. And then he kissed my neck. Obviously, I knew this was whack, and once I was fully aware of the danger I was in, I untangled myself from him and booked it down the sidewalk to catch up with my parents. As I was struggling to get away from the man, he keeps repeating, "Don't show your mom, don't tell your mom," over and over. Like, come on, dude. I'm obviously going to tell my mama. Anyways, I run up to my parents, and I'm traumatized, and they don't even notice. I open up the letter he gave me, and it says, "I've been watching you. It's been such a pleasure being in your company for the last week. I find your smell and look so appealing, and you're the most captivating person I have ever come across." This was only a tiny fraction of the letter. There was much, much more, front and back. Unfortunately, I never got to read the whole thing because my parents finally noticed that I have this weird, dirty, and crinkled piece of paper, and the look on my face was probably priceless. Anyways, my dad grabs it out of my hand and reads it, but not out loud. He gets about halfway down the paper and then screams, "Oh, that's disgusting," and crinkles it back up and throws it aggressively in the trash. I wish I knew what it said, but I know it's probably for the best for me that I don't. There are literally so many questions. Like, how did this guy know my hotel? Because he was in the parking lot. I saw him out the window wandering around, and the hotel, which was a good while away from where we saw him. How did this dude show up so many times in my week-long trip? Obviously, this was on purpose. Did he know it was my last night, and that's why he felt the need to give me a letter? Is he even homeless, or is he actually just a creepy stalker that likes to prowl the streets for a new child to stalk? Who knows? Guess we never will. I didn't know which sub to post this in, because I still don't know exactly what it was, human or something else. But here it goes. This happened 6 or 7 years ago, but I still think about it occasionally. Some background information. About 20 minutes away from where I live, there's a large forested park with some historical significance. The exact events that occurred here are a little unclear, but it is understood that there were some minor Civil War skirmishes between Confederate soldiers and pro-Union German settlers. The area is supposedly haunted by those that perished during those skirmishes, particularly on one road that runs through the middle of the park. On this road, there have been several reports of sightings of spirits or hearing tapping on car windows when parked. There's also an old cemetery off the road in the forest. About 15 to 20 people are buried here, dating back to the mid to late 1800s. I'm a bit skeptic of the paranormal, so I'm not sure what to believe. Another thing to add, there has been evidence found in this area of satanic practices. Sightings of people carrying torches through the woods, also sightings of white hooded people walking through the woods at night. You should know who those are. Anyway, here's the actual story. Myself and 4 friends decided to go out there at 1 a.m. one night. I was 22 at the time, and was much more adventurous than I am now. We drove to the previously mentioned haunted road and parked. Our plan was to walk into the forest and look for the cemetery. A perfect setup for some weird stuff to go down, right? Nothing creepy happened to us on the haunted road, so we continued to trek into the woods. The forest here is pretty thick, but I remember we found the cemetery fairly easily with our flashlights and locating it on our phone maps. The cemetery was situated right next to a giant clearing surrounded by more forest. It was just a huge circular field in the middle of the thick woods. Again, nothing creepy happened to us near the cemetery. We couldn't get a good look at the headstones because the cemetery was fenced in. We got a little bored, so we started wandering around through the large clearing. One of my friends had a night vision camera app on her phone and was looking around with it. Suddenly, she froze and was focused looking at one area in the opposite side of the field from us. She alerted us and we all witnessed what she was seeing on her camera. There was a black silhouette of a person standing at the edge of the forest on the other side of the field, seeming to be staring straight at us. My heart dropped into my stomach, and I started racing back to the direction of the road while 2 of my friends were still looking at the silhouette in the camera. They started screaming, "It's chasing us!" I couldn't believe what was happening. All of my friends started running in a different direction, not in the direction of the road. I knew this was the wrong way back to the car, but I didn't want to get split up from them, so I followed them. We ended up running through a swamp and got lost in more woods to get away from whoever or whatever was chasing us. The GPS on our phone stopped working, so we couldn't figure out where we were for a good 2 hours. We aimlessly walked through the pitch-black woods until we finally found a main road and got back to the car. I haven't talked to any of those friends about what happened that night. Like I said, I'm a skeptic, so my theory is that it was a person doing some weird stuff in the woods at night. Others might think it was something paranormal. Whatever it was the creepiest thing I've ever experienced and has made an impression on me. This happened a couple of hours ago. I'm currently in bed trying to sleep off the bad feeling from this encounter. At around 11, I was watching TV and playing on my phone, just waiting to feel tired. My boyfriend was upstairs asleep in bed. The lights were all off on the house, just a lamp on in the living room with me. Then, someone flicked my letterbox that was on the front door. It was loud, so I assumed that my partner would have heard it and come to see. We live in a pretty unsafe area, or a poor city, in England. I've been followed, charged at by mental drug addicts, attempted mugging, catcalled, found a drunk man hiding in my back garden, found a man loitering in my front garden, etc. So I was instantly frightened. I went to look at the front door. It has textured glass panels, so I was able to make out 2 silhouettes out by the door. I just stood and watched and saw that one of them was looking into our front room, trying to see what was inside. They must have been there 30 seconds, and then I flicked the hall light on, not wanting them to think the house was empty, and instantly they scampered from looking out my front door into the street. A few seconds later, and they started knocking on my door. So I ran upstairs and had to wake up my partner because I did not want to open the door and was so scared that they might bash it in. I looked out the bedroom window, and there was a man on the street. He looked up at me and held eye contact without blinking or looking away even for a millisecond. He was speaking slowly. I mouthed "what" once or twice, hoping he would shout, but he didn't. Thinking back, I wonder if he was looking at me but talking to the other person that he had with him. I rushed downstairs to confront them. My partner came down and started to put on some clothes. By the time I had grabbed my keys and opened the door, they were gone. No sign of them at all on the road. Now, this isn't the first time someone has tried our letter flap at night. Last time, I answered with my partner, and they had some BS reason which seemed made up on the spot. So I'm now thinking that they're testing houses to see which ones are empty for robbing. But whatever the reason, the way the man looked at me was really creepy, and I really hope that he doesn't come back. This may not be a story that would be considered a horror story, but it's one of those stories that makes it clear you shouldn't go on dates with people you don't know too well, or at least ask better questions about the person you plan on going on a date with. This happened back when I was on a stint with dating apps, and there were a handful of guys that I matched with, but I was also a bit picky with who I selected. There was one guy, we'll call him Chris, that I saw in the app that I thought would be a really good candidate. He was fairly attractive, around my age, and his bio talked about how he was an entrepreneur, and that he was always working on his next business venture. Maybe I had a thing for the business type, I don't know. But I matched him, he matched with me, and we were good to go from there. We chatted for a while on the app. I told him about who I was and what I did, and about how I was attending night classes to become a nurse. And he told me about who he was. Kind of. I asked him about his business ventures, and he avoided the question entirely, which to me was a bit sketchy, but I also thought that maybe he wanted to make sure I wasn't just trying to get with him for his money. I know, kind of stupid. It would have made more sense for me to think he was into drugs or other shady activities. Anyways, we talked for a bit and decided that we would get together at a steakhouse in town. It was actually his suggestion, and he was almost insistent that we go to a specific steakhouse because he loved their prime rib. This guy was talking to me about getting prime rib at a steakhouse for a first date. So, yes, I was a bit excited about seeing this through. Since first impressions are everything, I dressed up a little nicer than normal, spent a lot of time making myself look presentable, and really gave it my all. Again, steakhouse, for a first date. I get there, and I'm sitting in the lobby area waiting for him to arrive. And when he does not look at all like I had anticipated. He was clearly a few pounds heavier than his picture. His hair was longer, his facial hair was unkempt, and he looked like he hadn't showered in a few days. On top of that, his clothes were fairly loose-fitting and stained. I was a fair bit taken aback by his appearance, but in the end, was still wanting to go forward with this date. Our conversations were decent, and appearance isn't everything. Maybe he had just had a really stressful week. We get to the table, and when the waiter comes to take our drink orders, he asks him to bring back 2 baskets of the free bread. He is insistent that we need 2 baskets. When they come to the table, This man grabs the small loaf and starts tearing into it, like he hadn't eaten in a few days. Fast forward to the actual meal, and he orders the prime rib, as he said he would. I ordered the chicken parmesan because it sounded awesome. After that, while we were waiting, I started wanting to talk to him and get to know him a little more. So, I asked what kind of business venture he was currently working with. He laughed at my question and told me not to worry about it. Again, red flag. He then starts talking to me about nursing school and asks about how much it's going to cost me. This was a strange question, but I told him how much I was paying to get my license. He then proceeds to tell me that I needed to quit nursing school and then take all the money I was spending on it and put it into Bitcoin. Now, I know that currently Bitcoin would be a good investment had I gotten in way back. But this was in December of 2017, when it was peaking. This man was telling me to drop my career aspirations and invest all of my money into it when it was like 15,000. Had I done so, I would have lost everything when it tanked only a month later. He then continues to tell me that he had put all of his life savings into it a week prior, and that he was going to be a millionaire because of it. Suddenly, the night kind of made sense. He had pushed all the money he had into Bitcoin, and he meant all of his money. He was broke, and he was using the dating apps to find other targets to get them to invest and possibly get a free meal. This last part became apparent when he asked me if I could pay for it because he had forgotten his wallet. At the end of the meal, he asked the waiter for 2 boxes and an extra loaf of the bread. He crammed all of his leftovers into one box with what was left on the table, and then filled the other box with my leftovers and the extra bread. I almost felt bad for him at that point. He was very clearly broke. Well, let me restate that. I would have felt bad for him had he not expected me to pay and then ordered a $25 cut of beef when I ordered a $10 item. Anyways, I guess the moral of this story: get to know people before you go on a date, and try your best not to be a meal ticket for someone who doesn't know how to invest their money. And yes, I know Bitcoin is doing great nowadays, but investing when he did was stupid. And I can't imagine it worked out well for him back then. And no, there was no second date. The story takes place a few years ago, when I was 12 years old and in the 7th grade. One of my friends, CJ, was bored one weekend, so he just decided to invite me to his house, and obviously I accepted. He also invited one other kid. This kid, Noah, was a big troublemaker at my school. He would never listen to any teachers, and he got into a few fights. Most notably with one of my friends, where he threw a heavy rock at the back of his head. Thank God my friend survived and took him down. Also, I don't know why, but he always had an obsession with pure violence. He was a dark kid. The day CJ invited Noah over was, coincidentally, Noah's birthday. So we get to CJ's house, eat, have a bit of fun, and then we go to a lake, cause a bit of trouble like going into the sewer pipes and getting caught. We had fun on the trampoline until I almost got paralyzed doing a front flip, so we went back inside. Also, I would like to mention it was a bit cold outside, as it is in the north, so naturally Noah started to get cold. We watched a movie in the basement, but Noah went to sleep in the basement guest bedroom mid-movie because, he was sick. So after CJ and I finished watching the movie, I can't remember the name for the life of me, we went upstairs, talked, gossiped, did 12-year-old stuff. After that, we had to split the bed and go to sleep. This is where the fun sleepover turned south. I fell asleep after about an hour of staring at the ceiling, probably at a crazy hour in the night, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning. I remember waking up though, feeling thirsty, so I reach over to the bedside table where I have my water bottle. Before I sit up though, I notice something out of the corner of my eye. On the far corner of the bed, Noah was kneeling on the bed and staring right at me. Mind you, he was supposed to be 3 stories down in the house sleeping. I had not heard the door open or anything like that. Hoping to not cause a scene, I just stayed down and kept my eyes as closed as possible, but open enough so I could see what Noah was doing, and it was almost pitch black in there, so there's no way he could see that my eyes were slightly open. This is when he whispers, "F you." To this day, this gives me the chills, but then I decided to drift off to sleep again. I woke up around 8 a.m., CJ was still fast asleep, but what do you know? Noah is still freaking kneeling in the same exact spot of the bed and looking right at me still. Goodbye. And just like that, after possibly 5 hours of this kid kneeling on the bed and watching me and CJ sleep, he just left the room. I was so relieved that he was gone, and I made sure not to tell anybody what had happened. This kid, he was an absolute psychopath. After this sleepover, I never talked to Noah again, but I always overheard him in class talking about how he worshipped Satan and hated God. He became more and more violent until one day he was just expelled from the school. The reason, apparently, was because he, in a fit of anger, said he would shoot up the school. I never saw or heard of Noah ever again except a rumor that he'd either gone to a school for troubled kids or was homeschooled. So, Noah, who watched me and my friend sleep for 5 hours, let's never meet again. So to give a little backstory, this happened when I was 7 or 8. It was the mid-2000s, and I was in Poland spending the summer with my grandparents, as I usually did every year. It wasn't until a year or so ago that I finally realized how scary and dangerous this encounter really was. I was at a store that happened to be on the corner of one of the main streets in the town, and I was waiting outside for my grandma to finish up her food shopping for the week. A few minutes passed, and a bald man in a red car drives up to the curb and rolls down his window. He asks me what I'm doing and how old I am. Me, knowing the rules about stranger danger and whatnot, I stay silent. Instead of taking a hint that I'm not interested in having a conversation with him, he keeps pestering me about where I'm from and what I'm doing alone next to the store. The next thing he said gives me the shivers every time I think about it. He said, "I can drive you anywhere you like. I have kittens in the car." But it didn't end there. He kept pressuring me to get into his car, and I finally said no, I'm waiting for my grandma to get out of the store. Right as I said that, she thankfully came out of the store with groceries in her hands and ran up to the car to ask what was going on. The man started turning red and stuttering, saying he was just concerned about me and was worried why I was outside a store by myself. When the man said this, my grandma turned white as a ghost and tugged me closer to her. Then she muttered some profanities to the man and pulled me away while quickly walking away from the car. Now that I think about it these days, it's really disturbing to know that if I had said yes to get into his car, something much more sinister would have happened. So to the bald guy in the car who wanted to kidnap me for who knows what, let's not meet again. I'm an 18-year-old kid in culinary school. This happened back in 2009. Our program has an underground parking lot attached to a lounge of our own, located behind the cafeteria. Couples like going there because it's always empty and partially dark. I hated it, because it had a back door leading to the parking lot that was barely lit up. Barely anyone parked there, and so I found it creepy. Plus, being a horror fan, I knew that that was the perfect opportunity for things to go wrong. Long story short, I come out of class one day and this kid I don't know starts walking up to me, almost confrontational-like. I have my knife set with me, and I pull out a handle, readying to defend myself. He stops, and he hands me a paper. It reads, "Meet me in the lounge." I look at him in confusion and ask who sent him the note. Was it my boyfriend, or someone in the culinary program, or maybe a friend from high school? He shakes his head and says he doesn't know, but that I should go. I question him on what this person looks like, and he refuses to give me any information. I chuckle nervously, put the note in my pocket, and walk past the kid to head to class. He starts following me, asking me if I'm gonna go. I try ignoring him, heading towards the library to get into a public place. He follows. He tries telling me that I should go, that it's my destiny or some crap along those lines. I stare at him and pick up the pace, trying to head downstairs to the cafeteria in hopes of finding a classmate and losing the kid. He runs at the same pace, telling me he doesn't understand why I'm not going. I tell him because I don't want to, now go away, and head into the cafeteria. By now, he's really creeping me out. I grab for my phone to call the police, but instead see a classmate and run towards him. The kid follows me, pointing towards where the lounge is and telling me that I'm going the wrong way. I instantly panic and tell my classmate what's going on. He approaches the kid and tells him to leave me alone, that I have a boyfriend and that I'm not interested. This kid tells me that they are waiting for me in the lounge and not to take too long. His words just give me the chills. My classmate walks me to our student restaurant and asks for some others to come with us. 3 of my other colleagues come with us to the lounge. There's no one there. I get freaked out and decide that I need to go home. They walk me through the campus to the parking lot, where I call my parents to get a ride. One of the others stays with me, while the classmate who defended me goes to report the behavior to our teachers, who use the lounge as a secondary office sometimes. He then comes back to tell me that they're going to investigate and keep an eye out for suspicious activity, or for that kid. A few days later, I learned that a girl had been assaulted in that area, having parked there during finals and gone in through the lounge. The school newspaper had reported it, but there were no details as to who did it to her, and if they were caught. I literally felt my stomach drop, hoping that the girl was okay, and hoping that those people got caught. I reported my incident to the newspaper team, but they claimed she never dealt with anything like a note, and they never found the suspects. My mom is glad that I listened to my gut and didn't go. To this day, I still get chills thinking about it. The girl recovered. She got jumped but had no money, so they just left her, I guess, and escaped with only a few minor injuries. They never caught the attackers, and I never saw that strange kid again. All I can think of is, why me? If they were going for money, I was so poor that I literally lived off sesame crackers donated by my classmates because I had no money. I'm just glad that the girl is okay and that I listened to my gut. Who knows what would have happened if I had gone? This happened to me last night. For reference, I live in a college town. I, 21 female, was walking down the sidewalk to enter my friend's apartment building around 9 p.m., so it was dark out already. I had to park down the street a ways due to all the spots being filled up. As I approach her building, an older man, late 40s I guess, wearing a wife beater and dirty jeans steps in front of me, facing me and gets very close to me while saying, "Hey, baby." I'm no stranger to the occasional harassment, so I quickly sidestep him and go on my way. To me, it seemed obvious he didn't live in the complex since it's mostly occupied by 20-something-year-old undergrads. Now, in order to get to my friend's apartment, I have to take a smaller path to get to the back of the building. I was walking on that and I didn't hear him behind me anymore, but as I enter the more unlit part, I looked behind me just to check. He was right behind me. Not at a normal following distance, no, he was so close to me that I could reach out and touch him. And he was walking fairly silently, as I hadn't been able to hear him even though we were the only ones walking around. Now, I'm terrified at this point. I see some people in front of me on the stairs, so I start running toward them and into the more lit area. I was yelling, "I don't know you, please, get away from me." I began to pull out my pepper spray while still running toward the onlookers who were still on the stairs. He got flustered and ran away, and I was able to contact my friend and get inside. Even though he had left, the people who had witnessed this all happen ended up not even saying a word to me and going back inside. I'm not really sure what else they could have done at that point, but being alone while waiting for my friend to let me in made me feel incredibly unsafe. I held on to my pepper spray until I was completely inside the locked building. The OP did make an edit. Thank you for all the support, you guys. It's both comforting and horrible to know that many of you have had similar experiences. I recently purchased a taser to add to my personal protection. Friendly reminder to always be aware of your surroundings and have a plan ready for if stuff goes south. There are some pretty unsavory characters out there. This just happened yesterday, and I'm still trying to make sense of what the hell happened. One of my best friend's weddings is next week, and I ordered a dress online. The bride asked me to wear a peach-colored dress because she wanted me in some of the wedding photos and wanted everyone else to match. The dress came, and I asked my boyfriend to take a photo of me so I could send it to the bride to make sure it was the right color. We go out on our balcony for the photo so the natural light could show the color best, and he tells me that the dress is kind of sheer. You could almost see the color of my underwear. Great. I head out to shop for either a slip or to find a new dress. So there I am in the underwear section looking for a slip that will work with my dress, and I notice an older man looking at some lingerie. Think like a 60-year-old Al Pacino looking man, but taller. Not that weird. Maybe he was buying something for his wife or girlfriend. Maybe he wanted to wear it for himself. Doesn't matter to me, so I just go on with my browsing. He kept looking over at me and we met eyes, so I gave him the standard closed-mouth smile that everyone does. Apparently, to him, that was an invitation to come talk to me. He introduced himself and asked me what I'm shopping for. Odd, but I tell him I'm looking for a slip for my dress. Then he asks me, how much do you weigh? I thought possibly he was shopping for a woman and maybe she was my size. Best case scenario that I could come up with. I replied that you should never ask a lady how much she weighs in a joking sounding voice. I'm creeped out, so I say nice meeting you and tried to go on my way. Then he loudly says again, I asked you how much you weigh. Being shouted at by a stranger stunned me, so I stared at him for a second and then told him that I had to go. He then told me, No, you stay right there. I'll be right back. Naturally, I took off to a completely different part of the store, hoping that I wouldn't see this weirdo again. I should have just left, really, but not the case. He found me, holding an extremely skimpy piece of red lingerie. I started to walk away, and he grabbed my arm and holds the lingerie up to me and tells me that I would look beautiful in it. I straight up yelled at him to back up. That attracted a lot of attention from other shoppers, and an employee came over to see what was wrong. I just said everything was fine, and then I proceeded to leave the store. I just wanted to go home at this point. I stopped at the smoothie shop across the street, since I told my boyfriend I would bring smoothies back home, and when I came out of the shop, guess who was leaning against my truck? Al Pacino-looking mother effer. He was holding a gift bag. "This is for you," he says. I told him to get off of my truck or I would call the cops. He then tells me that buying a gift for someone isn't a reason to call the police, but I told him harassment is. He calls me a bunch of names and tells me that women like me are the reason nice guys are always rejected, and that he hopes I have a gun at home so I can hurt myself. He opens up my backseat door, throws the bag in, and leaves. I took a photo of the car he drove off in and called the non-emergency police line. Unfortunately, they didn't have much to go on. I was just worried that it would turn into a stalker situation. Maybe I'm just paranoid. But what was in that bag, you may be asking? Well, the red lingerie and a graphic note about what he would be thinking about me in it. Ugh, just gross. Last Sunday, I was at my boyfriend's apartment for the weekend. My boyfriend left to go to work at around 8 a.m., but not before touching my butt and giving me a kiss on the head. This obviously woke me up, but by the time I could open my eyes, he was already out the door. He forgot to lock the apartment door on his way out, to which I had not realized. I got up, put my contacts in, brushed my teeth, and put my workout clothes on, starting my day off right with some squats and crunches. Then I make some coffee and toast, hop on the computer to look up hotels and restaurants that the boyfriend and I could go on to in our little in-state vacation. The entry door leads directly to the open kitchen and living room area, which is where the PC is. I hear the door handle turning and I get excited, thinking my boyfriend's coming home for an early lunch at 10 a.m. The door quickly opens and an older man in his 60s or 70s steps in. My first thought is maybe he's the electrician that the landlord said would be stopping by, but how odd that he didn't even knock or, oh, he's not wearing pants. Luckily, he was wearing underwear. This guy speed-walked into the apartment with such a glossed-over look. I was mostly polite in the beginning, saying, "Sir, who are you? What are you doing here? This isn't your apartment." I progressively began shouting and cussing him out, but nothing was fazing him. He went straight to the dining table and over to a large cardboard box the boyfriend had full of board games. He sat on them. He sat on the games. He looked like he was going to go to the bathroom on them, but then he tried laying down on the games. I got up and ran to the bathroom, scared for my safety, as I'm only 5'2" and not as strong as I like to think I am. This guy was about 6 foot and on God knows how many drugs. I dialed 911 and informed the operator everything that happened as I'm shaking. She asked if I would be able to safely leave the bathroom to let the police in. I said, "Oh no need, it's unlocked," as that's how the guy got in. And she gave a little laugh. I laughed too. I heard the cops at the door, but they were talking to each other. I opened the bathroom door and peeked into the living room. There was no guy. I was nervous about checking the bedroom because I would have to go around a corner and wouldn't be able to see very well. Suddenly, I hear a, "Sir, where are your pants?" from the hallway. I'm standing right at the door to listen and texting my boyfriend everything that's just happened. They had the guy in cuffs, and the druggie kept shouting that they were hurting his hands. The officer asked him where he lives and what he's doing here. The guy said where he lived, which was 7 streets away, and he's trying to go to bed. Yeah, not here, druggie. Boyfriend came home shortly after and comforted me. We went downstairs to see if the police needed my statement before they took off with the guy. And they said, nah, we already got it from 3 other people. We found out that he went into every unlocked apartment that he could. An officer walked by with a gallon Ziploc bag full of pill bottles. We found his pants and shoes in the hallway. So, in the end, all I can say is, lock your doors, folks. This happened to me and my girlfriend on October of 2017. The leaves were changing color and the weather was starting to get colder by the day. It was raining pretty hard, and we were driving in the dark on our way back to a haunted attraction to celebrate the upcoming holiday. In all honesty, we just wanted an excuse to get scared and leave the house. While I was driving, I glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed an old red Chevy pickup truck was behind us, following incredibly close. When I got to a multi-lane road, I expected him to pass me as I assumed he wanted to go faster than the current speed limit. Well, I was wrong. He stayed behind me. It was a little unnerving, but I brushed it off. We got to the wooded road that led to the haunt, and I noticed that he was still behind us. Again, I brushed it off and figured that he must have just been going to the haunted house as well. It's a very popular haunted house in my area. We pull in and we can see the attraction. We saw a huge barn-looking building and a glowing violet and blue sign that read, "My Morbid Mind." We had been there every year since it opened, and every year was better than the last. The security guard tells us where to park. Once in our spot, me and my girlfriend put on our coats and head to the entrance in the pouring fall rain. We bought our tickets, and we were shocked to see that this year, because of the new It movie coming out, the theme was 3D clowns. Now, my girlfriend hates clowns. She's been terrified of them as long as I can remember. She's been terrified of them as long as she can remember. We're standing in line, and she pulls out her phone to take a picture of us to post to our friends and family on Facebook. Right as she does, this clown comes up behind us and photobombs our picture. She was so startled that when she noticed he was there, she impulsively slapped him. He stood there for a good 15 seconds just staring at her, looking into her eyes. Creepily, he just tilts his head and walks away. Throughout the haunted house, my girlfriend felt uneasy. Of course she was afraid, but she had an unsettling feeling. She kept telling me how she felt bad, and thought she should apologize to him. We got to the end of the haunt, and my girlfriend got chased by clowns with chainsaws until she got to the parking lot. Now, the parking lot was bordered by fence posts, so people couldn't disturb the grass that surrounded the gravel area that was the parking lot. I caught up to her, and I could feel her heart drop from her chest when she saw the clown from before sitting on the fence post staring at her alongside another clown. They said nothing, they just stared at us. I looked in their direction and asked, "Can I help you?" And they said nothing. I said, "Hey, can you knock it off now? You're really scaring my girlfriend." He looked in my direction and laughed. A maniacal laugh, almost like the laugh you would hear from the Joker. We walked past, and they got up and all started moving towards us, following us so much so that we could hear their footsteps behind us. We speed walked our way to the car, and we saw that the mysterious Chevy truck parked across from our vehicle. The Chevy truck was parked in a way that whoever was inside could see where we went. My girlfriend had had enough, and we got in the car to leave. Just as we left, I looked in the rearview mirror. They were standing there in the middle of the trail that leads to the main road, the two of them, just staring behind us. It was almost like they wanted us to know that they were watching us. To my horror, I realized he had a big butcher knife in his hand, and it didn't look like a prop at all. If it was, then I would be genuinely surprised. Its metal exterior glistened when another car's headlights hit the blade and the clown submerged into the corn. 3 years later, we are still getting strange phone calls from an unidentified number. Sometimes it's laughter like we heard that night, and sometimes it's a man's raspy voice saying, "I see you." I will say this, though, I have never seen that red pickup truck again. Okay, so this was 4 years ago. At the time, I was 26, also petite and female. I worked in a small tourist town that is motor vehicle free as a licensed massage therapist. I had a client, a barrel-chested white man in his mid-40s who seemed nice, but just seemed to emanate sleazeball. Massage started okay, started with him on his back so that the last half of the massage ended with me working on his back. Pretty typical flow. We chatted a bit, and he said that he was here without his wife, just with a business associate, which does happen a lot. And he was wearing a ring. When he was on his stomach, I noticed him shifting his body a lot. Ever the person to give benefit of doubt, I figured maybe he couldn't get comfortable, so I offered more pillows and bolsters, etc., but he declined. Then stayed still for maybe 2 minutes, and started up again. It didn't take me long to realize he was grinding himself on my freaking massage table. Just, nope. I should have just ended the session right then, but I never had anything happen like this before. Even creepier, he had this smug little smile on his face and would make a really tiny quiet sigh or moan. Like, no, not proper massage etiquette, so just please stop. He started to get more obvious, and I was grateful that Jack, our stylist, was still in the other room. Finally, I had gotten fed up, but this guy was big and muscly and intimidating, and I was a tiny girl. So I switch and start working the underside of his forearms, a fairly tender muscle, and worked medium pressure on it, and every time he would start to grind, I would put everything I had into the pressure of that tender little muscle and do a mild facial release, which can be quite painful, which was also my point by then as he was getting bolder. He would stop, and I would go back to medium pressure. He would start again, and I would go back to peeling his muscle off of his damn bone. Also a good position for me to pin him with an Aikido right pin, and he wouldn't be able to do anything to me if he tried. By the third time, he caught on to what I was doing, and he stopped. I ended the session and left the room and informed Jack how creepy he was. Jack hung out while I checked the guy out, even though he was now off the clock. Thank you, Jack. Dude comes out to pay, tips me generously, which, ick, and the whole time is staring me down with that smug-ass smile. Finally, he left and I texted my boss, and then he was blacklisted. So I leave from there, have an hour break, and walk to the grocery store where I also work. I had a shift until 12:30 a.m., and as this is a tourist town, usually only locals are in the grocery store, with some exceptions like tourists forgetting something or wanting a snack for their hotel room. So, we're busy, and I'm checking people out when suddenly I feel a hand on my shoulder. I jumped and turned, and this creeper is in my checkout cubicle area, employees only, practically breathing down my neck. And I just deadpan glare at him. Before I could ask what the hell he wanted, he stuffs a $10 bill into my hand and whispers, "I forgot to tip you earlier. See you later." Then, grinning smugly and keeping my eye contact, swaggers backward away from me and leaves the store. What the hell? He full knew that he had already tipped me. Now I had a $20 tip total, and I knew he was just trying to get back at me or intimidate me for holding my ground back there at the massage salon. Furthermore, the way the windows are at the grocery, he wouldn't have been able to see me, which means he was either looking for me or he followed me. He hadn't purchased anything. The only other cashier was facing me so I could see the people in her line, which means that he came in and made a beeline directly towards me. He didn't browse because to do that, he couldn't have come up from behind me. Also, what was with that see you later bit? I felt gross. I would have refused the extra tip if I'd had my wits about me, but I had a full line of customers. He'd interrupted me and completely caught me off guard. I texted my boyfriend and he came at midnight to walk me home because we don't have cars where I work. I saw the creeper one more time when I left. He was in a bar. He made eye contact with me and smiled. I was terrified to walk anywhere for the rest of the week that I knew he was there, and didn't feel safe at either of my workplaces. So, creepy dude, don't come back. Or if you do, be sure to bring your wife. I'll have a great deal to tell her. Back when I was single and used some online dating pages, I had a few dates that were probably in the category of awful and painful, but only one that was really creepy. There was one time that I had matched with a girl named Cindy, and we talked for a bit, and we hit it off, the basic start to a good thing when it comes to dating. After chatting it up, we decided that we would meet for dinner the next night. We meet up, and she's exactly as she was in the pictures, and she was incredibly friendly. We had a quick conversation outside the restaurant and went in to get our food. The dinner started out as perfect as it could have. About 20 minutes in, after we had gotten our drinks and put in our food order, I noticed that there was a woman sitting at a table a few spots down that was glaring at me. At first, I thought maybe she was staring at something behind me, but I was at the wall, and there was nothing to stare at. I mentioned it to Cindy. I said, "Hey, there's a woman that's sitting behind you that is staring daggers at me right now." She put her hands over her face and said, "Oh God, blonde, long hair, glasses." While this was a vague description, it was exact. This woman was blonde, had long hair, and thick glasses on her face. I told her she was right and asked if she had knew her. Come to find out, this woman that was murdering me with her eyes was Cindy's ex-girlfriend. I had no problem that Cindy was for both teams. What I had a problem with was the fact that this woman was going to legit murder me at a moment's notice. I asked if I should be concerned, and she said probably not, which was not at all convincing. After a few moments, our waiter brings over our food, we thank him, and he walks away. No more than 45 seconds later, Cindy's ex stands up and walks over to our table. "Hey, Cindy. Leave me alone, please." At this point, I could tell that Cindy and this woman did not break up on good terms. Cindy's face was visibly red, and I could tell that she was having a bit of a panic attack. "Please, just go away. I don't like this one," the other woman said, before she grabbed my drink off the table and practically heaved it at me. She then said, "See you around," to Cindy, and looked over at me and said, "You should watch your back," and walked away. Like, that wasn't the most terrifying thing that she could have said to me. So there I was, soda covering my food, my shirt, and my pants, and the look on my face was probably one of complete and total shock. Thankfully, the waiter had actually seen what had happened, so he rushed over and told me that he would get the manager, and he would get the food taken care of. I wasn't really concerned about the burger. I was more so worried about Cindy and maybe a little bit for myself. By this point, Cindy was actually in tears. I asked her what was up with that woman and if she was in any actual danger. Honestly, just trying to gauge the situation and figure out if I needed to call the cops. She then proceeds to tell me that Amanda, the ex, was pretty much a stalker at this point. She had followed Cindy around on each date that she had, ruined her relationships, and even literally stabbed her last boyfriend. She said it was only in his hand and that he was completely alive and fine, but that he had broken up with her right after that. She said that every time she thought Amanda would be gone for good, she would appear the minute Cindy tried to move on. The worst part? This had been going on for 2 full years at this point. She said that she had filed a restraining order, contacted the police, and nothing was being done about it. She said that for some reason the authorities were taking it lightly and they weren't really doing much to keep Amanda away. She told me that the stabbing incident had happened over 3 months ago, and that she had waited this long to see if maybe it would work to get rid of Amanda. Well, it didn't. Amanda was very much there and very angry. At the end of our date, after we had finished our dinner and talked a bit more about Amanda, Cindy told me that it was best that we didn't see each other again. She apologized and said that if Amanda ever disappeared entirely, she would give me a call and maybe we could try again. I agreed, and we went our separate ways. On the way home, I called my brother to tell him what had happened, and honestly, he laughed at me. He then told me that I was being played, and that Cindy was just trying to get free food, and that Amanda was her wing woman. I started to believe him, and was actually a bit upset that I had fallen for it and that they were such good actors. That is, until the next morning. I got up, I got my coffee, and then I went to take my dog for a walk, when I saw the end result of Amanda's anger. My windshield was smashed, and all 4 of my tires had been slashed. On top of that, the phrase, "she's mine," was spray painted on the hood. Obviously, I called the police, got the report, and made my insurance claim. Thankfully, I had good coverage. I also sent pictures to my brother and asked if he thought I was still being played. In the end, I never spoke to Cindy again, and I didn't message her to tell her about the damage to my car. I told the police about the night before, but they didn't really seem interested. Every now and then, I start to think about Cindy, and I wonder if she's out there, if she's doing okay. I really do worry that Amanda may lose her mind and attack her one day. I guess my final thought to Amanda, the absolute psychotic ex-girlfriend of Cindy, I hope that you and I never meet again. I was about to go home and it was still clear, since we're hours away from 6 p.m. I intended to go home this early, and it's not because our house is far. I just didn't want to walk home once it got dark. Besides, there's this narrow and dark path. It was narrow because it's between 2 buildings facing away from each other that I had to take to reach my house. When it gets dark, I wouldn't be able to see things. This wasn't the first time that I went to a classmate's house without a guardian with me, so I didn't really expect weird things to take place. This time, I saw a man in a black van driving towards me. I knew it was a man because I could see him clearly on the car's windshield. At first, it wasn't alarming to me because I thought he was only going to ask for directions. But he didn't. I was a bit relieved when he drove past me, until I saw him literally by my side. He's matching my walking pace so he could keep up with me. I get spooked real quick, and as an 11-year-old girl, what would you do? I quickened my pace, and I stopped by another classmate's house. I didn't tell her everything. I just went on and asked about homework, just so it wouldn't get suspicious on why I visited her without an early notice. I think I spent a few hours in her house. It was already a bit dark, and that time until her mother got home from work. I remember her asking me if that was my father outside. She said my father's probably waiting for me for hours in his black van. And my whole body literally went cold when she said that. I never wanted to tell anyone, but the feeling of terror prompted me to break down. I told her the reason why I stopped by here, and that I was trying to go home earlier that day. She called the police right away, but the man nor the van were there any longer. I didn't have a phone at that time. That was 7 years ago, and our financial status was declining, so we had to prioritize food. And I didn't have my mother's phone number with me. My classmate's mother escorted me to our house, and she told my parents everything. I never went out of the house without a guardian again, and it really took a toll on me until now. What's bugging me is that I'm unsure if he was the only one in the car or not. Had I continued my walk to my house, I wouldn't have made it. This isn't your typical creep encounter, as those we encountered weren't creepy, but the events surrounding the situation were. This happened when I was about 13 or 14. I was spending the night at my friend's house, we'll call her B, and 2 other friends. Now, first, let me explain the layout. I'm not sure how the CDC is laid out in other states, but in Georgia, it has a big field in front of the building. Along the sides of that field is a fence, and directly inside the fence is another fence that lines the inside. So there's basically like a fenced-in walking path inside that field. Well, my friend B's backyard shared a fence with the CDC. Like, if you were dumb enough to jump her fence, you would then be on the CDC's property, in said walking path. Now, the sleepover holds 0 meaning. Normal teen girl BS filled with watching hard candy, smoking until we felt like puking, and gossiping. We went to bed late and were beyond annoyed when we were woken at 8 a.m. to pounding on the front door. But that annoyance turned to fear as B's mother rushed us out the door before we could even change our pajamas. We were then driven to a park down the street, where B's mom finally told us what had happened. Apparently, the CDC was evacuating the area. They had received a suspicious package with no explanation. We spent about 2 hours wondering if we were exposed to some crazy stuff. We wondered if we were all about to get blown the hell up. I had so many scenarios going through my hypochondriac brain. Just what the hell could it be? After a couple hours, we finally found out what was in the package. It was a dead turtle. Someone left a dead turtle in a box in front of the CDC. I still wonder to this day why a dead turtle was enough to evacuate an area, but man, I gotta tell you, we were shook. I never spent the night at her house again, as it solidified all my prior fears about being so close to that place. I'd look out her window and see goats in the CDC field, and wonder if there were mosquitoes biting them and then biting me and giving me some crazy virus crap. I don't know. I know that sounds stupid, but being evacuated like that by them was all I needed to be like, screw that house. To first start off, I live in a little city in SoCal with my roommate, who happens to be my cousin. During this coronavirus pandemic, however, I've been staying with my parents who live in a very small town in Northern California. Because of my time in SoCal, I really don't like staying in NorCal, and I would rather live back at my apartment. The reason why I haven't done it is because my parents might think that I will get very lonely there since everything is closed down, and my roommate is not there as he's also with his parents. However, since I had to go back for a specific reason, my parents wanted me to take their dog, Mocha, so I wouldn't feel as lonely staying there. And I loved her, so I didn't mind one bit. Mocha is a small Pomchi dog that loves to play around with me and is usually by my side for most of the time. She also loves to go on runs with me, so I occasionally do take her on jogs. On a Wednesday night, I decided to go running with her. Whenever I go on my runs, I go at night, because that's the time that I'm most energetic, and all the times I went running at night, I'd never had any types of encounters or occurrences. I put Mocha on a leash, and off we went. About 20 minutes into our run, I was running through this creek, and where there was a park next to it, and a bunch of trees surrounding it, with houses to the other side. The trail was pretty narrow, and the street lamps were pretty dim, but still bright enough to help me see up ahead. As I'm running with music playing, my leash was tugged by Mocha. This usually happens when she wants to go to the bathroom, so I stopped to let her do her thing. But when I turned around, she was in her alert stance, looking straight behind where we had ran. I just assumed that maybe she'd heard a squirrel or any small animal, as she usually does this when she sees one. I was tugging on her leash, telling her, "Let's go, there's nothing there." She didn't oblige at first, she just kept looking behind us. It took me about 4 or 5 tugs before she finally came to me. I resumed playing my music, and we both went off running. I was almost out of the creek, and then I would meet a narrow sidewalk that went straight ahead. The trail only had to take a few short turns. Probably a minute or two later, Mocha tugged on the leash again, and went on her alert stance behind us. She did an aggressive bark and then started to growl. I stopped and was looking all around behind us. I was kind of freaked out because the trail had a couple turns and curves. This means that something was most likely following us. My first guess was a lost dog, which was unsettling because Mocha is tiny. If it was a big dog, it could easily overpower her. As I was looking around the dim area, for a split second, I see a humanoid figure about 15 yards away from me, right behind a bush next to a tree. I immediately turned my eyes to the opposite direction and was pretending that I did not see him, but boy was my heart pounding. I didn't see any figures or his face, I just saw the outline of his upper body. I didn't have any weapons on me as a self-defense. If this guy is following me, my best solution was to run off without him trying to catch me. I tried to act cool and told Mocha to let's go. The trail was going to end, I just had to make a turn and it would be a straight sidewalk that was about 300 to 400 yards. There are fences on both sides of the sidewalk, so the only solution was to keep running forward. I went back to jogging, and right as I turned the corner, and made sure that I was out of view from the person. Then, I went on to a full-on sprint as quietly as I could. The sidewalk was ahead of me, so I made sure to just keep on running. I kept looking behind me to see if I was really being followed. About 70 yards away, I saw a person come into view from the turn, and then he went and sprinted as fast as he could towards me. As if I wasn't sprinting, I then sprinted as fast as I could. I've never sprinted that fast in my entire life. Looking back at it, I'm amazed at how fast I was running. Mocha was keeping up with me about 100 yards ahead of me, sprinting, and I looked back. This guy was still running behind me. He had a dark hoodie on, sweatpants, and appeared to be 6 foot tall. He was still in the same distance that I noticed him, which means that he was pretty fast as well. The sidewalk was going to end at about 100 yards, and then it would lead into a neighborhood. I thought, I could lose him there. I was slowly getting out of breath, and my adrenaline was beginning to die down. I kept sprinting, hoping that I wouldn't get too tired too quickly. 100 yards of me sprinting, I finally made it into the neighborhood, out of breath. This neighborhood was pretty broad, so if I were to keep running, the person would have spotted me right away, and at the pace he was running, it didn't seem like a good idea. My best solution was to hide. I went straight to a random house and jumped over to their backyard, where I would be well hidden behind the fence. I basically threw Mocha over and then myself. We were both panting, but I tried to keep quiet as I heard footsteps coming by. The guy had finished the trail and was now in the neighborhood. He stopped running, and I heard him panting. I was hearing him mutter as he was out of breath. He just kept saying, what the fuck? I was holding Mocha, scratching her so she wouldn't bark or growl. About 5 minutes later, I heard footsteps walking away and then slowly fading. I waited about 10 minutes in complete silence to be sure he wasn't close by. I peeked my head around the fence, and I was all alone now. I got Mocha and went to the opposite direction from where I heard the guy go. Even though I was tired, I tried to jog just so I could get home sooner. I kept looking around me. I was very paranoid that the guy would be here around somewhere. I made it back home with no problem, and I gotta thank Mocha for pretty much telling me that someone was behind me and stalking us. I don't know how long he was following us or what he was planning on doing. I just hope he didn't get a clear glimpse of my face because I don't want to run up to him ever again. The OP added a comment, edit. I live in Irvine, California, and I am a guy. If you know the area, then you can tell it's mostly peaceful and quiet. Almost nothing happened since I moved here about a year ago. However, around there have been many crime reports in Newport Beach and Oceanside since last summer. Occasionally, it's been robbery and break-ins. Men are known to become targets for these crimes. Last October, a man was leaving a bar at Newport alone at night, and while he was walking, he got robbed by someone and stabbed in the stomach. Luckily, he survived with no permanent injuries. The guy that got stabbed was 6'1" and lean built. I'm 5'7" and pretty lean. But due to these cases, fighting the guy or trying to talk tough would have been a dumb thing to do. During these situations, there's no time to think. Whatever goes on in your mind or gut, that's always the first thing you do. So I'm a stay-at-home mom. I try really hard to keep me and my son entertained by going out and about regularly. Unfortunately, not recently due to the current events. At the time, though, my son was 18 months old and woke up relatively early every morning, so it wasn't strange for me to be awake before 7 a.m. at the time. That day, I had planned to take my son to the museum because they had an interactive exhibit perfect for kids his age, and I knew he would love it. When he woke up, we ate breakfast, played, and laughed together. But when you're stuck inside a house every day with a toddler, there are just too many hours in the day, and I was ready to start mine. So I pack all of his stuff into the car, and we make our way there. Well, once we arrived, it was closed. Me, being the early bird that I was forced to be, didn't realize the museum didn't open for another hour and a half. We were already out, and I refused to be cooped up inside for another minute, so I decided to head to the playground to kill some time. The park is set up around a giant pond and has a small trail that wraps around it, and the playground is located on the opposite side of it. At this time, it's probably around 8 a.m., so we were the only people there. I pull up to a spot as close to the playground as possible, because lugging a kid around is hard work, and we make our way there. Since it was early, everything was soaked with dew, and I really didn't want my son getting wet, so we decided to head toward the pond to look at the ducks. As we head that way, I noticed a white pickup truck that had a truck cap with blacked out windows parked by the side of the pond. Being the mama bear that I am, and the only ones at the park, I started staring at the truck so he knew that I was aware he was parked there. After a few seconds of me staring, he started to drive and quickly stopped in the middle of the road, a few yards from where he was parked. I thought it was strange, but I wasn't completely concerned at that moment, but I still kept my eye on the truck. There was a parking lot a bit further down from the pond, but still had a visible view of it that he made his way to. By now, I was a bit creeped out, so I decided to cut the park visit short. My son was having a good time, and I felt like I could have been a bit paranoid, so I decided to take my time walking back to the car while keeping an eye on the truck on the opposite end. As we started our walk back, the truck drove off out of sight, so I let my guard down a bit, and after 1,000 toddler steps, we finally made it back to the car. As I'm putting my son in his car seat, I hear another car coming, so I look up, and lo and behold, it's the truck coming straight for my car. I didn't even finish buckling him in when I slammed the door shut and jumped into the front seat, which was thankfully open. I quickly drove off, and when I looked in the rearview mirror, the truck was stopped dead in his tracks in the middle of the road. After driving far enough for me to be sure that he wasn't behind me, I parked and fixed my son's seatbelt. I waited a second to calm my nerves and drove back to make sure the creep wasn't lingering waiting for another person. Thankfully, he was gone. It does give me chills when I think about what could have happened if I wasn't aware of my surroundings, and how easily he could have grabbed me while I was focusing on putting my son in his car seat. What I do know is that I don't stop at playgrounds when no one else is around anymore. I just want to start off by saying that this story may be a bit fuzzy because it happened a few years ago. If I'm going to guess, it happened when I was 12 or 13. So on this particular day, my brother, mom, and I had a dentist appointment. My mother and brother were scheduled before my appointment, so that meant I had to wait out in the waiting room alone. So I was waiting. I was on my phone playing games and browsing the internet. I don't know how long after I was waiting. Sorry, it's been a while, and I have forgotten some of the details. If I had discovered Reddit back then, I definitely would have posted this. Anyway, after a little bit of waiting, an older man who was probably in his 50s or 60s comes in. He looked like a stereotypical pedophile, and that freaked me out, I'm not going to lie, but I tried not to be judgmental. He then asked me questions. I can't remember many of the questions he asked. Again, sorry, but one question that struck me as odd was, "Where do you go to school?" Now, at the time, this might sound stupid, but I told him out of fear he would get angry and possibly hurt me. So fast forward a few minutes later, at least what I think to be, and he tells me I looked puzzled. I was just scared and on edge because this guy who fits my description of a pedo is asking me where I go to school. Now, I know this guy could just be bored in the waiting room and just wanted to make small talk, but why to me, a 12 or 13-year-old at the time? I didn't tell my mom or brother because I was afraid I would scare them. So, yeah, that's my story. Definitely not the scariest one on this sub, but I wanted to share it because whenever anyone asks me of a scary experience that happened, I always think of this. I'm a French-Canadian girl that recently found out about this subreddit, and I realized I had a story to share. This night took place a few years ago, while my father and I were living in a small rural town in Alberta. I was fairly new in this town, and didn't know anybody but my dad and his coworkers. I'd found a job as a key holder in a liquor store that closed every night at 2 a.m. My store was located in between a pharmacy and a grocery store, a place well lit where I felt safe most nights, not knowing that this town was actually known for its drug problem and random creeps. This particular night, my coworker and I had been working late. We needed to finish unloading pallets of liquor since we had another shipment coming in the next morning. At the end of the night, around 3:30 a.m., I told my coworker that she could leave and that I was going to take care of closing down the store, which basically meant counting the till and cleaning up, as she was exhausted and I had the key of the store anyways. After she left, I quickly finished my tasks, took all my stuff, and called my father. At the time, I didn't have a car and my dad would come pick me up every night and bring me back home, which was maybe a 5 to 10 minutes drive to my workplace. I have an amazing father. In return, I always made sure to be ready and wait outside of the store for his arrival. I didn't want him to have to wait for me because I knew he didn't have much time left to sleep, since he had to work in the morning. I got ready to get out of the store, set out the security system, and lock the door behind me. Now, you have to understand that I wasn't supposed to finish this late at night, and that once the alarm system was on, I could not go back inside, because the regional manager would receive a security call if I opened the door, and the alarm would automatically start to ring, and I did not have the code to shut it off, since I had never worked a morning shift. The store policy mentioned that if you forgot something inside, you would have to wait until the next day to get it back. As I was waiting for my dad, standing in front of the store, I heard some noises coming from my left. It sounded like someone was breathing loudly. The pharmacy that was right next to my store had these big red columns in front of the entrance, and I thought the noise was coming from around these columns. I looked to my left, but I didn't see anything, so I brushed it off, thinking that it was probably the wind or just my very tired self imagining things. It was almost 4 a.m. after all, and I had worked really hard that evening. After a few minutes, I heard the noise again. I started getting nervous. It was definitively coming from my left, and this time, I knew it wasn't in my head. At that moment, I noticed a movement and realized I was not alone. A few meters away, on my left, someone was crouched down behind one of the columns. I couldn't see his face, only his hands holding one side of the column, while he was slowly moving his head to look in my direction. I was terrified, completely paralyzed with fear. I knew my father couldn't be very far away from the store at this point, so I grabbed my phone to call him. My dad answered, and I told him to hurry up and explained that someone was hiding next to me and that I was petrified. My dad said that he was going as fast as he could and told me to grab my keys and to get inside the store. I was trying to find them inside my bag, but I was panicking too much. My hands were shaking and I just couldn't find the keys for the life of me. I felt completely horrified when I realized that the man had stood up, still hiding behind one of the columns, only a few meters away from me. My voice filled with fear, I asked my dad where he was. He shouted that he was almost there. I started to slowly move towards the grocery store that was to my right, never turning my back to him. The very tall and imposing man looked at me again, but this time, he got out of his hiding spot and started to walk in my direction with the biggest smile on his face. I can still recall thinking that was it, and I was going to die. I was trying to decide if I should start running for my life, or if I was better to face and fight him if need be. But suddenly, I heard a big noise coming from my right. I turned around and saw my dad driving as fast as he possibly could into the parking lot and turning his high-beam headlights on, I believe to startle the man. My feet finally decided to move, and I ran as fast as I could and jumped inside of my dad's pickup. Tears coming out of my eyes, I watched this man looking straight up at us and slowly waving at my father for what felt like an eternity, but really, it was just a few seconds. The creepy man started walking toward us, and as he got closer, my father finally got a good look at the man and said, "Oh my God, girl, I guess you haven't met Peter yet?" I didn't understand. My dad started laughing, tears coming out of his eyes while I looked at him, still in complete shock. To me, there was absolutely nothing funny at that moment. A few seconds before, I thought my dad wouldn't get there fast enough and I was going to be murdered right there, in front of my workplace. My father waved back at him, and we drove off slowly. On our way home, he explained that Peter was a very nice man with a cognitive disability. He said that Peter lived in town and that every morning he would sit inside the Tim Hortons that was located in the same parking lot as my store and would ask people if they wanted to get a hug. He apparently did that every day, and everybody in our small town knew him. My dad told me I should give him a big hug the next time I would get coffee at Timmy's, since I probably scared the poor man to death. Either way, Peter the Hugger, I'm so sorry, but let's not meet again. Well, not while I'm alone outside at 4 in the morning, anyways. This happened a few years ago. I, 20 female, had just gotten into the Tinder scene and was pretty new to the whole thing. One of my first matches I had was with a guy named Zach. Now, that's not his actual name. But Zach seemed super cool, and we messaged back and forth on the platform about video games, anime, and generic other things in our lives for about a week. Finally, Zach asked if we could meet up. I figured enough time had gone by and he hadn't given out any red flags, so I said yes. We set a date for the next day, and that was where I made my first big mistake. I gave him my home address to come pick me up. Looking back on this now, I realize how stupid I was to do that, and things could have gone a lot worse than they did. The next day comes, and I spend much of my morning nervously getting ready for my first real Tinder date. Thankfully, my roommate, Sarah, also not real name, was home with me and experienced the whole ordeal. About 30 minutes before Zach was supposed to pick me up, Sarah and I watched 2 cars pull up in front of our 4-unit apartment building. 3 of these redneck-looking, creepy countrymen get out. They looked to be around 40, so Sarah and I paid them no mind. The next thing we know, we hear loud banging on the main doors. Our building is locked unless you're a tenant, so they clearly did not belong. Me, being as naive as I was, thought they were there for one of the other building residents and stupidly opened the door to ask them who they were looking for. The guy in the middle said, "We're here for OP." At that moment, I went from friendly to confused to scared. I didn't like the way they were looking at me. I told him that I was OP, which, third mistake. He gave me the creepiest once over and said, "Oh yeah, you look like your picture." This sent chills down my spine, and I demanded to know who they were and what they wanted. The guy in the middle said they were friends of Zach and they were there to pick me up for our date. I asked him where Zach was. He just snickered and said, "He's in the car," and pointed to the second car, which was strategically parked behind a tree, so I couldn't see if Zach was actually in there or not. Now, luckily, I'm not that stupid. I told them that if Zach wanted me to go out to the car, then he could come get me himself. Then, the guy on the right steps up and asks if I would like to get with him. I went to shut the door, but he shoved his boot into the frame before I could close it. The man on the right said, "Well, if you won't sleep with me, then sleep with my buddies at least." At that moment, Sarah comes out of the lobby and yanks me into our apartment and locks the door. They banged on the door for a few minutes and Sarah called the cops. They left shortly after, and we watched from the living room window as they got back into the cars and drove away. And there was nobody else in the car. What's even worse is a couple hours later, I got a message from Zach saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry about my friends. They took my phone and they thought they would play a prank on me. Don't worry, you'll see I'm a great guy when we actually meet." Yeah, I blocked him instantly and deleted Tinder. The cops couldn't do anything because I never got their names or license plates, so I never did find out what happened to those guys. This happened back in 2009, when I was around 13. I was visiting my mom in Utah for the summer and staying in her apartment complex. My mom wasn't the most stable parent, and she would often ship me off to her friend's place in a nearby unit when she was having an episode. It was around 10 p.m. on a typical hot summer night, and my mom shooed me off to Jane's so she could organize or clean the apartment. The apartment complex was a cul-de-sac surrounded by around 8 buildings. Jane's apartment was catty-corner to ours, so it's less than 200 feet away. I wasn't in any rush or worried as I did this all the time. As I got to the end of our yard, I noticed a man, probably early 30s, stumbling down the sidewalk opposite of mine toward the main street. I was a little surprised as I hadn't noticed him prior, but assumed he was drunk and leaving someone's apartment. I just brushed it off and kept going. I walked until I noticed Jane up on her second floor balcony. Her balcony was on the left side of the building, shaded by a tree, and her front door was on the other side. Once she could see me, I stopped and called up to her, and we were chatting about Mom for a minute or so, and that she was happy that I was staying over. Suddenly, I hear a scuffle of shoes on concrete. I turn around, and the man that had previously been stumbling down the sidewalk was sprinting full speed at me from around 150 feet away. I immediately froze, completely in shock as I didn't understand what was going on. As he bounded toward me, quickly closing the gap, I turned and yelled up to Jane, who couldn't see what was happening because of the tree. It was my first reaction, and I really have no idea how that could have been helpful, because why am I not running up the stairs by this point? He was around 20 feet away, noticed Jane, and took a complete right turn mid-sprint, and ran behind the adjacent apartment buildings. I took my chance and quickly ran up the stairs as fast as I could. I can never know for sure what his intentions were, but I definitely feel that if Jane wasn't on her balcony in that moment, I would have been a goner. Okay, so very weird experience that my ex-girlfriend and I had back in 04 to 05 in rural Louisiana. That's somewhat relevant. We were hanging out at her parents' house on a summer night, watching movies. Nothing out of the ordinary. We were around 16 and 17 at the time, so when 12:30 to 1 a.m. rolled around, it was time for me to head home. I didn't have a vehicle at this point, so she usually dropped me off. Keep in mind, this is in a rural area in Louisiana, and we live on complete opposite sides of town. At this time of night, there were hardly any cars on the road, and it was rather spooky driving through the wooded areas to get to my place, which was secluded, to say the least. We're about halfway to our destination, and in mid-conversation she stops talking and asked me if I had noticed the headlights that had been on behind us for quite some time. I replied no, that I hadn't noticed, but assured her that there was nothing to worry about. We continue our conversation, but now I'm really paying attention to the headlights behind us, and I noticed they're getting closer. To get to my house, there were a lot of turns down roads that weren't main roads, and these headlights were staying with us. At this point, panic starts to set in for both of us as we try to come up with like a worst case scenario plan. I thought of just pulling into the first driveway, but then I thought, well, what if no one's home? And would they even help at this time of night? Scratch that idea. I had an old flip phone at the time, and decided the best course of action was to call my house phone and hope that my dad would answer. Between that point and us turning down my dead-end road, I probably called 8 to 10 times with no answer. The headlights were still following us at every turn. I told my girlfriend to just pull into my driveway and lay on the horn. We pull in and do just that. The other vehicle pulls in right behind us. No one is coming out of my house, so she decides to just cut across my front yard and try to get back on the road. I'm still calling. As we go to turn around, the other car cuts us off, and that's when I look at the man. Probably 50 to 60 years old, large rim glasses, and smoking a cigarette. Our eyes meet, and he gave me the weirdest, creepiest grin, and that's when I had made my mind up that I was going to have to get out and confront this man. Right as I was building up the courage to do so, my dad ran out of the front door and the man in the car sped away. Needless to say, we didn't get very much sleep that night. She stayed at my place and we reported the incident with the best description we could give, but to no avail. I live in southern Oregon, a beautiful place in the west filled with some of the most beautiful forests one will ever see. The national forest I live against, I know like the back of my hand. I know stories from long ago about places in the middle of nowhere that have strange names, and that often draws me to these places to explore and feel nostalgia. These forests also have things about them that are off. Locals talk about how people disappear all the time in these woods. Sometimes over drugs, sometimes over foul play, and other times people just go for a hunt or hike and are never seen again. Just disappear without a trace. I have spent years in the deep wilderness hiking almost every day. The incident I'm about to tell you changed how I felt about the forest. My roommate and I left our home in the outskirts of the forest for a hike to a place that's basically a swamp flat. A small area of marshy swamp in a bowl-like canyon high up in the mountains. There's one road in and one road out. As we climbed the mountain, the rain had started to pick up. It had been mostly drizzle that day, but living in the Pacific Northwest, you get used to that, and it doesn't stop you from adventure. We finally get to the flats, and it's time to explore. We walk the trail into the flats, and as we admire the old growth trees surrounding the marsh, the wind starts to pick up. There was a nasty storm coming in. The trees started to rock back and forth and make a horrible snapping sound. And there isn't many safe places in the forest like this to take shelter from falling trees or branches, so we decided it was time to hike out. We hiked back to the car, and were relieved to get in it and out of the storm. The car was parked in a small turnout on the side of the road. We sat there for a few moments in the car, taking off our jackets and turning the heat on and such. And that's when this truck pulled up. In the middle of a bad storm, in the complete middle of nowhere, a really old beat-up pickup truck drives up and parks in front of our car. Not completely blocking the car, but coming damn near close. A burly man steps out of the driver's seat and turns to look at us. I have to say, this is the only time in my entire life that I have thought to myself, something here is not right. The look on this guy's face gave me that instinctual feeling of fight or flight. As we watch him walk around his truck, I tell my roommate, just go, start the car and leave now. As he starts the car and begins to pull off, the man was reaching behind the seat of this truck and pulls out a long rifle. That's when my roommate hits the gas and flies out of there. As we pull away, the man pulls the gun out and points it in our direction and looks me right in the eyes. The feeling I got was you are going to die today and I will never forget the look on his face. We got home and told our neighbors about the incident, and then proceeded about our day. When we got into the car the next morning to drive to town, the starter failed on the car. I often think to myself, had it failed up there or had that bad storm not come in and shoot us away, things could very well have gone south that day. Okay, so brace yourself for a long story, but trust me, this stuff is wild. To give you guys some context, 1, this happened to me when I just turned 18. 2, I was extremely sheltered as a child and was very shy and passive, hence my frustratingly naive behavior. And 3, I had never had any encounter like this with an older person, so I didn't know how to respond appropriately. Now I'm older and I definitely know how to stand my ground, but I really consider this the one situation which really changed my perspective on life and people in general. So my story initially starts with me, 18 female, being a guitar player of 6 years. I started in early high school and I loved to play guitar. My guitar teacher was super chill and awesome, but he was no longer able to teach me as he was moving away. I felt like I still wanted to forward my learning, so I decided to look up other available guitar teachers nearby. I didn't have a driver's license back then and my guitar case was too heavy for me to be traveling long distances for a couple lessons a week. I find this one guitar instructor who lived surprisingly close, only 4 to 5 streets away. We contacted, and he agreed to teach me. To give you guys a bit of an idea about this guy, he was a tall, slim white guy. Even though he looked a tad on the scrappy side, you could definitely tell he was strong. He would also mention how he did lots of outdoor sports. He looked to be around his early 40s, but I'm pretty sure he was actually in his mid-30s. He had these big, pale blue eyes, sunken cheeks, and he was balding, but he had a shaved head. So yes, in retrospect, he did look rather disturbing, but I didn't want to go and judge a guy by his looks at our first encounter. On the first lesson, I went to his place with my guitar, but after seeing me play, he told me he couldn't teach me because he only taught beginners, even though I told him that I'd been playing for 6 years. So for the rest of the time, we just jammed, had a chill time together, and then I left. The next day I get a text from him saying he had an old guitar book he wasn't using, and he wanted to give it to me. Earlier that day, I had a huge fight with my sister, so I was eager to get out of the house for a breather anyway. I met him at a halfway point to receive the book from him. After doing so, I said my goodbyes, but as I was leaving, he started to follow me. I was sort of confused at this point, but he just casually held conversations, so I just chatted with him on my way home. We got to my place, I dropped off the book, we played guitar for a bit and just hung out. Suddenly, he started talking to me about a waterfall near his place. I was confused because I had never heard of this place. Why would there be a waterfall nearby? I live in an urban neighborhood. He was super shocked that I hadn't seen it and insisted that we go to see it. Oh, it's only 10 minutes away, I promise. My stupid naive ass agreed because he promised it was super close. So we headed out to this so-called waterfall, and this is where stuff went downhill. As we were walking to said waterfall, the conversation started to change. He asked what nationality I was, so I told him I was Korean. Suddenly he hugged me super hard, saying, "Oh, I love Koreans." I was bewildered at this point, but I awkwardly let it pass. He started talking about himself, how he dropped out of high school early because he had violent tendencies. He said he threw tables at his teachers and threatened other kids. I let him talk, but inside I was starting to feel extremely uncomfortable. I'm constantly checking around the street, but then find there's not a single person nearby to be seen. He continued to ask me uncomfortable things, like if I was a virgin, and how he liked to think about classical pieces in his mind while he had sex. I wish I was lying about this, but I'm not. At one point, he picked up a flower and tried to put it in my hair. I declined and I pulled away from him. He told me that he liked flowers because he can preserve their beauty even after death. Now, at this point, I'm crapping myself. My heart's pounding. I'm terrified, but I don't know how to tell him that I don't want to go to this waterfall. It's been 20 minutes at this point and no such place to be seen. I constantly asked him where the waterfall was, and he would just brush it off, saying, "Oh, we're almost there." Eventually, after 30 minutes of walking, we get to a random bush track. I'm beyond uncomfortable at this point, and my mind is racing for any excuse not to go in. I suddenly spotted a guy coming out of the bush track, and let me tell you, I could not have been more relieved to finally see another human. I sent the guy a huge pleading look, and he seemed perplexed. He glanced over at my guitar teacher, but didn't say anything and left. My heart sank. Now, let me tell you, the guy actually wasn't lying about the waterfall. It really did exist, but who even gave a crap at this point? I'm alone in a place that I'm not familiar with a guy who is saying some really scary things. I let him walk ahead whilst behind my back I began texting my older sister to call me ASAP. My phone rang, so I answered the call. My sister was on the line saying, "What the hell is going on? Are you still with that guy? Where are you?" I just faked a wobbly smile and said, Hey, what's up? What? Oh, you want me to come home right now? It's an emergency? Okay. Meanwhile, the guitar dude is watching me carefully. I told him that I needed to leave, and suddenly his facial expression changed. Why? He said in a low, intimidating way. His demeanor changed 180, no longer smiling. Why do you have to do what your sister tells you? His big pale eyes were unblinking. I kept insisting that it was an emergency, but he was not budging one bit. He started demanding that the waterfall is literally right there and we are so close. At this point, the bush track we had walked was sloped downward. I was wearing a pair of boots at the time, but was constantly slipping as we ventured down. It had eventually dawned upon me that even if I were to run, it was most likely that I would either slip or he would catch up to me very easily. Inside, I'm freaking out like crazy, because I honestly have no idea how to get back, so eventually I decide the best thing to do is just agree and get this over with. I weakly agree that we can see this goddamn waterfall, only for 5 minutes max, and then I needed to leave. He suddenly changed back to all cheery again, and he was leading me again down towards that waterfall. By now, I have thoughts that I might actually die here. If he were to harm me in any way, there would be no one to hear my cries. So when he wasn't looking, I started taking pictures of my surroundings, random parts of the bush track, some distant rocks, because my thoughts were, if I were to get murdered here, then maybe, just maybe, the police might find this phone and trace me. There are no words to truly express that feeling of, I am going to be murdered. If anything were to happen, would my family ever be able to find me? No one would ever suspect to look in a place like this. At this point, the sky was getting dark and the guitar guy insisted on making a fire near the waterfall. I just agreed. He made a small fire and we sat in silence staring at the flames for a bit. I heard a small sigh beside me, but continued to stare at the fire. After the third sigh, I glanced over at him, and he was staring at me straight with his huge, unblinking eyes, the flames making a disturbing shadow over his smiling face. He stayed like that for a solid 15 seconds, and then began to scoot over closer and asked if he could give me a massage. I told him no, but he then asked if I was cold and tried to cuddle me, so I stood up and said 5 minutes was up and I needed to leave. He seemed satisfied that we did spend some time at the waterfall, so he agreed to take me home. The whole time back, he was constantly nudging me and asking me why I was so quiet. I was beyond traumatized to answer. He forced his arm in mine and we linked arms all the way home. It suddenly started to rain and he just paused and forced me to face him. He then asked me if he could kiss me. For once, I looked him straight in the eye and said no. He seemed offended and asked why not. It It's just a kiss, it doesn't mean anything." I told him no again and he let go. We were almost at my house, finally, before he stopped and said, "Well, this is yours." For a second I was confused, but realized he mistook my house for a couple blocks down. I just nodded and said goodbye to him. I walked in the driveway into the front door and waited until he was definitely gone before I bolted all the way home. My sister answered the door furious and demanding to know what the hell happened and why I didn't answer her 50 missed calls. I didn't even have the energy to say anything. I just went upstairs to the bathroom, took a scathingly hot shower, and scrubbed my body clean 3 times. I know this story is extremely long, but trust me, this wasn't even all the creepy crap this guy said to me. He continued to send me messages and call me, but I ignored them. He began to grow angry and demanded for his book back. I eventually told one of my friends who was mortified at what happened. She said to just ignore his calls. I did have a little comfort in the fact that he thought I lived a couple houses down, but was terrified every time the doorbell rang, as I pictured one of my family members answering it to find him at the door with a knife to kill us all. My friend had insisted on going to the cops, but what was the point? I was 18, legal age, and technically he didn't do anything illegal. After I blocked his number, that was the last I had ever heard from him. It took me another 5 years to recover from the trauma, though I never recovered completely. I had no interest in sharing this encounter here, but a couple of my friends were convinced that this would interest at least one person out there, so here you go. So this happened almost exactly 3 years ago. I had just turned 15, and in Finland, where I live, turning 15 is a big thing for teens, since when you turn 15, you can get a 50cc moped license, and these kind of bikes are a huge part of youth culture here. So, a long story short, I had just gotten my license, and was in a party at my friend's house. This friend of mine came from a wealthy family, and their family owned a huge plot of land, mostly full of uninhabited forests and lakes. His house was pretty much in the middle of their land, and it was a very remote place surrounded by forests. Nearest village was over 30 kilometers, or around 20 miles away. Although I lived pretty far away, I insisted on going by myself with my brand new moped, since I was so excited of finally having one. My parents were obviously against this, but ultimately they allowed me to drive there. The party lasted the entire day, and when it was around 2 in the morning, I had to finally leave. Although their family is wealthy, the only road that connects my friend's house to the big main road is a long, badly kept and narrow paved road surrounded by forests. It's unsettling as hell, especially at nighttime. It should have been illuminated properly, but at the time, pretty much every single street lamp was either broken or tipped over by storms. I had asked them several times why they didn't take care of the road, but they simply replied they really weren't that interested in paying huge amounts of money for some company to come over and repave the entire road or replace every single streetlight. Since it was already completely dark, the only thing illuminating the road was the small, single front light in my moped. After about 10 minutes on the road, I was about 5 or so minutes away from the main road, so it was still pitch black. Nothing was out of the ordinary until I saw movement in the corner of my eye. I saw a figure running from the pitch black forest and falling down on its face in the middle of the road in front of me, with branches and leaves flying around it. I slammed the brakes and luckily avoided hitting the figure. The back brake locked up, so I ended up falling over and sliding along the road for a bit. When I finally stopped, I quickly stood up. I was okay, aside from a few scratches, and looked to where the figure was laying. Of course, I thought it was an animal, like a moose or a deer, but I quickly realized that It wasn't an animal. It was an adult human, pretty surely a man. At this point, he stood up, and we were about 3 meters from each other, just staring. I've never been more scared in my life. Even more disturbing was that this man seemed to be more scared of me than I was of him. He was around 20 to 30 years old, quite short and very thin. His face was pale, and his eyes were deep in his eye sockets. If you know what a badly malnourished person's face looks like, then you know what his face looked like. He was wearing a dirty turquoise hoodie and basketball shorts, despite it being less than 5 degrees Celsius outside. He had unkempt blonde hair full of debris and leaves, and he had no shoes on, only soaking wet socks. At this point, he was constantly shaking, jolting, and glaring in the direction he had come out of, with a worried expression on his face, like he was being chased or that he knew something bad was in the forest. I wanted to say something to him, but I was unable to say anything. After a short while, he looked straight at me and opened his mouth. It was like he was about to say something, but he quickly backpedaled. He then closed his mouth and suddenly bolted to the forest, without a flashlight or any other source of light, and he quickly disappeared. I stood there for a while, alone, before running back to my moped. I lifted it up and drove as fast as I could to the main road. My moped had quite a few big dents, a broken front mask, and a damaged exhaust, but it was still drivable. I drove home, and I woke up my parents to explain everything while I was still shivering from shock. Obviously, they were furious that I had crashed my moped, and they didn't believe what happened. They thought I was just being a jackass and doing stunts until I fell over. I didn't get grounded, but they didn't let me drive at night anymore. That was alright to me, since I didn't want to do that anyways. For the entirety of the following week, I asked anyone who was in the party or was living nearby if they had seen anything unusual. I also followed the news to find out if there was something bad that had happened nearby on that night, or if there was an escaped convict or a mental hospital patient loose. Nothing showed up, and nobody else saw anything. I still sometimes think who that guy was and what he was doing in the forest without a light in the middle of the night. I actually feel quite bad for the guy, and I feel bad that I didn't help him, because it seemed like he was not okay. Was he just drunk or high, in the middle of a bad drug trip or on some sort of psychosis? Maybe. Maybe he was abused and was part of some cult, or maybe something or someone really was chasing him through that forest. I wish I knew. For some background, my city gets huge numbers of university students who come from other provinces, mainly Ontario, and they live in frat houses all around the universities. My dad was a professor, so we lived near them all. The students would go back in the summers, but usually couldn't sublet their rooms, so many of the frat houses were empty over the summer, with the exception of a few students who stayed for the summer or managed to sublet their rooms. I'm from Nova Scotia, and in the summers, rickshaw drivers run around the city offering rides to people. One night, when I was about 19, my friends and I were leaving a club at like 3 in the morning. We were really drunk and had a long way to go. We started chatting to a rickshaw driver outside of McDonald's where all the drunk people gathered. Turns out, he lived like 5 minutes from my house. He offered me and my 2 friends a ride, and we said sure. The way home was basically one really long street called Spring Garden Road. It intersects with other major streets that thread throughout the city. He dropped my first friend off at one intersection, and then my second friend maybe 10 minutes later at another intersection. We were all chatting the whole time, but when my friends left, a strange, awkward heaviness settled in the air, and there was no more talking. It was weird. He pulled into the gravel driveway of a huge frat house, and I got out. He stopped in front of me and casually said, "You want to come inside and have sex?" He had blonde hair that fell into his eyes. I couldn't speak. I just shook my head and walked backwards out to the sidewalk. I turned around and started walking, and when I looked back, he had moved to the end of the driveway, with his hands in the pocket of his shorts, and watching me. My heart was literally thudding in my ears, and adrenaline was spiking all over me. I ran home convinced that I'd feel his hands grabbing me the whole way. The next week, my mom called me at my friend's house to tell me to make sure that I got a ride home that night and didn't walk. When I asked why, she said apparently a girl had been raped at a frat house up the road, and she tried to escape, but was dragged back inside. She was found outside on the street, badly beaten up, and had been apparently curbed. I don't know if there's any connection between the events, but I don't think I've ever felt that kind of visceral fear before or since. So, this isn't the typical creepy encounter. Maybe it is, but it's more terrifying than anything. This happened last night, and for context, I am very, very pregnant, and also happen to have severe anxiety, manic bipolar disorder, and severe panic attacks. So, setting me off isn't hard, but now that I'm pregnant, the attacks are much, much worse. All of my mental illnesses are diagnosed by multiple doctors, by the way. No self-diagnosis, I swear. Last night, at around 4 in the morning, my boyfriend and I hear someone pound on my window, which jolts us awake. I threw the curtain open to see who the hell it was, because even though I'm pregnant, I'll still beat your head off for scaring me and interrupting my sleep. Pregnant women and their partners know how hard it is for us to actually sleep. Well, I see that it's someone I used to be friends with who, unfortunately, went down the wrong path. In essence, drugs and violent outbursts. Suffice to say, I'm genuinely terrified of him now. I see who it is, and I just scream that it's him, which completely wakes my boyfriend up, who then sees that I'm absolutely terrified and trying to get as far away from the window as possible. I stared at it for a second and just ran out of the room to go tell my dad. I am an adult, but with COVID and being pregnant, we currently live with my parents. It's just easier. Well, my dad jumps up, pissed as hell, and grabs his cane. He rips the door open and starts screaming at this kid who was hiding on the side of our front door. And my boyfriend has come out to make sure if anything happens, he's there to help. But this kid jumps out and spews excuses that he just wanted a cigarette and that he just got out of jail. My dad pretty much told him to get screwed and leave. He did, but I know him and he will be back. This is the 3rd time in the last year that he's shown up unannounced, and he knows I'm scared of him. He gave me this smile when I screamed that it was him at the window. This scary, uneasy smile. He's pulled a knife on my best friend's coworker, become affiliated with a bad group, and just overall become a creep. I genuinely don't know what to think. He sent me into such an anxiety attack. I had tremors, and I haven't had those in forever. My boyfriend thought maybe I was cold, so I was shaking so much. I've never, ever been so genuinely scared of someone or a situation like this. When I was 22, my uncle showed up at my small one-bedroom bungalow. As always, every time one of my 4 uncles showed up, my heart sunk. To say that BV was messed up would have been an understatement of the year. He's always been a dodgy character, but the uncle that I have the strongest relationship with out of the 4. Personally, for me, the best of a bad bunch, and that's scraping the barrel. He, like the other 3, was a criminal at that point, and associated with some pretty unsavory people. There was nothing new about that. None of the rest of the family have broken the law. My granddad was a long-service soldier and a hard-working family man. Likewise, Gran gave birth to 9 babies, and in between those times had a very responsible PA job in London. Their 5 daughters, although not having easy lives and having their own personal troubles and tragedies, have all managed to grow up in the same house without breaking the law in any way, all supporting themselves and their children by maintaining, again, very good, responsible jobs whilst raising us, their children, to all, in one way or another, be high achievers and really good people with a strong moral compass. Back to BV. He had obviously been up to no good, as he was paranoid, jittery, and on edge. He was also using in a big way. I called my mom and she came around. I told BV he could stay the weekend with 2 conditions. No stolen goods, no drugs. He agreed a little reluctantly and settled down. Mom decided to stay too in case it went pear-shaped. And it did. The next day was Friday, and my day off work. BV went out early. It was a lazy day. I was just doing a bit of tidying up. I was cleaning around a massive potted plant, and stuffed down inside of it found a huge bag of suspect white powder, which didn't look to be for personal use, various nasty-looking weapons, and several nice-looking pieces of jewelry. I was very narked off. To say the least, after showing Mom, I left the dubious stuff where it was, as I needed time to think about what I should do. When BV got back from wherever it was he went, I asked about the items. He lied, as usual, saying that he had a job, legal of course, for an old friend, and that was his payment. I told him straight out I didn't believe a word he told to me, and that I wanted him and his stuff out first thing in the morning. The next day, Mom and I got up and noticed BV was gone. I looked for the stuff, and saw it was still there. Mom had to work that morning. She told me she would be straight home after, and I settled down for a quiet, chilled morning. Around 11 a.m., there was a loud knock on the door, followed by someone having fun with the buzzer. As I use a wheelchair, it takes me a bit of time to get to my front door if I'm alone, so I was getting more and more annoyed by the incessant commotion. Upon opening the door, I came face to face with 3 of the meanest, nastiest, and skankiest looking men I have ever seen. They all looked straight at me, and because I was at a lower level, their eyes went down to meet with mine. To be fair, they all seemed surprised at my appearance. I was very small and skinny, and looked more like I was 14 than 22. They all looked at each other in utter shock before I said, "Hello, can I help you?" The middle gangster, the nastiest looking one, said, "We're looking for BV, sweetheart. Is he around?" One of the others said, "He said he was staying with a girl," my name. I was bricking inside, but the sheer audacity of my uncle made anger take over my fear and made me braver. I said, "No, he's not around. He's gone and he won't be back. And that's me. I'm his niece." The 3 thugs looked really uncomfortable and shuffled, looking at each other. I said, "Well? He has something of ours. Do you know where it could be?" The middle mean one asked. "Yeah, I'll get it for you. Wait here." I told the 3 of them and shut the door on them. As I did, I heard one of them saying, "Man, that's low even for BV. You see her? She's a kid in a wheelchair." When I got back with their belongings, I shoved it at the meanest one and said, When you see BV again, tell him from me if he even thinks about coming here again, I will call the police. And that goes for all of you, too. The mean one said, he had our stuff, we had to get it back. I said, still blagging, that's fine. I'm just saying what I will do. The three thugs nodded and left hurriedly. After they left, I was shaking all over. I was really scared and upset. When Mom got home, I told her about the incident, and she went ape. I know that at a later date, she saw her brother and threatened him with something nasty if he ever came near me, or brought his criminal scumbag mates around me again, and to his due, he never has. Okay, so sharing this story is really embarrassing because I was 15 at the time and had absolutely no self-confidence or respect for myself at the time. I was always a really awkward girl in school and never could find a boyfriend since I was bullied pretty bad and didn't get along with anyone really in my school. One of my friends suggested that I joined a dating app, so I did. I would never message anyone because I was so scared of rejection, so I just waited for people to come to me. Eventually he did. He was super charming at first. We both were super into Pokemon, My Chemical Romance, witchcraft, conspiracy theories, etc. We also both bonded over the fact that we had broken homes. The first time we met, we just talked for hours. He ended up asking me to be his girlfriend the first day we met in person, which I thought was odd, but I was a desperate kid and he seemed nice. The first red flag was a couple months in. I found a text log with him and some other girl. He was basically telling her he thought she was hot and asking if she had liked him. I was really upset, but he said he didn't remember sending that and he doesn't know why he would do that. That was the start of this constant excuse. So I forgave him and we moved on. Things were pretty happy until about 6 months in. I had gotten into some drama with my friends, and I wanted a break. He suggested we start hanging out with his friends who happened to be his only friend. Let's just call him D. D always creeped me out. His grandma was on a breathing machine, and he would still smoke in the house and set random things on fire, even though it could blow the house up. He would rob people and joke about killing others. I just tried to chalk it up to him being an edgy kid trying to act gangster, as many in my city do. One day I was over at D's house with my boyfriend and my ex, and D was acting scary as hell. There was a point where I thought my boyfriend slapped my ass, but I could tell it wasn't his hand and it wasn't him from where he was sitting. He let D do that. My boyfriend asked D for an old game system and he said only if I can screw your girl. My boyfriend quickly replied and said, "No, yeah, I don't care," so nonchalantly that it made me sick. I kept saying no over and over again, and both of them tried to convince me to have a three-way. I started having a panic attack and saying I didn't want to. D just asked, "Well then can I watch?" I was shaking my head and thinking if I should text my dad to come get me. I froze up. My boyfriend just took advantage of me, but I couldn't move. After everything was done, I went home shaking. I called him and screamed at him, telling him what happened was wrong, but I still stayed. I wish I hadn't. Him and D ended up not being friends anymore because I found out they had actually had sex. The next year of our relationship was basically constant fights, mistrust, and it really started to mess up my relationship with my family and friends. They all hated him, but I was just blind to it. He was honestly terrifying. As our relationship progressed, he would tell me his fantasies of killing people, how he wished he could just give it all up and live his dream of being a serial killer. He had a really weird obsession with role-playing creepypasta characters. He told me how he got accused of touching an 8-year-old, but how he would never do that, and that his dad got him out of it. He told me how he wondered if his dad would ever get him out of things again, although he did have a horrible relationship with his dad who was super creepy in and of himself. At one point, his dad came to me begging me to believe him that my ex was trying to kill him by putting bleach on his toothbrush. Yeah, that was crazy. He had a foot fetish, which I try not to kink shame, but He would make me feel really uncomfortable and touch my feet when I didn't want him to. I resented him, honestly, but I stayed with him. I don't know why, and I beat myself up for it every single day. We finally ended a year and a half in on my 17th birthday. I wanted to have a good couple of days. My dad rented out a nice room in a hotel with a hot tub. I was gonna get drunk with all my friends and have a good time. I honestly just didn't want him to come over. Our relationship was really rocky at this point, and I was starting to realize that I deserved better. But again, he fake cried and begged me to let him come. The first night was mostly okay, but he seemed really touchy with one of my friends, M. She asked if he was trying to sleep with her, but I told her it was probably nothing. I wish I listened. The second night made me open my eyes. Two of my friends that are a couple left, which left me with only my ex and M, and we were all incredibly intoxicated. M was laying on the ground with her legs in the air, inebriated. I saw my ex get out of the bed, walk over to her, and suck on her toes for a second. Right in front of my eyes. I was fuming. I walked over to him, grabbed him by his shirt, and dragged him into the bathroom. I started screaming at him about how he just sexually assaulted my friend in front of my own eyes and cheated on me yet again. He was denying it at first, even though I saw it with my own eyes, until he started vomiting and I went to leave the room. He admitted it and begged me to stay. He told me he couldn't live without me and even started crying. I have never been abusive, but let me tell you, I slapped the shit out of him, and I left him in the bathroom sick so I could try to have a good rest of my night. Long story short, we broke up, and I found out he was still assaulting girls even after we broke up, which just makes me sick. After we did break up, I realized how freaking stupid I was. I was traumatized, and I honestly still am. I still have nightmares about it sometimes. In my head, when I was with him, I thought I was doing God's work. I thought I could fix him. I'm broken, so this just must be what I deserve, right? Well, I'm 18 now and in a much healthier relationship. I'm in therapy and working on all my trauma, and I just wanted to share my story. This is going to be a somewhat long story, but the context is important into understanding why it's creepy. This was over 5 years ago, when I was still living with my parents. I've always been a night owl, and used to enjoy going for drives at night on the desolate country roads, and smoking a joint and listening to some music. And this was one such night. I ended up on my way home around 3 a.m., 10 minutes away from my house. I passed through the country roads and turned back into my suburb. Keep in mind, the street I live on has over 200 houses. Turning onto a side street, I came across my first car on the drive back. It was a black SUV up ahead of me. I noticed it's traveling extremely slow with their high beam lights on. This is a suburb with streetlights everywhere, not a foggy night, etc. About 10 miles per hour. I decided to keep my distance as my right-hand turn was coming up and I would soon be clear of them. They proceeded to take the right turn up ahead that I was also going to take. I continued to follow them at a distance, as we were now on the street that I live. The eerie slow driving with the blacked out SUV and bright floodlights was already kind of freaking me out, but as I approached my house, where I park out the front against the curb, keep in mind this is a 95% empty street, with curb parking the entire way, the black SUV literally signals and pulls into my exact parking spot. I'm now approaching slowly toward my house, and they are parked completely still, lights now off. Even though I was confused as to who exactly was waiting at my house, I pulled in behind them and began to exit my car. At this moment, they accelerated hard and pulled a complete U-turn, and then sped away at high speeds with their lights off completely. I also could see in through the now open window what looked like agents of some kind, and they seemed to be taking photos of my house and of me. Really, it was just freaking weird. Even though nothing really sinister happened, the whole circumstance, the coincidence that at just that time in the morning on a completely desolate night, I would be guided home by a strange vehicle that looked and behaved as if in a movie. There's no reason I can think of that I would be target to an investigation. I've witnessed a UFO once in my life with 3 other witnesses, but that was years before this. I have 2 sisters, the oldest being 18, and we went to see Frozen the Broadway musical. We went via train on the way there and back, and we went there as a surprise for my younger sister for her birthday because she loves Frozen. So we took the subway, but that wasn't the main place where we experienced this encounter. We went to a better railway, or one that was just higher quality, and we felt safer on the way there and back. So when we were going back, we sat down and some pretty tall white dude, I would say around 40 or 50, maybe late 30s, with glasses, came onto the train car we were in, which was pretty empty, and then he chose to sit in the seat right next to where we were. There are these 2 seats which face each other, which can both fit 3 people. I was sitting next to my oldest sister, and the guy sat down right across from me, and right next to my middle sister. He held this brown paper bag, which may have had his lunch or something. He tries to start a conversation with one of us, which my eldest sister would have started to talk, but he didn't bring children or even his wife, if he had one, which was a red flag to her, so she chose not to respond. Me and my other sister followed suit, and the guy tried to talk to each of us to no avail. Then the guy sort of pinched my middle sister that was right next to him. So on the next stop, we moved carts, but we stood next to the door beforehand for a faster exit. The guy just stayed there and said, "Screw you" to us, and I glanced over to him for a few times, and I saw him just staring at my middle sister. We left the cart and moved to another one. Once we left, we reported it to the conductor. My oldest sister's greatest concern was me because I'm really talkative and naive, to her at least, so she thought I would speak to him and give away information. But I kept my mouth shut. I still wonder what was that man's intentions, and what was in that bag, and really am curious if he was just some psycho. So, I met this girl during my freshman year who I'll call Jane. About 2 years ago, back in September of 2017, I was on Instagram just mindlessly scrolling through the Explore page when I saw this one profile that caught my eye. I clicked on it and saw that she had posted a story talking about how her parents were judgmental towards her about her recent lifestyle change. And I sent her a text which was a simple, "Hey, it doesn't matter what they say as long as you love yourself," and such. And that's all that matters. She told me, "Thank you," said it was just really kind of me to say so. Needless to say, we never stopped talking since then. All was going well until the late February period when her girlfriend broke up with her. Shortly after, she became more and more irritable, and it was harder to talk to her. Now, I know that going through a breakup is hard, and however, I did try to help her through the process, but given as I was just 16 at the time and a very immature guy back then, not to mention that I had never experienced a breakup or any type of heartbreak, so I didn't know how to help her. A few weeks later, during the early spring of 2018, I noticed that her mental state was rapidly deteriorating, and out of concern, I tried to comfort her and keep her from doing something rash, since she was scaring me, because she had been talking about self-harming and threatening to end her own life. I told her that I didn't want her to lose herself in all of this, and that I was there for her. I told her that I loved her and that she'll always be my best friend, but I guess she really didn't care or was just blowing off my words, since shortly afterward, she continued to become more and more distant with me, and hostile, snapping at me over every little thing. Eventually, I told her that I didn't appreciate her treating me like crap over something that wasn't even my fault. She then told me that I deserved to suffer like she was, and that she was going to make me feel her pain. Shortly afterward, she broke off the friendship with me over text, without ever giving me the chance to save it. Shortly after that, she started blaming me for the whole friendship falling apart, and I began to blame myself for what happened. To look back on this, I realize now that none of it was my fault, and she had just twisted my words around and manipulated my emotions, to the point of making me believe it was my fault somehow. Shortly after she ended it, I was in shock for a couple of days because I never had a friendship last as long as it did, nor had I ever put up so much effort into a friendship that gave so much of myself to another person, or a bond. It was on the 3rd day of March in 2018 when all the emotions that had been underneath the surface just hit me at once, rendering me in a very broken state. About a week or so after, her ex-girlfriend proceeded to tell me that, when they broke up, she blamed me for it, and when she said that, it crushed me. Despite this, I still didn't believe that she said that, so I went and texted her late that night. Just before midnight, I asked her if what her ex said was true, and she replied with a yes. She said that I should feel like crap for screwing up the best relationship she had ever had. I was hurt upon hearing that, due to the realization that I lost my best friend at the time, and had just figured out that she had been secretly blaming me for their relationship falling apart the entire time. After that, I fell into rock bottom. At least at the time it felt like it, and it took me a while to start feeling like myself again. Afterwards, there would be times during that period where I would stay after school and be working on my homework from my other classes, and while taking a break from the constant hammering away at an essay for my English, I would look up from the computer for a quick couple of seconds to take a break while doing so. I would happen to see her at another table that was just a little bit away from where mine was. I see her just sitting there, laughing it up with her friends and not even fazed with my absence. Then, when she notices me, as I had my head up, she locked eyes with me and gave me the most sinister grin I've ever seen my entire life. It creeped me out, but I tried to just ignore her despite her malicious look. So, fast forward to the start of summer of 2019, and around late July, I was scrolling through my Instagram and thought to myself, hey, why am I still mad at what happened between us during 9th grade? It's the start of my junior year. Perhaps she's changed. That was the biggest mistake of my life. At first, things between me and her were going well. It was like she was a different person entirely, and only all the best parts remained. So naturally, we became close once more, seemingly closer than before, and we slowly started talking more and more, to the point where she and I would talk every day, all day, in some form or another. We either were hanging out in person, or communicating over the phone. At the time, I thought that I finally had my best friend back, and was glad to have her in my life again. But then, I started noticing something that was just creepy. Like when she and I finally got around to hanging out at her place on the 25th of December, and while we were playing video games, I noticed that she moved over closer to me while on the couch. I ignore her and keep playing, trying to beat her at the game, when she slowly starts trailing her fingers up my arm and looks at me with a very seductive grin on her face. Now, I want to make it clear that I did not like her in that way whatsoever, and only liked her as my friend, and she knew that. Not to mention that she had told me that she was gay. While she was doing that, I was taken aback and moved my arm away from her and just laughed it off awkwardly. But I told her to knock it off, to which she told me, "And what's your deal? I thought you liked this. Stop being a pansy." I was like, "Hey, I'm not about to sleep with you. I don't roll like that, and I've told you I only like you as my best friend, and you told me yourself that you only liked me in that way, and that's not changing." Afterwards, she started flipping out on me, all because I wouldn't accept her advances. So I ended up leaving, because I wasn't gonna stand there and hear this crap. So I told my mom to pick me up early, and I waited outside until she got there. Now, fast forward to about late summer of this year. During this time, we had been talking more and calling very often because of the COVID pandemic. However, I noticed that we were fighting more often, getting into heated arguments over nothing, which she would either attack me using her knowledge of my insecurities to manipulate me into doing what she wanted, or she would blow up at me whenever I wouldn't give her money and she asked for it. Now, I wasn't a penny pincher, but the fact that she was asking all the time, it was starting to rub me the wrong way. But anyways, on to the next situation. So, on the 18th of June, around a few months ago, one of her friends, whose name I'll call Amare, her friend Amare messages me around 2 p.m., saying that he and Jane needed to talk to me. In the past, he didn't have a good track record with me, so I blew him off, telling him whatever it was, I didn't want to talk about it, because I wasn't in the mood to hear them both bring up some minor thing that I said at the time, which didn't even matter at the time, and then suddenly turn it into a big deal. He then proceeded to tell me stuff like to man up and listen to him speak, as well as crap like, "Stop being a pansy and listen to her, you don't have a choice." Keep in mind, this is the same asshole who previously, back in May, was calling me an attention seeker and told me that I should just keep my mental issues to myself, and that it's better to just kill yourself quietly so no one will have to deal with the annoyance of trying to save you. So, since Jane was better friends with him, and after blocking him, I told her what he had been saying, and I asked her to talk to him, since I didn't know him, and nothing I was saying was getting through to him. She gave me a half-assed answer, pretty much telling me just block him, and I don't know what to tell you, and crap like, well, you must have done something to piss him off. She kept insisting that I trust her and just to listen to both of them. I was taken aback by this, but I actually believed her. As I mentioned before, I wasn't thinking clearly and was letting my emotions and her mind games control me, so I wasn't very strong mentally at the time. So, yeah, I believed her. Then, a little bit later, after myself and my mom got dinner and were driving home, I got a phone call from them, and I said to myself that I wasn't going to engage them, so I declined it. They kept calling me, over and over and over until I finally got annoyed enough and answered. Right off the bat, the guy named Amare starts calling me all kinds of crap, ranging from an asshole to being a pansy for opening up about my issues. Admittedly, I actually was hurt by his words, but what really got me was the lack of words from Jane. This was my best friend of 3 years, the person who was always telling me that she had my back and loved me, despite our differences. And yet, she was just agreeing with him, and confessed that she, at 2 a.m, told him her real opinion about me, saying how annoying she thought I was and how much she hated listening to my problems, saying that I was an emotional bitch, and was saying that I'm too sweet and should be more cold, and how the reason that people turn on me is because I deserve it. She was just ranting and raving about how much of a bad person I am and other nonsense. Upon hearing all of this, I was in a state of shock, just absorbing it all, and I was sitting there letting words slip into my mind and eat away at me, until I finally put my foot down and told them both, "Look, I've had enough of this. You have some nerve calling yourself my best friend and you're just sitting there silently letting him insult me and talk to me like crap. You aren't even going to tell him to stop, or at least try to fake being real?" She stammered and said, "We're just trying to help you. Stop being a bitch." I was hurt badly by this, because at this moment, I realized that the person I had been friends with was never real. I had merely been talking to one of her many faces, and the real one was rearing its ugly head. So, I just hung up on them both, and was torn by their words. After getting home, they called me again, saying you better answer the call and that they weren't done with me yet. I told them to screw off, and that I never wanted to speak to either of them again. And that was that. Or so I thought. A little while later, about almost a month after this had happened, she had been constantly trying to reach out to me, but I refused to talk to her, because I was done with her BS and her fake love, platonically speaking. So, I blocked her on the iMessages app, and in this case her number. Then, later that night, as I was laying in bed about to fall asleep, my phone vibrated with texts from this unknown number, saying my name and asking if I was awake. I then asked who it was. I noticed that it was a number from North Carolina, given as how it was a 700 number. I asked them again who it was, and they wouldn't say. I pressed them again for it, and then they finally told me that their name was Eli. Now, I did know an Eli from my old middle school, and he had explained to me that he had gotten himself into some trouble, and that the police might be involved. Now, me believing it was actually him, despite being a bit confused, I told him to call me so that I could try to calm him down. Moments later, I got a call from that same number, and when I said, "Hello, what's up, man?" the voice on the other end was the voice of Amare, and right in, he already started his usual rave about how Jane told me everything and you're a horrible person who deserves to die. I told him, "Well, you're freaking pathetic and freaking insane. Now piss off, you creep." I then hung up right there, and was trying to wrap my head around this situation. I was creeped out by this random phone call, and how he had managed to call me once more despite me blocking him. Then, shortly afterwards, like about 30 minutes later, my phone went off with a missed call and a voicemail. It was from Jane, and she described in great detail how she told Amare everything, and how much pleasure she got out of sharing all of my deepest secrets. I was distraught, and I asked her with my heart broken once more, "Why did you do this? How can you do this to me after everything I have helped you through? Did our friendship mean nothing? What the hell was our last 3 years?" She then told me, "Our friendship? What friendship? You were just my therapist, nothing more." She then proceeded to bring up my past and my depression, my ex and my ex-best friend, as well as my issues with anxiety and self-harm. She was using all of it to get her point across, but it was obvious that she was trying to hurt me deliberately. I knew what she was doing, and I told her to stop, and asked her, "Do you know you're hurting me?" as more of a rhetorical question. She said, "Yes, I do," and as if hurting someone mentally whom you've known for 3 years isn't bad at all. I paused for a few moments, distraught and in pain, but seething with anger. I told her, "You're a goddamn weasel and an absolutely abusive bitch. Stay the hell away from me." Before she could speak, I hung up on her. Now, I was just as broken. I had opened so much of myself to her, sharing with her things that I haven't told anyone, very personal things. She knew my insecurities and what buttons to push to manipulate me into staying as long as I did. But I know that she was also a very abusive, manipulative, narcissistic psychopath who did not care about my emotions, or how she was hurting me. She used many personal things that I told her in confidence, and turned them into weapons to use against me. And yet, still, a part of me believes that it was my fault. Maybe I'm more damaged than I realize. Later that evening, or rather I should say early that morning, I got a message from her spam account that said, "I know you aren't an asshole and you're just emotional right now, but you need to speak to me." I told her, "You can go to hell for all I care." I told her that I didn't feel bad at all for making her feel just 1/10 the pain that I felt, and that I never wanted to speak to her again. And I then blocked her. Then, less than 5 minutes later, another one of our mutual friends, who I will call Jake for the sake of privacy, sends me a message. The message he sent me says, "Jane wants you to unblock her and talk to her like a real man." Again, her trying to insult my masculinity because I didn't want to engage with her mind games and let her screw with me more than she already had. So, I told him no, and that I blocked her for a reason. He then told me that he was filtering a lot of what she was saying because she had been acting full-blown insane, talking about how she wanted to make me suffer for daring to leave her, and that she doesn't give a crap about how much pain I was in. From her saying what she said, I didn't read the rest, but then he said something to me that made me realize who the real Jane was, and what she was underneath that mask that she wore. He told me that she had tried to get him to threaten to block me if I didn't talk to her, and that she wanted him to threaten to sever our friendships if I didn't speak to her, which told him, if that doesn't look manipulative, I don't know what does. He asked me to explain, and I told him briefly. Think about what she told you in her own words. She told you to threaten me with the end of our friendship, and she tried to blackmail me into talking to her by using you as the middleman. He read my message and went quiet thereafter. I didn't hear from him, but I didn't care. I just wanted her and this whole situation to be gone and over with. I couldn't go out for a long time because I was paranoid all the time that she would come looking for me, and any time I would get a call from an unknown number or even a number from my state, I would fear that it was either her or her friends. For weeks afterwards, I would get over 20 calls a day from random numbers. At one point, I got over 50 texts in one day from either her or her friends trying to get me to talk to her. I tried to block them, but they could just use those fake numbers. I was miserable and anxious all the damn time. Then, I got a text from someone who again was one of her mutual friends, who sent me an image that showed some chats on her story. Now, at first, I thought they were just random pictures, but then I started looking at them and my stomach turned. I saw that they had been conversations between me and her friends, and then I saw one of the more personal conversations when I opened up to her about one of my mental illnesses. She had taken a screenshot of it and was making a joke about it with her friends, making light of my mental illness. Her exact words were, "This dude is a freaking pansy," coming to me whining about how much he's hurting from his depression and that he needs to talk to me like a needy bitch. That's why when he was calling me trying to talk to me, I ignored his calls and talked to my ex instead. It was hilarious. He has psychological problems, I swear. Smiley face skull emoji. The person who sent me this told me that it was my fault for what happened, and that I did this to myself. I was pissed, and at the same time, hurt, because he had no idea how any of this crap that she had been doing to me, or what she said. Worse, still, she had been spreading lies and rumors to everyone who knew me, and her. It was upsetting, to say the least. Immediately afterwards, I blocked him, and tried my best to move on with my life despite the feeling of betrayal and the whirlwind of other emotions. So then, August finally rolls around, and it seems like all is good with school starting up again, and it being my last year in high school. I just wanted to focus on my own life and my future, so that's what I did. Online school, for the most part, was good and easy. Life was starting to look up for me, until the 13th of August at around 11 p.m. I woke up from an evening nap to find that I had 2 new voicemails from an unknown number. All it showed was that it was from North Carolina. So, when I went to listen to it, the person's voice didn't really register properly to me at the time, but then I heard her voice and I literally froze, and it sent me back to a state of fear and anxiety. She was on a group call with her friends, and seeing as what they were saying right off the bat, which was crap like, you should just kill yourself and do the world a favor, and no wonder your ex-girlfriend left you, you aren't a real man. Yes, all this coming from the bitch who boasted constantly about how much she'd have my back, and that she was a real one. Then, in a moment of need, or when it came time for her to put her money where her mouth was, she proved to not only be a coward, but anything but a best friend during this time. I wasn't having any of her BS, so I stopped listening and just tried to go back to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I had found that she had actually made a new account and had added my personal Instagram to a group chat with her friends and my ex, and the messages were just disgusting. Her saying messed up crap like how much she wanted to see me thrown in jail and how much I would be violated in jail, and the other people in the chat were applauding her for this. I felt violated in a way that she had been sharing all of my information, such as my address and my trusted secrets about myself and what problems I had been dealing with at home. It showed how she was laughing about me and mocking the seriousness of the situations that I went through during the years of 2017 to 2019. And needless to say, I was horrified and disturbed by this. Stupidly enough, I didn't save the chats. I just got so caught up in wanting to not see them that I just deleted the messages from my inbox. The latest incident took place on the 18th of September, with her now claiming that I had been harassing her, which was complete BS, given as how I hadn't spoken to her or reached out to her since the 18th of June, to which she threatened to call the police once again, trying to use my fear and manipulation to get me back in that state of fear that she had enjoyed seeing me in so much. Though I didn't show it, I was pretty terrified from this, because I have my future, my career, and everything else on the line here, so I've been pretty shaken up since then, because I don't know how much crap she had saved from our chats, and just how far she would go with this situation and such. And all of this before I chose to leave the friendship on my own terms. To this very day, I'm paranoid when I go to school, because I don't know how many people she's told or gotten involved with, which, given as how my high school years have been anything but pleasant, heck, I had a kid threaten to stab me in between the ribs. After all, I was just trying to make friends with his girlfriend, but yeah, Jane, the crazy, abusive bitch who tried to ruin my reputation and who tried to make me feel ashamed for having mental illnesses. Let's not meet again. This happened about 7 years ago when I was 16, and had all but forgotten about it until a few weeks ago when my mom brought it up. Some necessary backstory. I grew up in a rural town in Australia. My house was 30 minutes out of town with 20 acres of thick bushland behind it, and a driveway that was about a 5-minute drive on its own. The neighbor's house shared the driveway, but was surrounded by 5 acres. It was so incredibly isolated. It always felt like a really safe place because it was so far away from other humans, but of course that comes with its own downsides. Sure, no one can hear you scream, but no one can hear you scream. In 2012, my brother graduated high school, and my folks got sick of being so far out. I decided to rent the house out and move closer to town, but by then my mom was so used to not having neighbors that it annoyed the hell out of her. We once heard a neighbor sneezing, and that was the last straw. So a year later, end of the lease, we moved back, but this time without my brother, who was settled in at uni. When we went back, we moved into our original rooms and put all the furniture back to how it was, more or less. My room was the only one on the left side of the house. I chose it for the view of the shed, which used to have chickens, ducks, and alpacas roaming around it. But the room felt different, somehow. Like it wasn't mine anymore. Instead of swapping rooms and having to do all my posters and stuff again, I just started sleeping with the light on. The only other thing that was different was the renters had left a horse flat and a caravan in the paddock next to the shed. I couldn't have cared less, but my mom was calling the renters every other week to get them moved ASAP. Also, at this time, my dad was working with a mining company and installing a pipeline to an island off the east coast, so he was away for 4 weeks at a time, and then home for 2 weeks, etc. Onward to my point, one night when my dad was away at work and it was just me and my mom at home, I was exhausted, and I went to bed really early. I ended up having the absolute worst dream of my life. I was a little annoying at the time, being a 16-year-old girl, but I barely spoke for the next few days. It had truly shaken me to my core. It started with my dog barking, as she would for the entire 5 minutes anyone was coming down the driveway. I went out to get her, but it was pitch black. I could only just see her standing at the edge of the grass by the drive, and she was standing really aggressively, in a way I only ever saw her do to kangaroos and the neighbors' dogs. I started hearing footsteps crunching on the pebbles, then male voices coming from either side of the house. The dog was now running from left to right, going absolutely insane, and getting gradually closer to me like they were closing in, and she was trying her hardest to protect me. I was trying to scream, but the only sound I could make was that of a labored breath, and I was completely paralyzed with fear. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they were laughing to each other and whispering. This kept going on for what felt like an eternity. The mysterious male voices getting closer and closer, but never coming out of the shadows enough for me to know who they were. Now, eventually I woke up. It wasn't like a movie where I jumped up and was out of breath. I was laying in bed like a dead pharaoh, and my eyes opened up like I had never been asleep, only just blinked. After a few days of acting weird, Mom finally asked me what was up. She's not a talkative person, so she asked it offhandedly and wasn't looking at me. As I told her, she stopped doing what she was doing and looked at me like I had just spoken in tongues. Turned out, the night that I had that dream, shortly after I went to bed and just before sunset, 2 guys rocked up to the house, saying they were there to collect the horse float. The dog went bananas at them, which was only strange because normally as soon as you were close to her, she'd fall to the ground and demand belly scratches. Mom did not recognize these guys as anyone in the group or family that rented from us, but they knew about the stuff and Mom wanted it gone. So she put the dog in her lockup and took them up to it. One of them took it upon himself to take a walk around the back of the house, parallel to the shed behind the dog lockup, then came back and pointed out that there was only 1 car in the driveway. That he had noticed the van, and whose van was it? Even said something like, "Husband not home tonight?" while looking at my window with light coming through the curtains. To say the least, my mom was freaked out. How did he know how many cars we have when she's never met either of them before? In an instant, she thought they must have come around before, seen 2 cars and then gone away. Following the man's gaze to my room, she let out a relaxed laugh and said Dad was in there cleaning his guns, but he's probably done now and she'll go get him so he can help with the float. The most intense weapon that my father has ever owned was a rusty machete, so I have no idea where that came from on my mom's end, but I'm eternally glad for it. And they protested and said they could manage it, but she bolted inside, locked all the doors, and then stood by the front window with a knife and watched them drive away without the horse float. When my dad got home in a week or so, he called the renters up in a fit of rage and found out that they hadn't sent anyone to go get it for them, but all their friends knew it was there because they had been trying to organize help to get both in one day. Purely because I was sleeping with a light on at the time it happened, and because I had went to bed early that night, my mom and I escaped a potentially, seriously horrific situation. Because you just know if my dumb arse was there, I would have instantly declared, "Nope, it's just us home tonight." Last night, my roommate and I made a last-minute decision to go night swimming at the river in our city. It was around 8 p.m., so there were still a few people hanging out in the area, but it was quite dark. About 15 minutes after we got there, I saw a man shining his flashlight and seemingly looking for something near where we put our stuff. I said, "Hey, keep an eye on that guy," to my roommate, semi-loud, and he obviously heard us and scurried away. I began to feel anxious, but I waited a little bit to say something to my roommate. Eventually I did, and we decided to leave. We packed our stuff up, and we began to walk up the staircase that leads to the parking lot, using our flashlights to see the steps. When out of the corner of my eye, I see a dark shadow dodge into some bushes at the top. I stopped and grabbed my roommate's arm and said, "Nope," and started walking back down the stairs. I told my roommate what I saw when we got to the bottom, and she said it was probably just a tree blowing in the wind. I started getting the strangest feeling in my stomach that I've never had before, ever, and I just knew that if we went up the stairs, something bad was going to happen. I stood at the bottom and began to shine my light up to the top, trying to see if I could see anyone, and sure enough, I saw the outline of a man for a split second. As soon as the light hit him, he ducked behind the bushes again. Obviously, I went into full-blown panic mode and started looking for other people that were there, hoping they could walk us to our car. Luckily, we found a couple not far from the steps, and they walked us to our car, but seemed quite annoyed about it. When we got to the top of the stairs, he was nowhere to be found. A few hours later, after we got home, I got a notification on my neighbor's app. It's the Ring doorbell app that sends crime alerts for your area, and it said that someone was stabbed only a few streets away from where we were. Now, I'm 100% certain this guy's intentions were bad. I don't know if he was planning on kidnapping us or robbing us, but I just know something really bad would have happened if I hadn't been paying attention and we walked up those stairs. I'm not sure if he was the person that stabbed someone, but the notification just scared me even more. I still feel sick to my stomach because of all this. Not sure if I should be excited that I have a story to post here, but I thought it was interesting enough to share. For context, I am male. This happened earlier today. I have just started working at a pick and save as a cashier, and today was my third day on the job. About 20 minutes until the end of my shift, I was helping a fellow cashier bag for some customers. One customer was an elderly gentleman who had been quiet during the transaction and was staring at me the whole time. After all of his merchandise was in the cart, and I was about to bid him farewell, he asked me if I was in college. This didn't strike me as odd in any way, because he was older, and in my experience, the elderly like to get to know people, so I enthusiastically informed him that I was not, and I was going into my senior year of high school. A few minutes later, I clock out and head to my car, and this is when my alarm bells start ringing. He's right outside the store, and I'm not sure if he was waiting for me or if it was simply coincidence, but what he said is what freaked me out. He asked if I was the person that just checked him out, and I confirmed and asked them if there was something else I could help him with. He said no, but then asked when I had clocked in. I answered because it seemed innocent enough, And then he mentioned that he thought I would be working until 10 p.m. Why he thought that was completely beyond me, and then proceeded to ask when my next shift was and what my schedule looked like for the next couple days. I honestly didn't know, as the schedule hadn't been posted yet, but even if it was, I was not going to tell him because why would he want to know or need to know that information? This may all be in my head and definitely not as creepy as some other posts, but in my opinion, it was quite creepy. This old guy seemed way too invested in my work schedule after asking how old I was. I, 23 female, live in an apartment complex that, like many other apartment complexes, has more residents than it does parking spaces. The spots next to the building usually fill up before 9 p.m., so when I come home late, as I often do, I usually have to park across the lot and walk. My complex is in a very quiet suburb, literally down the street from a police station, so I've never thought twice about the walk. Last night, I pulled into my parking lot around midnight, and unsurprisingly, all the spots next to the building were full. Not far away, though. There are a handful of spots in the middle of the lot between some garages and our mailroom. A car was pulling into one space on the side closest to my building. I noticed that there was still another space on the other side, one spot over from the entryway to the mailroom. So I loop around and park. The other car was turned off, but the driver hadn't got out of the car yet, so I took my time turning my car off, checking my phone for a moment, etc. I'm naturally a nervous person, and I wanted this person to get out of their car and be on their way before I had to walk in front of it to make my way to the building. So after a second, this guy gets out of his car and walks behind it, towards my car, but also towards the 3 buildings behind me, so I think nothing of it. Until he stops, and it looks like he's looking directly at me. I'm not even sure if he could really see me in the dark, but I swear I felt like I was making eye contact with him. Then, the guy starts walking again, speed walking, directly at my car. There's a little lane in the middle of the parking spots to allow cars through, but he's not walking along it. He's beelining directly for my driver's side door. My heart started racing, but I assured myself that it was nothing and he was going to change his path any moment to head towards the mailroom, or one of the buildings behind me. I kept waiting for that trajectory change, but it never came. He walked straight up to my car, and I was in complete panic. All I could think to do was to make sure my doors were locked, and thank God they were. I swear on everything, I saw him reach for the handle of my rear door, but then just before he touched my car, he suddenly veered just slightly to the sidewalk around the back of my car and into the mailroom. I didn't even think. I just jumped out and bolted across the parking lot. A quick glance over my shoulder showed me that he had come straight back out of the mailroom when he heard my car door. I heard him walking quickly, but I didn't see which way he was going because I was too focused on getting myself into the building. It all happened in less than a minute, but it had me worked up for the rest of the night. I kept telling myself I was overreacting, but there was no reason for him to have come at my car the way he did. It just wouldn't make any logical sense. I know if the guy lives in my complex, it's more than likely I might encounter him again, but I'd really be happy to just never see him again. Shortly after my son was born, I moved into a new house with my girlfriend. I felt really lucky as we found an actual house for rent that was cheaper than any apartment that we had come across, and it was in the school district that we wanted. The house was quite isolated from the neighbors. The front of the house was abnormally far from the street, and the backyard was surrounded by a dense tree line. At nighttime, it looked as if we were surrounded by nothing but darkness. It wasn't long when I started feeling unnerved, like someone was watching me. That feeling almost always came from one window in particular, the window above the sink, where we also had the air conditioning unit. It was the only window in the house where it would fit and reach an outlet. I brushed it off and did my best to ignore these feelings because I didn't want to freak out my girlfriend, and I knew that if I put that idea in her head, she would never stop stressing as she was diagnosed with anxiety. One night, I was on the couch with my girlfriend laughing and talking when I got that feeling again. I noticed my girlfriend got silent suddenly and was staring at the very window that made me feel uneasy. So I asked her if she had ever felt strange. She tells me that sometimes she feels like someone is watching her from that window, but didn't want to mention it because she was afraid I would think she was being crazy. Things just got worse from there. I started hearing the dividers on the AC unit open when we were in the bed at night. We'd hear pebbles and coins being thrown in our kitchen. I would hear twigs snap outside at night, and I would hurry and grab a flashlight and shine it outside the window. I was actually hoping I would see someone at this point because the unknown element was driving me crazy. Every night, I was terrified that I would come home from work to my family murdered. I'm still hanging on the idea that I'm just imagining this stuff, but it was all confirmed one morning. I went out back to smoke a cigarette when all of a sudden I catch something out of the corner of my eye and all the hair on the back stands up. Goosebumps cover my body before I even realize what I'm looking at. On the screen, to my bedroom window, someone had written, "Coming," but backwards, as if they wanted us to read it from the inside. What made this even scarier was that the window was open, and I slept right next to it. Basically, you could reach in and stab me in the back without even having to stand on anything. Well, I started to keep all the windows shut and locked, and I even stacked empty soda cans in front of them so if someone did manage to open a window, they would make a ton of noise coming in. One night, I got home from work at my usual time, around 1 in the morning. We were going out of state for a couple of weeks the next morning, so I really wanted to just get home and go to sleep. I showered. We get all the lights off and make our way into bed. Almost immediately, we hear the divider on the AC open up and a pebble come bouncing through the kitchen. I snapped up. I got up and screamed, "I'm sick of this! I'm gonna kill you!" I got dressed, handed my cell phone to my girlfriend. I told her to lock the door behind me, but if I yell, to call 911 and to not open the door unless she is certain it is me. I get outside and I'm just listening for movement. It probably took me a few minutes to get dressed and get outside. Finally, around 20 seconds later, I hear a car door slam on the street directly behind us through the tree line. I hear its tires squeal as it peels out, and I can hear it driving really fast through our neighborhood. I'm hyper-aware at this point, and I can tell the street it's taking as I've been in this neighborhood my whole life. I hear it turn onto the main street and realize it's got to pass my street next. But it doesn't pass my street. It turns down it. It drives really fast past my house, and all I could think to do at this point is looking at it as aggressive as I possibly could. I went to sleep. We all went on vacation for a couple weeks the next morning, and neither one of us has ever gotten that feeling again. We never even heard a single noise that was out of the ordinary again, but the next time I moved, I made sure to buy a house with windows very high off the ground. So, this happened to me around 4 months ago. For some background, me and my fiancée went to Colorado for an anniversary getaway where I popped the question and asked her to marry me. We're from Kentucky, so it was going to be a 16 to 17 hour car ride. We get there, and it was beautiful, and great, and we got engaged and had a good time. So, Come the day that we leave, we get on the road around 12 and drove through the night. We're about 2.5 hours away from home in the back roads of Indiana. The GPS took us some questionable ways, and I'm driving the last leg of the trip while my fiancée slept a little. It's about 4 to 5 a.m. at this point, and the sun was just starting to show over the horizon. As I drove down a narrow, curvy road, I start to notice a car that has been following me for a nice while, and I got just a tad weary, as I didn't have my firearm on me, and we were in Hickville. I thought I was just being paranoid and tried to ignore the car. So, I see an extra curvy road is coming up, and the next thing I know, the car that was behind me gets right up on my bumper and flicks the brights on. Not but 30 seconds later, after coming around the curve, I see 4 sets of tires sitting on the road, kind of like a roadblock. I had no time to stop, and I didn't plan on it. I ran over the tires and felt a pretty heavy smack and bump, and right as I turn the next corner, I try to speed up and get away from the car that's still on my ass. I glance over and see about 5 to 7 people crouching on the side of the road in some bushes. The sun was behind them and kind of lit them up. At this point, I know I'm in some type of danger and floor it. I start doing almost 100 miles per hour on this curvy back road. Seeing that I didn't stop and my tires didn't go flat, the car behind me slowed and eventually went out of sight. My fiancé slept through this whole thing, and when we went to the next gas station to fill up, I saw in all about 5 to 6 nails in all 4 of my tires, and a nice chunk of rubber missing. At this point, my fiancée was awake, and the last thing I wanted to do was ruin her engagement trip by telling her what happened, so I never did. I took the car back to the rental office and went on my way. I'm super thankful the car that I rented just had 4 brand new tires put on before we left, because it was a cross-country trip. I still get chills thinking about what would have happened if my tires had gone flat that day. To give this some context, I'm very young. I haven't made the best choices in life. I was at one point addicted to Xanax. I'm currently getting clean, and this happened about 4 months ago. I couldn't find a good dealer. I was asking a few friends through certain messaging boards, anyone who could get me to it. One guy pulled through. He told me to meet him down at this little gas station downtown. Now, my city isn't big. It's decently sized, but it's a town that no one really cares about. I walked down to the gas station, dollar bills in my pocket, just looking for the guy. When I saw him, my blood ran cold. This dude was terrifying. He was about 6'3", abnormally skinny, probably the heavy drug use, and his eyes were just sunken in. Yes, I realized that it was unsafe to go out during COVID, but at the time, I really didn't care. Now me, I am around 5'5" with a chubby build. I have no muscle. If I needed to fight someone off, I would be unable. So I asked this guy if he has a mask that he can put on before I come near him. He obliges, and put on his mask. Once I finally drew closer, this dude smelled of absolute death on him. I almost gagged. We walked just out of view of the store owner into the darkness. He hands me my pills. I hand him the money. This dude grabs my wrists, hard. And for a very skinny guy, I wasn't expecting that much force. My city is having a big problem with drugs. A lot of people are either hardcore stoners or just full-blown drug addicts. I couldn't tell if he had taken something prior to meeting me, but the vibe was off from the beginning. You should come to my place. I simply declined, and I told him that I had to go home. His hands were like ice, to be honest. They were freezing. I just wanted to go home. Once he got a little too close for comfort, I pulled away. He looked mildly disappointed, but this man was in his late 20s, and I'm still a teenager. I was very uncomfortable. He looked me up and down one last time, and told me to get home safe. I didn't like the way that he said it. Something about it was off. As I walked away, he asked if I lived close, and if I wanted him to walk me home. Obviously, I said no. He tailed me for a bit, until a cop drove by, and that's when he split off. The cops here don't care if you're out at night. As long as you aren't stumbling around or disturbing anyone, you're free to walk around. He split off, and I never saw him again. I never hit him up for drugs either. I used for a bit after that, but other than that, I'm clean. All I have to say is, if your reliable dealer isn't available, I wouldn't meet some sketchy guy to get your fix. This could have ended much worse. And I'm lucky. Some others aren't. This happened a little over 4 years ago, when I was living at home, which is a remote Scottish island. For some context, this place, like most small towns and remote places, is super safe to be walking about at night with no streetlights. The population is under 800, and this time of year there was a little surge of tourism, but nothing crazy. So maybe an extra 200 people or so. So I'm female and 22, finishing work in the kitchen, and I remember going through to the bar to say to my sister, who is working, finish that, I'm about to go home. The bar is fairly busy, and as I'm leaving through the front entrance, I stop to have a smoke with a friend who's there. As I'm leaving, I notice 2 people I know get in their car and leave, and a man who isn't a local walking out and down the track to the road. He seemed to go right, but I wasn't really looking at him, just in that general direction whilst I'm chatting to someone. No one else walks down or up the road in that time. Anyways, we finish smoking, I say bye, they go inside, and I start walking home. I walk down the track and take a left. My parents' house is over 1.5 miles away, and it's one essentially straight single-track road that I walk to and from work, etc. There's no streetlights, just markers of house lights in the distance, and the occasional car's light going past. I get 5 minutes into walking home, and I think I can hear someone, or 2 people behind me, maybe around 20 meters or so. It's a little windy, and of course pitch black, so I can't see or hear who it is at all, but I just keep walking. It's not very often at all that I pass anyone walking home at night. It may be a couple of cars, and I can usually tell whose car it is miles off by the lights and sounds. As I'm walking, the voice gets a little closer and closer, and now I'm sure that it's just someone walking behind me who's on the phone, as when I turn around, I can only see a man about 10 meters behind me and nobody else. I can't tell what he's saying, but he's laughing and making weird noises. I squint a little, as the voice in the wind kind of reminds me of a local guy, and I just assume it's him. Maybe he's walking this way too and wanted to catch up. But when I see the man, I'm a little startled, as it's not who I expected, nor is it anyone else I know or recognize. I quicken my pace a little as the man seems to be walking faster and is looking at me as he's coming closer, and I don't say anything. The next 10 to 15 minutes are a panic-induced blur. I'm walking quickly and trying not to look behind me, as the man in his late 30s and early 40s is clearly following me, and making weird noises, laughing and grunting. I have no idea what to think, and I can't see any cars in the distance on either side of me for miles. And with little to no phone signal, I'm starting to panic, as I'm not even halfway home. At one point, he must have been right beside me, as I could hear his breathing and he sounded possessed, or as if he were having a mental health episode. He was zigzagging too. It seemed like he had started neighing like a horse and grunting. I turned my head and he's to the side of me keeping up with my pace, and I hear him say something like, "Oh, that'll do nicely," and then spit on the ground loudly. I'm absolutely terrified, and I start running, though I'm shaking and my legs feel like jelly as I can't stop thinking the worst will surely happen. I turn around and I can't seem to hear or see him. My eyes were better adjusted by this time, but all I can really hear is my own blood rushing and me breathing. I stop running, but keep walking fast as I'm getting near the bottom of the hill on the road, and I scan the area. It's mostly open fields. And then I could see him to the right of me, but behind. I turn around and keep walking up the hill, and I start to hear him again. I honestly feel helpless and so exhausted, and I have no idea what he's doing or saying. I don't turn around again till I'm at the top, and then I can see the home stretch to my house. When I do, I can see him now walking fast again. I just book it down the hill and through the drive and into my parents' house, where I got in and locked the door, which we almost never lock our doors or cars here. My mom comes through quickly, as I must have been loud getting in, and looks at me and says, "You're white as a sheet. Are you okay?" I'm still shaking, and my heart rate is just going mental, and I stand there in the kitchen trying to get my breath back whilst my mom is shouting to my dad to come through. Once I quickly explained what happened, my dad goes outside to check if anyone is near the house, and at that moment, I was terrified to let him or even unlock the door. When my parents asked for a description of the man, it was then that I remembered the guy who left in the other direction from work. Immediately after, I phoned my sister at work to tell her what happened, and that Dad would come pick her up from work unless she could get a lift, as there was no way she was walking home alone if that guy was still out there. Cut forward the next day at work, and I'm asking my manager and anyone else at work if they recognize the description of the man who left about the same time I did. No one could say for certain if they would recognize him again, and he wasn't a guest at the hotel either. He was fairly average build / description, but definitely had a receding dark hairline and glasses. For about a week after, neither me nor my sister walked home from work at night. I'm so glad that nothing bad actually happened, or that he even touched me, but the experience was so surreal and had me feeling so vulnerable and alone in a situation that I would normally feel safe, and not even remotely scared of walking home in the dark. Since then, I've only had one similar encounter of being followed, but in a completely different environment. Though the first experience ended up giving me a panic attack after the last time, luckily I had a friend waiting for me. So now, I've had this overriding fear of walking home at night myself for 4 years, at that point 2.5, and I'm still trying to undo it. So this was nearly 20 years ago. Sheesh, I feel old. Over a few months, all these posters of missing women kept going up in the neighborhood I lived in and the neighborhoods nearby. One night we were sitting in a bar, and there were probably about 20 people in there total. Everyone having a nice time, no drama, nothing out of the ordinary. When this guy walks in and sits down, he was wearing regular, not noteworthy clothing. He didn't talk or say anything strange. He wasn't even acting in a weird way, but the whole room went cold. People stopped talking, shuffling around in their seats. It was like this dark, unrecognizable energy had entered the room. I remember feeling breathless and like I just wanted to run out of the room. Everyone else in the bar seemed to be responding the same way. The guy walked over to the bar and asked for a drink, and I've never seen this happen before to a sober customer who hasn't caused any trouble, but the barman turned him away. And the guy left. Almost immediately, the atmosphere went back to what it had been. I walked up to the bar and ordered a drink and asked the bartender why he refused that guy a drink. We were friendly, as I drank there regularly, and he said the guy just made him uncomfortable in a way he'd never experienced before, that he couldn't bring himself to serve him a drink. Other people in the bar began to agree, but no one could put their finger on why. A couple of weeks later, I was watching the news and there was a breaking story about how someone had found dismembered limbs in a rubbish bag. The remains belonged to the missing women whose missing photos we had been seeing for months. They were all sex workers. They showed a photograph of the serial killer they'd caught, and sure enough, it was the guy in the bar that night who no one could bear to be in the room with. I can't explain why, because when he walked in and asked for a drink, he really didn't do anything strange. But he brought this terrifying, inhumane, unrecognizable energy with him. Sometimes I can even wonder if he had just killed someone that night or killed someone an hour or so later, and that's why the presence of evil felt so visceral that night. I didn't meet my biological father until I was 9. By the age of 12, my father had returned to Virginia from Florida with his new family. Some time passes, and I wanted to live with him. My mother would allow me to move in with him if he agreed to give her $900, and that's what he did. Looking back, sometimes I feel as if my mother sold me. We jump forward in time to a year later. My father's wife at the time, who we shared the name Heather, had taken a trip to Chicago to visit her children that lived there with their father, which left my father, my little brother, and myself in the house. That very last night, before she returned, we all watched a movie in the living room, and I fell asleep on the floor. I woke up in the middle of the night to my father's hands where they shouldn't be. I was shocked. I jumped and he rolled over and began to snore. I waited a while and then slipped upstairs into my room. I just remember staring at the door all night. I awoke in the morning to screaming and arguing between the two. My father burst into my room and tells me to pack my things because we're leaving. I couldn't believe it. I felt like I was dreaming. And that began the long road of 8 years of drug-filled abuse and homelessness. He would tell others that he was raising his wife. I would pray for a way out. Any way out. I often prayed that I would just OD, so I didn't have to suffer anymore. Then, one night we had enough cash for a hotel room and heroin, and my father was cooking up the drugs to inject me with when there was a knock at the door. It was 5 DEA agents. They arrested him. For many years, I suffered in silence with the abuse of my addiction, my complex PTSD, my suicidal thoughts. But a darkness like that will destroy you from the inside. It can't be pushed down or hidden away. Then, one morning, I woke up and I decided to contact law enforcement. For the next 2.5 years, I was interviewed for hours on end, reliving every moment. My father admitted his guilt and is serving only 10 years for something that has altered and changed the very fabric of my being. After court was over and some documents were released to me, I was able to read witness statements. People knew what he was doing to me and they did nothing. She's no angel, someone said. I was 13 years old. I've been made fun of for what happened to me. I was blamed, called a liar. My father's side of the family wanted nothing to do with me, so If you ever have a gut feeling that something is not right, don't be afraid to speak up. And if you've walked the same road as I, you are not alone. It feels good to bare my soul and the darkness within that I battle every day. Australian dude at LAX insisted that I eat a hot dog. I didn't know how else to sum it up, really. This was almost 12 years ago, and I had just had my first solo holiday traveling the USA. I had just finished my university degree in Sydney, and decided on a 6-week US holiday to see what my next steps would be. I had some family there, so it was great spending time with them. But this was also during the GFC, and so I was a bit stretched for cash on my return. So when I had the option of spending 10 hours in LAX or going outside of the airport like a normal person, I decided to become an Australian version of the terminal. I didn't drink much back then, so I didn't spend my time at the bar like I would now, but I alternated between the charging stations and Macca's, McDonald's. I was so bored. I think LAX is a lot better now, but back then there was very little to do. Back then, pre-alcoholism, I was super fit, I was 21 and looked very baby-faced. This may be relevant. Eventually, I decided to go through security and wait by the gate. That was when this weirdo came along. I'll call him Gary because I forgot his name, and he kind of looked like a Gary. Is this the plane to Melbourne? Yeah, it is. Oh, good. I'm in the right place. Yeah, you are. I'm Gary, by the way. Nathaniel. Nice to meet you. Likewise. I go back to reading, but he seems to want to keep talking. Is there any food around here? Actually, not really. You'll have to go back through security and get something from the food court. Oh, great. Do you want anything? Nah, I'm fine, thanks. I just ate. Are you sure? Yeah, thanks. It's a kind thought, but I'm actually pretty full. He then leaves. Another family arrives with a couple of teenagers, and Gary returns with 2 loaded hot dogs. I'm not joking, but you have every right to be skeptical of internet stories. They're both covered in sauce and overflowing, dangerous drippage territory. I was really hoping he had napkins. He says, "Here you go," and offers me one. Thanks, but I said I wasn't hungry. I bought it especially for you. Thanks, but again, I'm not hungry. He shoots an angry look at me. Like, seriously, piss off, dude. I don't want to eat a hot dog in front of you. I get up and pretend to go to the bathroom to escape. I then stand away from the dude rather than sit back down. The gate was going to open soon anyways. He stares at me, and it looks like he offered the hot dog to the teenaged boy from the family. He was probably around 16. He's then talking to them, and they're laughing politely. I didn't have much to do with him, except he was still talking to the family who happened to be seated near me. He mainly talked to the teenaged guy and shoot me a weird glance every now and then. I usually stay up as long as I can to tire myself out, and then I'll try to sleep the rest of the flight, assuming I'm arriving in the morning at my destination. I couldn't help but feel like he got up to something while I was asleep for about 6 or 7 hours. But I guess we'll never know. The dude was such a creeper, and I've never forgotten the weird interaction. It was honestly almost comical. Every time I've been back to LAX, I wonder if he's going to pop back up. He's probably in Melbourne now with a hot dog stand or something. This is a long post, but do please read. I seriously need help. I'm terrified out of my mind. So we'll start by saying that I've never believed in anything paranormal. I'm a pretty science-based dude. I always look for a logical explanation, and still am from this encounter. So if anyone has any ideas, please do let me know. I don't have much time for leisure with work recently. I've been having to accept some pretty awful shifts to get by with COVID times, so I've lost my ability to go on my evening walks, which are a method of stress relief for me. It had been a while since I'd gone on one, so 3 nights ago I decided to just go for a late night walk. I put on my headband flashlight and decided to take a path I hadn't taken in ages. There's a small trail near the back of my neighborhood that goes around 4 miles deep into the woods. My plan was to walk around 1.5 miles, and then take the parallel path to come back. I make it down to around 1.3 miles, according to my Fitbit, and start getting that feeling that I'm being watched. I turn off my headlight and sit still to listen. At this point, I'm more concerned that there's a guy following me who's up to no good. I heard clear footsteps in the leaves off the trails, and they've been behind me for nearly 5 minutes. I stopped thinking it was an animal or another walker and became worried. Sitting there for probably 3 to 4 minutes, and I hear nothing at all. I turn back on my headlight and decide to start walking quickly back home. About 2 minutes later, I hear footsteps again. This time, it sounds different. It sounds like 4 feet instead of 2 feet walking, and it's walking at the same increased speed that I am. I turn around quickly with my headlight and phone light and point it behind me. Silence. I get angry and yell out, "Leave me alone. I'm going to call the cops if you come at me. I have a knife." Silence. I yell again to get the hell out of here and start walking towards where I hear the walking. About 20 yards out, hard to fully make out because the flashlight doesn't reach too far, I see what looks like a literal naked man running full speed on all 4s into the woods. Normally, I'd chalk it up to drugs, but my area doesn't really have a drug problem. And there were some details that lead me to believe it wasn't a person. For one, they were damn near hairless, completely bald, pale, white skin, and the way it ran on all 4s looked natural, not like when you try to run on all 4s and look stupid. It looked like its bone structure was designed to walk like that. There was no hunched back, the back was flat, and they were fast. Last thing that happened was straight out of a horror movie. I hadn't heard anything in a while on my way back, but I kept turning around to be sure. With about 0.3 miles left to go, until I was in the clear, I heard a mad dash through the leaves. I whip around and it stops on a dime. I see the edges of its head behind a tree and yell loudly to try and intimidate it. What I heard next, I'll never forget my entire life. It cackled like a monkey. A noise I've literally only heard in nature documentaries. The tone was that of mockery, a predator having fun with me. I didn't stick around. I sprinted as fast as I possibly could back home. I would love to believe this was some prank or some rabid, bald, diseased coyote, but I got a pretty clear look at it. It wasn't. It had human feet and human hands, a human head, and a human backside, but nothing else about it was human. I called the cops after and told them a man was following me. I didn't want to say it was some creature because they would think I was crazy. They didn't find anything, but they did see quite a bit of activity in the leaves and dirt, about 50 feet from where the trail was, leading far back into the woods, before it got to a large stretch of grass where no footprints were seen. So please, someone just tell me I'm crazy, or that this was some elaborate prank or a deformed man. The story is a continuation of the last one. We went back into the woods, and we saw it again. So, after some internal debate, I decided I was going to go back, because otherwise it would eat me up not knowing what this was. When I first saw it, I had zero idea of what it could be. I figured some drugged out or mentally ill man, a prankster, or a sickly deformed animal. After letting it all settle through, there's just no way of that being the case. I was trying to justify it in my mind because I've always been a heavy skeptic of anything paranormal. I still am, to be fair, but I'm warming up to the idea that crawlers may actually exist. So, I messaged 3 of my buddies. I told them everything that happened in detail over text, and I asked if they'd come look with me. Them being non-believers like me, and also just loving adventure and spooky stuff, were more than excited to go. 2 of the friends have guns, and so do I, so we all brought them. The other friend was in charge of holding 2 flashlights to give us some light, one being a phone flashlight so he would be ready to take a picture at a moment's notice. We waited until around 9:30 p.m., when it was completely dark, and headed down the same trail I did last time. My heart was pounding out of my chest, but I felt more confident having friends there. They were joking around and thought this was cool, and I tried joking back a few times, but the reality was that I was pretty nervous. We walked the full 1.5 miles I had planned on walking last time, and we didn't encounter a thing. We had prepped for so long, though, and didn't want to give up quite yet, so we kept walking. About 5 to 8 minutes later, at close to the 2-mile mark, we started hearing some noises way back in the woods. It wasn't close, but it was loud enough for us to take notice. I told my friend to turn off the flashlights for a second, and we listened. Bipedal footsteps made their way closer to us. Still far, but definitely coming our way. It sounded like they were wearing boots or something because the heaviness of the step was quite loud. That, or there were a lot of leaves, which, to be fair, is a possibility. It was off the trail, so it's all woods back there. Once the footsteps made it about 20 to 30 yards away, I called out asking if someone was there. The footsteps stopped, but only for a brief second. A second later, the bipedal footsteps turned to what sounded like something sprinting on all 4s in our direction. My friend immediately turned on the flashlights, but there was nothing visible from the dense forest. At the beginning of the trail, the forest is pretty clear, but further back it gets a lot more dense, so it was hard to tell. Once he turned on the light, the footsteps stopped as well. None of my friends were talking. Now, paranormal believer or not, hearing that will scare the hell out of you. My friend unholstered his pistol and kept it by his side. He looked at me, and I could see he wasn't having a good time anymore. My friend holding the camera was visibly shaky and was darting his glance between all of us. The third friend, shortly after, yelled into the woods that, "I see you. Come out and stop screwing with us. We have guns and we will shoot. I don't want to hurt you over some dumb joke, so just come out now." We hear that sound again. I mentioned last time it sounded like a cackle. This time it was more of a yell, shriek, aggravated noise. I don't even know what to compare it to. I just know it gave me goosebumps. My friend immediately shot his gun into the woods, causing my ears to ring horribly due to me being right next to him. I couldn't hear at all, but I noticed his gaze went from the spot we heard the footsteps, from over to the right of that spot, around 90 degrees. I followed his gaze, and for about half a second, I caught a glimpse of, once again, a tall, human-like figure running on all 4s behind the tree. He started walking towards that direction, but my friend with the flashlight stopped him. He made a point that it was a shotgun slug. The chances he missed were slim due to the fact that the tree it was next to was covered in evidence that the shot was on target. My friend made a scary point that we hadn't considered. What if it hit it, but didn't hurt it? What if he was right? What if it took a shotgun hit and didn't even fall over? My estimate is that it was between 6 foot and 6'4", and maybe between 140 to 165 pounds. So, if it could still run after that shot, it either didn't get hit or it was not something we wanted to mess with. We hear the cackle that I heard the first time, that mocking noise, Not so much an aggravated noise this time, more so a noise that gave me the impression it was having fun, or enjoying the fear that we blatantly had in our voices. No more footsteps, but my friend shot in its general direction again. Ears ringing again. I couldn't hear anything, but I did see a small glimpse again of it running off deeper into the woods. I could only see its rear for a second or two before it was too far to be seen by the light. This meant it had to be running pretty fast. I don't want to give a number, but if I had to guess, it was easily around 20 miles per hour or so. Nothing a human could do on all fours, that's for damn sure. We turned around and jogged back home. Upon getting home, we talked about what we saw. Nobody was disputing my story now. We had all seen it. We talked all night. I showed them some of the comments on my last post where they suggested a crawler. We read a lot of posts here, and some of them matched our experience, some didn't. But we did all agree that if this was paranormal, that a crawler was the best guess we had. Now, we're all on the same page. I still don't know if we buy into the paranormal claims, but this one is starting to convince us. We realized at the end we hadn't even looked for pictures. We asked my friend with the phone, and he shyly admitted that he hadn't even thought to take a single picture. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I was so terrified I didn't even open the camera app a single time. I was just trying to make sure it wasn't behind us or charging us. I'm sorry. We told him not to worry. None of us would have been any better about being calm enough to set up a picture. I never saw its face still, but the friend who took the shot swears it didn't have one. Or at least it had no eyes. He couldn't see if it had a mouth, but it was about a third out from behind the tree, and from his angle he saw, it was blank from the nose area up. Or if it did have eyes, it was too black to be noticeable in the dark. We did all come to a decision, though. We're going to go back. We'll be more prepared next time. We'll do our research, we'll have a camera strapped to us, always recording. We know what to expect, so we'll be more calm. Any other tips or advice, please do let me know. We'd really like to capture some full evidence of this thing. When I was 12, Mama and I became homeless. There was a waiting list of about 6 weeks before there was space at the local homeless family shelter, so we stayed with a really good family friend for 6 weeks in the bedsit where she lived, which is communal living with shared bathrooms, kitchens, and laundry facilities. I loved this, as Jay, the family friend, was fun, young, and pretty. She spoiled me rotten, getting me things to do and giving me lots of time and attention in between going to work. She also had lots of different people going in and out of her room at all times of the day and night. It was what some people might call a party house. Most of the people living at the bedsit were awesome. A lot of musicians, actors, and bohemians from all different backgrounds and cultures. I made cupcakes with a drag artist who worked in a Soho club, painted with an artist using her materials to make my mama a picture, and sometimes a goth band who lived there would come and jam, letting me play their instruments with them. They were all lovely people, and a lot became quite protective of Mama and I. But there was this one guy, named R, who Mama was a little mistrustful of. R was around 25 to 27, tall, lanky, and really pale with brown, sad eyes. I was totally oblivious to anything major, but I always felt slightly different around him to the other people who came in and out constantly. The feeling didn't so much come from me, rather R himself, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it being 12. I was always an outgoing, friendly kid around everyone I met, but for some reason I was more reserved around R. Then, one night, it all kicked off. It was Friday, and my Uncle P had come to stay with us. He was 28, lean and wiry, but he looked like he could handle himself. As I said before, Jay, the family friend, was more like family to us. She's the youngest of my aunt's best friends, from the age of 3, and had in fact lived with my granddad, and their 9 children when she was a kid. So my uncle, Jay, and indeed my mama, had all grown up together as siblings. That evening, Uncle P had made macaroni and cheese for Mama and me and himself. Jay was getting ready to go out for the evening. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and someone saying, "Come in, the door's open." Then, R appeared. I was sitting there scratching my uncle's back. Our entire family absolutely loved this activity. And after Jay told R that she was going out and offering him a can of beer, she went to get him one. Then R turns to me and says, "I'd like my back scratched too, sweetheart." When R said this, I felt my uncle bristle and he scowled at R, and then there was an awkward silence. Then my uncle got up to get himself a can of cider, and R followed my uncle into the small kitchenette. There were muffled voices, and suddenly we heard my uncle say snarkily, "You're out of effing order, mate. She's my niece and she's only 12 years old." Jay hurried into the kitchenette to try and calm things down, but the next thing I knew, R had run out of the bedsit really quickly, and my Uncle P came back into the living room with Jay close behind him, looking vexed. Nobody said anything else about the incident that night. Jay went out as planned. Mama, my uncle, and I had a quiet family night in. We played board games and watched TV. I did hear Mama and Uncle talk quietly about the incident after I had gone to bed. The bed was in the living room, divided by a really thick, heavy curtain, but their voices were so hushed that I could barely hear them. In the following weeks, the other residents of the bedsit tried to have conversations about the incident with my Mama and Jay, but the only people that Mama confided in was the drag artist and a biker guy who was really nice and kind. And I was never really privy to those conversations. My uncle stayed another few weeks, and the 4 of us, along with the rest of the residents of the bedsit, had a good summer. I heard that R got nicked for drug possession, and I personally never saw him again after that night. The other residents talked about him probably having to move out because he fiddled their landlord out of their rent, and after 6 weeks, Mama and I moved into the homeless family shelter. This is the story of a coworker I had a long time ago, so I can look back on it and laugh now, but at the time, it was really distressing for me. To give some context, every summer I would do some temp work for the company where my dad works. It was an education company, so they always needed temp workers around July or August time for all of the exam remarks that they had come in. It was data entry work, but it suited me fine, and it meant I could earn a little extra cash while I was at university. I did this every summer from when I was 19 right through to when I was 23, and then I got another job at the same company just for a bit after I graduated, but we'll get to that later. For now, all you need to know is that I was a reasonably familiar face there, and everyone knew I was my dad's daughter. The main downside of working there was that I would clock off work at 5 p.m., but I'd have to wait for my dad to finish work, since he was the head of the entire department, so he would end up staying a bit later. Every day, I would bring a book with me and sit in this little foyer area between his department and the department where I worked, since it had the most comfortable chairs. I must have been 22 years old when this happened, because it was the penultimate summer that I worked there. I had just had my hair cut short for the first time in my life, and I'd had it dyed red as well. I was sitting on these couches reading when, all of a sudden, this guy approaches me. Let's call him Leon. He tells me that he works in my dad's department, and he thought he would come introduce himself. This was a pretty common occurrence for me, and I was aware of this guy. He was young and decent looking, so a few of the women in my department had a crush on him. I was dating someone at the time, though, and I had never actually seen him in person, but I could see what they saw in him. We got to chatting, and he mentioned that I had changed my hair, so I told him about cutting it short, and he cut me off mid-sentence. This is where it started to get weird. He said, "No, first it was brown, and you didn't have a fringe. Then you went through that phase of curling it, and then you put the fringe in it, and you dyed it red. After that, you dyed it purple, and now you've had it cut short and dyed back to red." This guy I had just met was describing over 2 years worth of hairstyle changes that I'd had. I felt creeped out, but he seemed like a nice enough guy, and I guess I had worked at the company throughout that entire time, so it was reasonable to assume that he had noticed me before. That should have been the first red flag. He asked me if I had a Facebook, and I told him that I did, so he said he would add me. And that seemed pretty normal, but then after he would send the friend request, he would ask me to get my phone out so he could watch me accept the friend request. I'm British, and therefore impossible for me to be impolite, so I got my phone out and showed him that I had accepted it. I thought that might calm him down. Bear in mind, he wasn't a bad-looking guy, so I felt a bit flattered at this point that he was so keen on me. That sense of flattery dissolved really fast. After the Facebook thing, he kept asking me if I had MSN, and I told him that I didn't. I swear, throughout this conversation, he asked me if I had MSN about 4 times. Then, the final time he asked, he was like, "Please, can you get MSN so we can chat after work?" It was like he had something really urgent he wanted to tell me, but I had only just met this person. I kind of laughed and said about how I hadn't used MSN since I was a teenager, without necessarily rejecting him. Then he said something like, "Well, if you don't have MSN, then do you have Skype?" This seemed like the perfect opportunity to bring up my boyfriend, who was a foreign student and went back to his home country during the summer. He was the only person I spoke to on Skype. I said to Leon about how I didn't have my own Skype account, but I used my dad's Skype account to talk to my boyfriend. I really thought this might ward him off. I was wrong. Without missing a beat, he said, "Can you please just get your own Skype account so we can video chat after work?" He said it like I was somehow inconveniencing him. Like this was something we'd agreed on to do months ago or something. I had no idea how to react, so I just sort of smiled and laughed. Thank the heavens, someone from my dad's department walked past at that moment and was like, "Leon, aren't you meant to be at your desk?" And he scurried off pretty quick after that, but not before reminding me to get my own Skype account and send him the details. I told my dad about the whole exchange in the car ride home, but all he said was that Leon was very friendly and that a lot of women in the department liked him, so maybe I had just misunderstood the situation. I thought he was probably right, so I tried to not let it bother me. Later that evening, however, I was on my computer doing university work when a message popped up on my Facebook. It was Leon. All the message said was, "We like the same movies." I don't know what it was, but something about this message freaked me out so much. I decided not to respond and logged off Facebook, hoping he wouldn't notice I had been online. The next day, after work, I was sat in my usual spot when Leon comes over to me. His face was like thunder. At first, I thought maybe he was just having a bad day and was walking through the hallway, but my heart dropped when I realized he was walking directly towards me. "Why didn't you respond to my Facebook message?" I was stunned. How was I supposed to respond to that? Who says stuff like that in real life? Lucky for me, I didn't have an opportunity to respond because he started off on this tirade. I'm not even kidding. He started listing off all of the movies we had in common that he had seen on my Facebook profile. Batman the Dark Knight, Watchmen, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, Fight Club. I just sat there watching him reel off all of these film titles. Once he was finished, all he said was, "It's okay, I forgive you," and then walked off back to his department. Over the next couple weeks, he came and found me in my spot every day and talked at me from the moment I sat down to the moment my dad came to get me. I don't remember many of the other exchanges, but I do remember distinctly one day pretending to pick my nose when I saw him coming to see if it would put him off. It didn't. It got to the point where I would get so stressed out after work that I would go hide in the toilets for as long as I could. But the women I worked with started to notice and think I was weird. Eventually, I broached the subject with my dad, and he gave me his car keys after my shift, so that I could go hide out in his car rather than in the building. So I'm camped out in his car and still feeling quite tense, but after 20 minutes, I start to feel at ease. Surely, he won't come looking for me out here. Wrong. I looked over to the main entrance and my heart drops. He is coming out of the door and he's scrutinizing all of the cars. I sank down as far as possible into my seat, but I wasn't fast enough and he saw me. He comes rushing off and starts tapping on the glass, so I open the door and ask him what's up. "I didn't see you in your usual spot, but luckily," name of the doorman, "told me he saw you come out here. Why are you in your dad's car?" Again, what are you supposed to say to that? I told him I had a headache, so I came out to the car to take some paracetamol and see if I could get some sleep. At least he respected that because he told me to feel better and left me alone. I breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that I was only going to be working there for a few more days because I had to go back to university. I told my dad about the car incident, and he gave Leon a talking to the next day. Leon would still come find me in the foyer, but he'd only talk to me for a few minutes in passing before leaving me alone. It was a big relief. On my last day at work there, I was fully expecting him to do something crazy, but he didn't even come to chat with me that day. I left the office and thought I would never see him again. I found out he was fired not long after I left the company that year because he kept coming into work late and then spent most of his time at work chatting with his coworkers. And me, apparently. Fast forward to January of 2014, and I was preparing to move to China for a position teaching English. I had graduated from university, and I was working at the same company, but this time in a semi-permanent capacity. It was my last day at work, so I received quite a few gifts and some fuss from my coworkers. It was about 10 a.m. when who should I see walk through the door but Leon. He had been hired on as a temp to do the job that I had done for so many years. As soon as he walked through the door, he saw me and this flash of recognition crossed his face. I wanted to slide under my desk and die. He came walking over to me and was all smiles, asking about how I was and what I was still doing at the company. It was at this point that one of my coworkers mentioned about how I was off to China soon. Leon seized on that and started talking about his friend who was also interested in TEFL. His interest seemed genuine, so I got to talking about how I got my TEFL qualification, who I got it through, what company I was going to be working for out in China, etc. We chatted for about 20 minutes, and he wrote down some details for his friends, then went off to work. At the end of the day, I was packing all of my stuff to leave, and a few of my coworkers were coming over to say their goodbyes. Don't get me wrong, the Leon incident aside, I had a wonderful time working at that company, and made a lot of great friends. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Leon approaching. But I think, what's the harm? He says goodbye and wishes me luck on my new venture. Then, as I'm literally walking out the door of the department, I hear him call out, "See you in China." For the first 2 weeks of my teacher training over there, I was like a hawk, keeping a constant lookout for this guy. He never did follow me out to China, but it still remains one of the creepiest encounters of my life. When I was younger, about 9 or so years old, me and my best friend, both small and quite thin girls, mind you, were walking home from school. It was already dark outside since we go to a school which works in double shifts. Some go in the morning and others on the afternoon shift. It sounds weird, but that's how it goes here. We were already on the street that has our houses, and we're quite close to them. Mine was closer to where we were, and hers was about 10 to 12 houses down. We see this guy walking on the opposite side of the road. We see him and think nothing of it. It's just some guy walking somewhere. But then the guy speeds up and crosses to our side. That's when my friend gets scared. And this guy looks rough. He was tall and had some baggy clothing on as well as a hoodie, and the streetlights weren't the best, so we couldn't see his face. He was walking faster and not going back to his side of the road, and my friend kept saying we should run, but since I was being quite dumb and didn't think anything was wrong, I refused. And that's when my friend said run and grabbed me, basically dragging me to our neighbor's yard, since their yard gate was open and we hid behind it. The guy kept walking and constantly turned around to look at where we were. He saw where we ran, but I guess he didn't follow us since there were lights coming on from the neighbor's window. When he was about 3 houses down, we just started running each in the direction of our houses. She ran on the opposite side of him, but I had to run parallel to him because my house was on a dirt road, which was separated from the paved one by a big ditch. I vividly remember seeing him stop to turn around and see which houses we ran to, and since I was closer, he definitely saw where I went. And this creeps me out to this day. When I think that if my friend wasn't there that night and if she hadn't dragged me to that yard, I would have almost definitely been abducted, or worse. So, I moved into a duplex with my ex about 3 years ago, in what we thought was a safer part of the city. One of our neighbors, Amber, works in the duplex rental office, and her husband, Ed, was at the time fresh out of prison. Later, we would see all of the tattoos. And he had been doing and continues to do landscaping work for the rentals, like mow the lawns, cut the trees, etc. Other than that, he is home mostly doing odds and ends, things like tinkering with his mower or truck or something. They are both super nice people, very kind and loving toward each other, and always offer to help out. We've smoked weed together a few times. Ed smokes more than Amber, and have talked about all kinds of things, so I thought I could trust them and felt very safe being their neighbor. I once mentioned how sometimes, when I'm home alone, I hear steps in the attic over my room, and what sounds like a chair being dragged. How sometimes that noise follows me around the house, and always freaks me out to the point of calling someone just to feel a little safer, at least until the noises die down. Ed said, "What, you think we're spying on you?" in a laughing way, but it creeped me out a little. So then, I break up with my boyfriend and he moves out. This is recent, so only a few months ago. Ed started texting me asking me if I wanted to smoke while Amber was still at work. I declined every time, finding different excuses because I still felt uncomfortable around him. Then he asked if I wanted to sleep with him because he thinks Amber is cheating on him. I definitely shut that down, and it was awkward as hell. I didn't tell Amber because I didn't want to get kicked out or have some horrible, awkward tension, and I hate confrontation, so I kept quiet. And that's when I start to hear things in the attic above my room more often. It freaked me out even more when I woke up to a loud bang outside my front door at 3 or 4 in the morning. When I went to examine it, there was a small lockpick outside my door on the ground, but no one around. I kept the lockpick, and the next day, I texted a picture of it to Amber to let her know that I thought someone was creeping around, and she said, "Oh, that's Ed's. That's his ice pick, not a lockpick, sweetie. No one can pick your deadbolt with that." But I know the difference in a 4-inch skinny-ass lockpick and an ice pick. I'm so scared to be alone here, especially at night. Our attics connect, and it's not outlandish to think he could be up there spying on me. I even found a freshly drilled hole in the ceiling of my room. I just put wadded up paper in it and try not to think about it. I honestly hope nothing comes of it, and I'm just being paranoid. The OP added an edit. For everyone saying to call the police, I really have no evidence. I have the lockpick still and pictures of my door being messed with, but when I've gone into the attic, it's completely empty. I've never gone in alone because its opening is in my garage and there's no ladder, so it requires 2 people, but as of now, it is a gaping hole above my washer and dryer and very hard to get into without good upper body strength. I would call my ex to come home when the dragging would start, and by the time he got there, it'd be cleared out. So, I'm hesitant to report anything with no evidence. This is 100% true. I'm staying with my boyfriend until I move out in a few weeks, despite my neighbors being upset that I'm leaving. To address another thing, I didn't see any of the racist tattoos until months after I had been hanging out on their back porch to smoke with them. He had his shirt off for the first time, and there were at least 3 on his body. This confused me because Amber and Ed are super Wiccan. She has Wicca tattoos all over and stuff, and so I believe maybe his tattoos were for protection in prison. Either way, after that I stopped hanging out with them and would only speak to them if we were both outside at the same time. I put in my 30-day notice a few days ago, and they were very upset with me about it because I'm such a good neighbor. I'm staying with my boyfriend till then, and then we'll be moving somewhere else entirely. Going to make a report with the police just in case something similar happens with future neighbors. So, thanks for the advice, everyone. This event occurred about a year ago. After completing a night shift at my job, I decided to head over to a nearby gas station / corner store to get myself a late night snack. Because the night shift at my job as a waiter kept me busy, I built up an appetite for junk food at 2 in the morning. With that in mind, I head into this corner store to search for all that unhealthy yet delicious snack food. Since the sodas and beer are located in the back, I'm over there deciding what to get, Coca-Cola or Monster. While I'm trying to decide, I hear the sliding doors open up and a very tall, sketchy-looking guy enters the store. How did I know he was sketchy? Well, I saw his head looking around the room as if to see if anyone else was around. I'm short, so he didn't see me see him. Anyways, I had a bad feeling about this, so I hid behind a counter while the guy continued to turn his head in every direction. Eventually, I hear him ask the woman, "Hey, you here all alone?" The way he said it was enough to send shivers down my spine. No, she isn't alone." I came out of hiding with all the snacks in hand. I eyed the man with caution since I'm a little wary. He could have a knife or a gun, so I'm constantly eyeing his abdomen and trying to see if he has a concealed weapon. Annoyed by this, the man takes his leave by literally stomping his way out. Just in case he came back, I stayed for about an hour to chat with the worker to help her calm down. We called the cops, and they came to take our statements. A sole car stayed behind just in case. With that out of the way, I began to walk home. On my walk towards my house, I hear the sound of footsteps right behind me. It didn't take me long to realize that I was being followed. Most people would pick up the pace or confront the person, but I took my time walking, since I've taken martial arts. I've been taught to stay calm even during dire times. Besides, I can only act in case my life is being threatened by the assailant. The footsteps behind me are growing near as I hear the person picking up the pace. Knowing my life will be in danger, I quickly spin around to come face to face with the same guy who was at the corner store. Well, this guy practically lunged at me, so I sidestepped and nearly stumbled onto the floor. Now that I had a reason to act, I spun around with the bag that contained a Coke can. With enough force and momentum, I hit the guy across the face with it. I didn't waste time to hit him again. That last shot is what knocked the guy out after being hit across the face with a very hard and heavy object. Without hesitation, I quickly run back to the safety of my home, locking myself in with the few weapons underneath my pillow. Next day, I go back to the same spot that I fought against the guy, and there's no one around. Since that night, I've always made sure to leave the house with some sort of weapon.